Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody here to the CE Autumn Split featuring Opera GX, and today we have a great opportunity to see once again some really good League of Legends. And as always, let me introduce who you see on your screen right now. Today, newcomer, kind of first appearance for us, is gonna be Liffy joining us for today's game, best of 5 semi-finals. So how are you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling fantastic. It's a Saturday. Worlds was amazing, and we'll keep the hype just rolling with a full-on blast best of 5 here. I'm excited.
Nice. Well, yeah. Meanwhile, Riot Games also went live, which will steal, of course, 50% of our viewer base. But other than that, we have Among Us versus Method to Madness today. And I have been told that those teams are not just only really, really decent, but I've also seen them perform. And I can tell you, these guys have some real good League of Legends in their veins. I don't know what gave them the ability to be so good, but as a team, they have performed over and over again in some really great scenarios. We can watch a bit of the history, how they got here. So if we have a look at it, the Among Us team obviously got to the semifinals instantly by being in the second place towards a group stage. However, Inferral Esports and Method to Madness were battling it out in the quarterfinals. Method to Madness won that one 2-1 against Inferral Esports and looked kind of weak in the first game, feeling like they had maybe a warm-up game needed. But then game 2 and game 2 were totally theirs, and they look very dominating. So today is the rematch of Among Us versus Method to Madness. They played in the group stage, and actually, to the surprise, it went 1-1. So today will actually be the tiebreaker between those two teams.
Oh, it sounds exciting. I mean, it's always great to see a rematch between teams. You kind of know what you expect from the enemies. You kind of know what worked for yourself. You kind of know what worked for them. Beat you, especially as you mentioned, 1-1 divide there in the group stages. And from here on out, they had a little bit of extra prep time for this whole matchup, and maybe they found some weak points, some plays they want to make to get in this.
Yeah, but as always, ladies and gentlemen, you know this show, it's gonna go on because we have Method to Madness today looking as all the players are coming into chat typing. But yeah, looking as if they want revenge for the group stage where they couldn't determine who was the better team. Among Us on the other side, obviously just waiting for somebody to join them in the semifinals. And the most important part is whoever wins today shall advance to the finals on tomorrow's big day, where it is then definitely not washed up taking on whoever is victorious on today's battle. Yeah, we're just waiting for a few people to ready up, and then we get into the good action. Anything that we might want to watch out for, other than obviously our beautiful Viego player, who has been known to be the top 1 Viego player in EU West. I do think that maybe it comes all down to, once again, 5v5s, because that is where these teams really shine. They have individual really high skill, but at this point, I think they should be equal when it comes to laning phase.
It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, if you look towards the support position, I think Thresh is one of those picks that might be highly contested between those two teams. And other than that, you never quite know what you get with these team fight comms, right? We see a lot of the MF currently in the meta, and we see a lot of AD assassins pop up, especially in the jungle every now and then. And who knows, maybe that kind of turned over a new leaf towards the a little bit more, well, amateur scene, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
And we might just see maybe a Kiana, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Kiana Jungle has been recently surfacing again, as well as the Z Jungle. So, like 2 assassins coming into the jungle, which is nice. Assassin Jungle was a nice meta back in the day with Kha'Zix and Evelynn. But now again, that also means that the front line has kind of disappeared, since that role was also been taken up by the junglers recently. But now in the top lane, we have duelists showing up once more, like Fiora, Aatrox are champions that are being picked a lot by people. And then on the other side, we have as well the Jarvan level 2 gank that resurfaced as well. So all of these old kind of styles are coming back and giving us a nice appearance on stream, as well as on the Rift throughout all of League of Legends. Hopefully by then we have obviously more intel, as we are getting ourselves ready for the beautiful draft. So let me get those teams set up for that. And in the meantime, maybe a small prediction by our casters, since that is always nice to do while we have no intel whatsoever about how today's games are going to go. So who do you think is actually going to be victorious in today's best of 5?
That's a big question. I mean, you have that Viego player, right? And Viego is a pretty good jungler. Maybe that's enough to carry them through this whole series. On the other side, Among Us looking a little bit sus here, not gonna lie. I don't know. I'll say Method to Madness 3-1.
Method to Madness 3-1. That is a really good prediction. If I recall correctly, Among Us have like 1 or 2 trump cards. I haven't seen them play more than that. Hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of them 5v5ing today. For now, I really am looking forward to what actually Method to Madness can bring into this first game if they are prepared for this first game, because that is where they, I don't know, lose the most, I want to say, or like slack the most. But the second they're a bit warmed up, they definitely look very strong. We saw it also yesterday with the other semifinals that, yeah, first game is not always determining for the whole series. But it is very painful if you drop one, so that's, okay, looks good. Nice. What do you think about maybe if Viego gets banned? What do you expect in the jungle meta, since that is the hype team of the moment?
Like, well, what is your as I already mentioned, right? We see a bunch of AD assassins pop up. We see things like Qiyana make a return, Zed jungle, Talon jungle. Something along those lines might be possible. And other than that, we have the good old stables: Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Jarvan. Especially that trio has been dominating pretty much over the past few weeks, especially towards the pro scene, more or less. And I love those picks come out, so that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. Other than that, hey, you never know. Maybe we see a Shaco jungle. Wouldn't be the first time.
Wouldn't be the first time, actually. We used to have a really Shaco one trick back in the days. Always got banned against him. He never got to play it, but he then performed really well on other junglers as well. But yeah, Method to Madness, not to mention, have won already one of the CE splits. None of the big ones. I think they won the CE Proving Grounds, so like one of the intermediate tournaments where it's all-out battle, no matter the ranks. And yeah, Among Us kind of new to the tournament, first time appearance in one of the CE splits. And yeah, we're looking if they maybe make it to the finals, which would be great, because again, in the quarterfinals and semifinals, we kind of sought out the last remaining teams that are not really made for best of fives and like longer series. They are good in like best of ones. They have like the surprising strats, but the second it goes to a longer extent, they really seem to struggle a lot. And yeah, we just got word, only one player missing. Then we can get started with tonight's entertainment. Hopefully that will be soon. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the draft. Blue side, once again, first pick. We have seen Amumu and MF. Anything there maybe that we want to point out? I would say MF either gets picked or banned for sure, as well as Viego. What's your take?
Yeah, Miss Fortune high pick ban rate. I already brought up the Thresh earlier, a little bit of a contested pick between the two supports. And other than that, we see a lot of Leona overall aggressive supports, but also Lulu is something every now and then that can pop up. So that's towards the support. Ban-wise, you might want to take out a jungler or two as well. Say Xin Zhao is not necessarily something you always want to play against. Maybe the Jarvan needs to go. And other than that, look towards mid lane. Look towards the Sylas ban. If you pick that Amumu, you don't really want to give the free ultimate over to the Sylas on the mid lane on the enemy side, right? So maybe some of that stuff will help them out to get through this whole thing. And you already mentioned, if one of these teams only has 1 or 2 comps that they really play well, then maybe you just want to ban out a few key positions out of that comp, take some of those core champions out of the lineup and see how they struggle with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the key to victory is definitely not one core champion for them. I feel like those teams have well-rounded compositions that they can do after one, but it is very hurtful if you have a champion pool that isn't as big as you would expect it. So I think in a best of 5 series, you slowly grasp the victory for one of these teams. What is the victory point for them? And then you can ban it out by the next game and therefore secure game after game by just approaching yourself to that very crucial key to victory. As we have the virtual draft actually starting, so we're gonna head over to that one, have a look at what they have in mind for today's game. And we see Jace and Tryndamere off the board. Nothing surprising there. Like I mentioned, those battling top laners are not being taken into account at all. And the Viego, so nothing too exciting either. Talon jungle actually been surfacing as well a bit lately. Still not as strong as a Qiyana, I would say, but very mobile.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with those parkour jumps, you can surprise your enemy more often than not. Tryndamere also one of those picks, very popular currently on the mid lane, actually. A lot of
Mhm.
trading potential, a lot of lane sustain just through that self-heal. And there's Kiana off the table as well. So we are looking at a lot of these melee AD assassin banned out. And maybe we even see another Zed ban on top of that. Maybe the Aurelia, maybe a Malphite, something along those lines. With the Jace already being taken care of. Maybe even the Thresh. You never quite know what's going on here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like that they banned out the Kiana as well, so all these kind of assassin-style junglers are out. I think Zed is still alive, but it's very risky to pick. On the other hand, we do have a first pick Lucian. I like it. So no
Ooh.
MF, a Mumu combo, or maybe just saying, hey, you can pick the Mumu combo. I don't really mind if you do so. But yeah, Lucian, very good in lane. Also been a flex pick, and they are daring M2M to pick this Misfortune here, even giving them the option of picking both the Amumu and the Misfortune, which would give you this beautiful combo of being locked down for so long and still taking a full bullet of rain.
The thing is, if you go into the draft with Amumu and Misfortune as your first two picks, you reveal of a lot of your game plan, of your comp, what you're trying to do for this whole matchup, and that gives your opponent 4 picks and another 2 bans to just destroy your comp, to destroy your game plan with whatever they want to pick up, and it's kind of a risky thing, but they do go for that Leona offensive support coming in. I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, to not see the Mumu here.
I mean, that's really good, because I do think if you go for the Amumu Misfortune, you give away any sort of peel, because Amumu is not the best at peeling, really struggles besides his ultimate, which has a really high cooldown, especially as support. So yeah, I do agree that the Leona here is good to switch it up, and Nami being locked in, just giving more pressure to the Lucian, who really benefits of any speed up whatsoever or heal due to his passive from the W and all that stuff. So yeah, really great lane, kill lane kind of, into a Leona, and I'm really happy to see an engage support from M2M, which gives you more options than the whole teamfight idea. And with the Xin and most likely the Olaf being locked in as well, we have some really battle for the ages in the jungle.
Yeah, that's going to be a bloodbath in the early stages of the game. Olaf, a very strong fighter. We saw Blabber earlier, if you watched that C9 game, absolutely demolish the enemy on that Olaf. So maybe we can see some similar plays come out on this side of the matchup. And other than that, you already mentioned the Nami Lucian, absolutely devastating all-in potential on that lane, especially with the E-buff on Lucian's passive. And we go on towards a bunch of mid lane bans. LeBlanc, Twisted Fate, a lot of roaming mid laners taken out here with the first 2.
It does make sense, especially DLB, I think, makes sense. The TF, I'm not so sure, because Among Us kind of could still look for like a pick composition, especially with the Lucian and Nami. On that off with Xin you have some really good skirmishing power that doesn't really transition into that late game where you have like all-out 5-on-5 fights. So yeah, an early pick comp would have been making sense. Now the Orianna taken off the board, saying, hey, you guys are lacking a really 5-on-5, like I just mentioned, so let's take you away from that with an Orianna ban, and now set most likely the last ban. Yeah, it is. So yeah, really good as well for the top lane here. A lot of top laners, junglers being targeted. Then the last rotation, it all comes down to mid lane. So limiting themselves as well as the enemy. M2M has now the first pick. Let's see what they do with this information that they've received. And they go for a very strong flex pick.
I'm a little bit caught off guard with that Zed ban, I'm gonna be quite honest, because Zed would fit very well into the comp of Among Us. Just grab that Leona if she goes in and dump her back into their own backline and do a bunch of damage with that. So
yeah,
not necessarily the top lane I would have expected M2M to pick up, but we do see the rise coming for M2M. And Among Us, they lock down Cassio and Wukong, or at least are thinking about that Wukong, and that's an interesting lineup right there.
Yeah, I mean, now the Wukong makes a bit more sense, especially if Zed is banned, since those two have an... I think it comes down to skill in that matchup. Zed is really good into any sorts of melee fighters, and yeah, Camille even more. So yeah, really makes sense here to ban the Zed when you look at the Camille locked in. You don't have an advantage in this lane when she's kind of weak in the early stages, but really great gank setup for Xin, for example, with that hook shot. And as long as you don't use it aggressively, you always get out from enemy ganks as well, especially in Olaf, who basically can just throw his axe at you and slow you over and over again. Doesn't really have a gap closer of sorts. And now with the last counter pick actually available to M2M, they decide to send the Ryze to the mid lane and the Na into the top lane, which is really interesting to me. But gives them a lot of fighting capabilities. I like it. So team fighting on point for both these teams, kind of transitioned away from the bot lane focused style into that mid game to late game with Cassio, Camille, as well as a Na and a Ryze. So yeah, really looking forward to how this one's going to go.
Yeah, and with that Gnar, that kind of tells me that M2M is going to throw a lot of focus towards the bot lane, right? Because the Gnar can just sit in top lane, be safe, and even if he gets ganked every now and then, usually that Gnar is gonna escape. Maybe against the Camille Xin, the chances are a little bit coin flippy here, but overall, MF and Leona, they are definitely going to benefit from a bunch of those jungler ganks if that Olaf comes running. And on the other side, well, you always got to worry about that Camille TPing in if you go for these bot lane plays.
Definitely. And I really like the Leona with the MF. It's the weaker kind of combination when you compare to the Amumu. But it does make a lot more sense in the composition that they have drafted. Long range engage is what they needed to kind of help this non-gap closing Olaf, as well as the Ryze, who sure does a lot of damage from range, but needs people to kind of stand still in order to hit all of his abilities. Can be blocked by minions and stuff like that. So yeah, Leona really good here. Long range ultimate coming down, calling onto the sun, making sure that your enemy is locked in place. And on the other side, Among Us, I do like the versatility. They have an early aggressive bot lane, which transitions most likely into Xin, grabbing a lot of these neutral objective like the Drakes, and also putting Herald onto the map. And then in the mid lane they have scaling for days, as well as in the top lane potential if Xin would visit that lane a lot. Some really hyper scaling Camille top lane with the 2 damage punishing that set, not that set, that Na if he's in mini form.
Yeah, and you bring something interesting up, right? That's the scaling of these two comps. We have a Cassio and a Camille on the side of Among Us. Decent scaling into the mid, especially into the late game after that. On the other side, it's a Ryze. And while Misfortune, she does benefit from getting a bunch of items, so does Lucian on the other side. So quite honestly, I think towards the mid-late game, the later stages of this matchup, Among Us definitely, with this little bit stronger comp, the question is, how does each team get through the early game? Because that's where all the secret ingredients are. Do you get an early ahead? Can you get through a mid game and capitalize, snowball on the advantage you've been able to build? Or, well, do you just trade even and then it's the big team fights around the first objectives that are all about the game?
I think if Xin gets in, like, let's say they start on the blue side here, he starts at red buff, he paths towards this top lane, gets the first gank onto the Camille, make sure that maybe you burn a flash or even get the kill onto the Camille at best scenario, meaning you don't need to visit that lane at all. Camille has complete control after that, in my opinion, and then you can just focus on utilizing this aggressive Lucian Nami bot lane, and like I said, go for these neutral objectives and carry that into the mid game. And don't forget, if Nami is able to kind of stay alive in lane, not get hit by the Leona, I don't think Lucian's anywhere close to dying anytime soon, because MF doesn't really have that explosive damage, is like more of a short trader, and sure, Leona can lock somebody in place for a long time, but MF is not known to blow people up unless she gets to that Eclipse or any kind of lethality items. And I'm not even sure if she's going to build this in this kind of scenario, since she needs to be a bit mobile. I would even expect an Immortal Shield Bow against this team comp, but we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, I guess that brings us back to the discussion of how does the early game go, right? The better the Misfortune is underway in the early game, the more likely it is that we'll see Xmar or Xmar. I'm really not sure on that name. If I butcher any, apologies already, but yeah. If you get ahead early, lethality definitely is going to be very nice to build. Other than that, maybe we might see that a little bit more defensive, crit-focused build with a shield bow come out. But a lot of Misfortunes really favoring either that Ghostblade first item or even the Eclipse first item for that lethality, for that extra ult damage. So I'm really excited to see this. And you bring something interesting up with the Lucian Nami bot lane. Yes, they are super aggressive and they can trade offensively early game. I mean, the level 2 spike for Lucian hasn't been a meme for no reason for ages. But on the other side, you have Misfortune, who, with her E, she can be a real lane bully early on. And if you establish dominance, you might just be able to force plays all around the bot lane.
Yeah, so it either goes one way or the other. It's very simple. Like either Lucian, Nami are on point with their dodges when it comes to Leona engage, because Leona does also tremendous amounts of damage for a support that doesn't build any damage. And especially with that passive of hers. So I do think if they manage to lock up the Nami, she's very, very squishy. She's going to be being blown up easily. But if Lucian is playing kind of frontline, Nami just stays back and presses W every once in a while or E, I think we should be good. And don't forget there's an interaction actually where you snare Nami with E from Leona and you can bubble yourself so that Leona is not able to get the Q stun off afterwards. So Nami could kind of play into Leona wisely and smartly, but I do think it's very, very hard to pull off. And whenever Nami gets caught, I'm pretty sure that she's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, might be unfortunate for Leona to end up in open waters, but
that's okay. On the other
waits
side,
to
we have
be seen.
misfortune, you know? Some have to be unfortunate for the others to be fortunate. Okay,
True.
enough wordplay
True.
for today, I think. Anyways, in
Oh,
the top lane,
no. We're not even close to done with those.
in the top lane, we do love the Gnar when it comes to bullying your laner, and Camille definitely doesn't do so great in the early stages of the game, so there's a potential for Gnar to be extremely useful. But again, the gap closing ability not being on your jungler is kind of an issue, because even when you get that gank off, she can just hook jump away, and I think if Camille plays it smart, and since he is the best Viego ever, he's not going to have any issues whatsoever, even if not on Viego. On the other side, the mid lane is what we haven't talked about at all, and I'm actually not too sure about how this matchup goes. I know Wise has an easy time wave clearing, but so does the Cassiopeia, which leads me to think that maybe this one is going to go even and just come down to pure skill.
Might be just the thing. I mean, Ryze definitely one of those mages that needs some items to really get going. So in the early starting minutes of the game, I'm expecting the Cassio to be a little bit of a lane bully here towards Hypothesis. But overall, once he gets an item or two rolling latest point, then the Cassio probably is going to look to either have some help from the jungler or, well, get ahead through roams early on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually really intrigued by this laning from Cassiopeia, because if she just chooses to, I mean, she already picked up the T here, so if she chooses to back early on and gets, well, I can't say boots since she can't get those, but get some other items and just establish, for example, a lost chapter, anything that gives you constant mana in the lane, she shouldn't have any issues clearing waves and staying safe. And at that point, Xin becomes extremely valuable, because he has the bot lane favor to him as well as the mid lane favor to him. So yeah, just looking forward to how this mid lane is actually going to play out, because that could determine basically how the whole game goes. I think if you're Olaf, you look towards the top side, make sure Camille doesn't pop off, give Gnar as much early pressure as possible, as well as keep your mid laner safe whenever it comes to 2v2s, because there Olaf also really shines, especially since he doesn't have any of those kind of gap closing abilities, which makes Cassiopeia's E a bit less useful in that matchup, but still a nice ability to ground. I really hate it, actually. The ability to ground people, just so stupid to me. It makes sense in like a Poppy W, you know, like that's a reactive skill. But Cassiopeia is just like, yeah, I'm putting this down in front of me, nobody can jump on me. It's just, yeah, not too happy with Riot about that one.
Yeah, I'll have to agree on that one. The miasma is really annoying, but let's be quite honest, without that, Cassio would probably be a lot weaker than she has to be. Anyway, I'm looking forward to those Olaf Ryze gangs, that's for sure. But we see, well, opposite sides starting off for the jungler blue buff for Olaf, and of course Christoph on the Xin, starting with the blue on the other side. So maybe an early top gank for the Gnar? Who knows?
I'm surprised to see Zephyr on this top side. I mentioned it previously to the start of the game that I would be really looking forward to for Xin to start on the bot lane. But then again, I didn't take into account that, yeah, exactly this is happening right now. You can see the bot lane just aggressively walking up and zoning MF and Leona. Since Leona is not the ranged support, she's really going to struggle against ranged supports like the Nami, especially level 1. As we have level 2s hitting in the mid lane, but other than some phase rush being... some conquest stacks stacking up, nothing is going on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Cassio with a tier, right? She's looking to farm, to get some stacks, get some last hits, and get some gold as soon as possible. Ryze, on the other hand, corrupting potions. Well, you're gonna do some poking damage, but there's no real one-shot potential on either side here for the moment. So we'll
Yeah.
just have to sit back a little bit. And we see blue side bot
Smart.
lane looking for a jungle invade.
Yeah, very smart movement here. Not only did they push in the lane, make sure that MF has a hard time farming in the tower, which actually she doesn't so much, thanks to her passive, as we have top lane going a bit aggressive.
Arnaxus with a good push there for some good trading. In the mid lane also, well, trades going on all over the map, but Cassio, a lot of minion aggro dropping fairly low. That's a dangerous position to be in as a laner versus a Ryze.
Especially at this point, it's 3 minutes into the game, you don't really know where is the Olaf right now. He's normally going for a full clear, but he could do a cheeky stuff as an engage in the bot lane.
Yep, Zenith Blade lands, but immediately he has to back out again because there is no proper follow-up from his ADC, and for that, well, Monka W is gonna be safe for another minute.
Scarlet Cloud is being traded here by Olaf and by Dixon. We see Yoft really just pulling ahead. Look at him, he has a full camp advantage onto Dixon Zhao right now. That's the 4 different CS. As we see in the mid lane, that's low HP bomb might actually bite the Cassiopeia into her own booty here. As we have flash forwards.
Oh, there's the engage. Flash Rune Prison doesn't quite land, but Christoph there for the counter gank. Yoft is gonna pick up the kill, but the first blood was secured by Xin just a millisecond earlier. Exmar under fire, the Ignite taking him down, but I don't think it's gonna kill him. He barely gets out by the skin of his teeth. Yoft loses the 1v1 and has to back out. Overall, changes going down, but no one really taking the W here.
Yeah, so in the bot lane, it's a huge win in my opinion. You trade your flash and your ignite to get double sums from the ADC, which isn't a mobile AD carry, so that should be an easy pickup whenever the second bubble of Nami lands. Like, that one was beautifully done. One bubble from Nami forcing both summoners from Exmar. Then on the other side, you mentioned it in the mid lane, a really good gank from the Olaf, but Yoft actually too slow as Xin picks up first blood, gets that little extra cash into his pocket, evening out that the camp disadvantage was going the other side. And Camille struggling as normal in this early stage of the game, but she still has teleport available. She's gonna let this wave crash and then go back, make sure that she stays healthy.
Oh, that's not a good position to be in, and we can already see Verizar roaming up towards that top lane. If that Camille stays a little bit longer, we might even see the dive come in here.
Yeah, that was really clutch. If he gets one more auto, but look at his Verizar has walked into the mid lane.
Preview in, flash, Zenith Blade lands, the CC, follow up, and that's a dead snake right there.
And this proves to you why Leona is always going to have a bit of value over the Nami. Like, Nami was also there, but she can't really do a lot in this scenario, because if she gets caught herself, she's also dead. And yeah, Leona is just so tanky, can engage whenever. Arnax a bit of trading. Ooh, jumps into tower range.
Oh, that's a big mistake right there. Best Viego ever. Well, for now, he's the best Camille in this rift, and he's gonna pick up that solo kill. Little bit of an unfortunate overextension here by Arnaxus, and he's gonna pay with his life.
Yeah, unlucky there. Arnax just a bit too far into the enemy territory, as we see now the Drake being under fire. But overall, 2 for 2 stunning kills, very close game. Skirmishes all across the board, breaking out in under 5 minutes. Just shows you how bloodthirsty both teams are and how aggressive they want to be. All their plays have been made aggressively, and really important to note, Olaf is taking up the Drake, but on the other side we have Xin Zhao going for respawn timers in the enemy jungle, and now coming from a path that you don't have warded whatsoever at this stage of the game.
Yeah, hook shot does land. The Hextech ultimatum is ready and available. Christoph at the right place at the right time. That's an easy pickup there on the top side. So much about a Gnar being safe in his lane.
Yeah, and we mentioned it. Gnar early on, if he gets ganked by the Xin Zhao, especially with hookshot from the Camille, you give Camille 2 kills. I mean, one she got herself and one she got by jungle, it is over.
Oh, Yoft once again paying a visit. It's Ragnarok for the Cassiopeia. And slowly but surely, man, Luzin really is not having a good time in that mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like both junglers exactly really successful right now. Of course, on different lanes. But other than that, we have the bot lane. Look at them. They're just being forced to back here, since they have no vision of the enemy bot lane whatsoever. They can't step up into that bush. No wards available. That's the pressure of a Lucian Nami in lane. Interestingly enough, I do think Olaf, really great timing, getting Ryze ahead, is also taking time bomb the Ryze if he is being fed. But Cassiopeia, on the other hand, I think does just well by scaling as well. She doesn't need to have any kills. She just fine scaling. Sure, you three deaths in, but farm-wise, you're still not that far behind.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to see that Method to Madness is sacrificing a little bit of that bot lane pressure here. As the Zenith Blade lands, it's a Nami a little bit wide out in the open waters. Olaf Axe follow up, doesn't quite connect, but Kristoff behind enemy lines. It's a bullet time to his face, but not really the follow-up they are looking for, because Lucian is hovering around that blue buff as well, and you don't want to mess with the Cassiopeia in the jungle. That ultimate can catch you cold.
Crucially, she held on to the ultimate during the gank, knowing she was dead whatsoever. On the other hand, Arai is actually pathing towards the top side, therefore this alternation in the jungle goes the way of Among Us, not losing a single member, because that could have been very well a dead Nami and a dead Xin Zhao behind enemy lines. So far, vision coverage is really interesting. Among Us going for some weird pink wards here, focused on the bot lane, and Nami bubble hitting.
Nice bubble that lands. Exmar once again gets chanked out. The ignite is ticking, but they cannot connect any follow-up damage. Even the culling only is gonna cull some minions. And, well, Monka W and Obsessic, they've been doing such a good job of putting on the pressure, but they just can't find any kills.
Yeah, and here we see the result of this early attention to the mid lane. Hypothesis right now just bullying Xin. Cassiopeia, as we have Xin visiting the mid lane in a bit.
And Naxos going in for some trades, but stun not quite landing. Best Viego ever definitely has the dancing shoes put on, but there's a solar engage here from Verizar. So the Zenith Blade, that one.
Yeah, like I said, Leon is just insanely tanky. Oh no. Okay.
Nice dodge on that ultimate though.
Yeah, so both kind of messing up, or if you want to say both just playing well around the edges. Anax is also dodging the hookshot there. But still losing out on the trade. That's just the power of these platings. What are they? Steel caps, right?
Plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps, close enough. There we go.
Yeah, they give you a lot of early defensives, and especially with that Sheen, you don't want to mess with a Camille that has that Q already leveled, because as we saw, Arnaxus, well, he doesn't hold a candle to the trading power at the moment.
Interesting enough, we have so much pressure across the map, but you can see it actually in the tower plating how diverse this is. So obviously bot lane winning out, already taking it to nearly 4 plating in a second here, as we have the mid lane also being pushed in and a Herald being spawned in the mid lane. Let's see if it takes it. Oh, it does take the tower down. So we have Herald first tower secured. Some nice gold swinging back into your favor.
Was a clutch third first blood pickup actually, because as you mentioned, bot lane is pushing hard for Among Us the whole game, and yeah, that's not gonna take much longer before that turret would have fallen. And Lucian with another third first blood in his bags, well, he's gonna like that.
Yeah, right now we do have Best Viego level advantage as well as CS advantage. Let's look a bit at the damage numbers in total coming in from this secured gold. So we have 900 gold advantage in the top lane, which brings you to obviously completed boots. And for the rest, yeah, in items he's still not getting too much in, but he still has a bag to get under his belt as well. On the other side, in the mid lane, it's a 2k gold advantage for this Rise, and you see it in the itemization. He already completed his mythic and is also working on that tier, not lacking too far behind in the tier stacks either, not to mention the 20 CS difference.
Absolutely, that's definitely some gold, but Wind turns lightning as Kristoff connects, gets rooted up, nice flash, there's the tidal wave, and it does hit Hypothesis. He is gonna drown in that gank, and that's the Rise down for a count. A little bit of shutdown gold as well, right?
Yeah, I think since he didn't pick up too many kills, he wasn't worth a shutdown at this moment in time. But it is nice to get Yuxin some kills. Again, Cassiopeia would be optimal just to close the gap as we have Varus under fire.
Culling. Yep, that's a lot of damage on the Leona, and definitely pushes them out far enough that this dragon looks hard to contest at the moment for M2M, but overall,
especially
it's a second dragon, it's an
base.
Ocean Drake, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the second Drake, it's not the end of the world. Prophecies coming from base here and not willing to pull the teleport for this one says that we have maybe a cross-map play that is more important, so he's saving and holding on to that, as well as the Na not having his teleport available. I think that was the main call here, like, hey, Na is not transformed, nor does he have teleport. Bullet time cancels.
Oh my god! Well, he's called Monka W for a reason, huh?
Indeed. We have Yofto coming in for revenge. Nice dodge in the
Yep.
bubble.
Well, that's an Olaf looking for blood, but kind of tough. If you don't connect that axe, it's still a Elution Nami, but that then is Zenith Blade. Beautiful connection there, immediately cleansed, but it's not gonna be enough. And Yoft, he's just gonna chop some sushi here for his team members. Losing is believing. Well, TPing in is losing in this case, more like it.
Yeah.
It's a triple kill for Yoft, and that's an ugly turnaround here.
He did not believe that this was the outcome, but in the end, 3 for 1. And I think you always trade your support no matter what for 3 kills onto an Olaf. 5-0-1. My dude is looking strong. Hella buffed right now, also grabbing some plating together with Hypothesis, who also triggered the teleport in the backline. We didn't even see that one come through. So yeah, really great cross-map play here. This is the right call. Really happy to see him holding on, saying, hey, we can give it Drake if we get 3 kills onto Olaf later on.
Yeah, but is Viego ever looking for the connection? Actually, I'm not sure if they can TP to lane or if Naxxas actually cancelled the TP, but he's gonna go Mega in a second, looking for the turnaround on Christoph maybe, but gets chunked out a little bit too hard to go in that 1v2. Still manages to survive here.
Yeah, right now gold gap not too big for a 30-minute game, like 1k in total, and it is mainly on this Ryze and Olaf right now. However, Camille and Xinzhao are looking strong as well. Surprised to see that Lucian didn't trigger the happy kill aggression in this bot lane too much, but he got the tower of himself
Death
right now.
Bush. Death Bush. Best Viego ever. More like deadest Viego ever. Am I right? Oh,
Not just
quite
yet.
right.
Yeah.
No, hookshot gets him away for the moment, but yeah, Yoft gonna have an easy time chasing that one down. Actually, if this keeps going a few seconds longer, he might actually get away. Maybe for an
Ooh,
extra. Oh,
good
there's the
teleport.
Realm Warp. There's a hookshot away. Once again, that Ryze is not gonna catch up. But is this already an execute? I do think so.
Yep.
Yep, there we go. Beautifully done. Oh, that bullet time. Beautiful. Catching them off guard in the jungle. But the return damage. Oh my god, look at that. It's, well, Misfortune 2.0 on that Lucian. The culling doing massive damage. But once again, Yoft ruining his day. Get that ADC out of the jungle.
There you see the, like, everybody keeps picking Misfortune. I really don't agree with this pick. I think, honestly, it's a very weak pick, if not getting the perfect circumstance. And yeah, every time he falls behind, or anybody falls behind on a Misfortune, you saw it right there. Bullet time, not even dealing like 1/10 of Lucian's HP.
I think Misfortune is rightfully 100% pick ban rate because she is incredibly strong. It just requires you to work with her. And Method to Madness, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, they have not given a single damn about their ADC in this whole game. She's been under pressure the whole time as Christoph is just slicing through the enemy team. Even in that 1v3, thanks to his ultimate, he's gonna chunk out that Ryze. Might even get away. He's making a run for it as there's some trading in the top lane going on as well. Still has the flash over the wall. That's a cheeky getaway if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful flash ult there from Cassio. He's going in, losing his believing in this case. That was at least the attempt at a win. Yoft gets ignited, Obsessive gets taken out. It's another triple for the Olaf, but Monka W might be able to turn this one around. He sends them running for the moment, and the Lucian gets out. Traded one back, but overall 8 kills now on the Olaf. You don't like to see that one.
Insane games and plays already. Like, not only great escape here from Xin, saving the flash until very, very last, and actually getting on top in a 1v3 situation. He killed Hypothesis in that first skirmish there. And then later on, we saw him escaping and turning the fight around with the beautiful flash engagement of Cassiopeia, but the second Cassiopeia is involved. Yeah, you have to not to forget that she is so far behind still. So yeah, not a lot of damage coming out, and Olaf obviously just shredding to everyone, especially when they grouped up with a Goldwinker in your inventory. That is going to give you some nice HP back after you go bursted.
Yeah, absolutely. At that point in the game, you really need that follow-up from your team to get those kills rolling. Not been the case, and, well, Yoft, once again, the person to benefit off of that. And from here on out, 10 to 8 on the board. It's about a 1k gold advantage for M2M at the moment. As we look at that replay for a second here, and that Olaf just chopping through everyone.
Yeah, nice igniter by the army in the end. Just make sure. Oh, we have flash engage in the mid lane.
Yep, that's a tidal wave that lands. The culling follow-up. Yoff dropping fairly low, but bullet time turns it around as Xin goes deep, finds one, gets rooted up, is gonna get knocked down by Hypothesis, and there is Arnaxus. Doesn't have the Mega, but it's still a Gnar joining the fight as Best Viego ever is coming in through the flank. Hookshot doesn't quite land, but that Hextech ultimatum is theoretically available, but damn, watch that rise. Look at the damage, and they are chunked out, nowhere left to go. They can't fight this anymore.
Yeah. Strangely enough, though, we have maybe the Drake now going over to Among Us, though, because Nefertiti has lost their biggest player. Yoft is in the death round right now, as we have an engage.
Arnaxus looks for the big Gnar. The Petrifying Gaze lands, though, as one is traded back. Hypothesis fairly low. Monka W going for the aggressive flash and claims that kill. It's 3 down from M2M, and that is, as you mentioned, a free Drake for Among Us.
Yeah, that was just destruction, utterly destruction by Monka W here. Really well played on the edge of his HP. You can see him already being super low before any of this. And the Cassiopeia ulti crucially hitting both the other members over the wall before dying. So at least the ultimate is still useful right here. You see beautiful engage by actually Arnaxus here, but it's resulting in a 1-for-1 trade because the ultimate from Cassiopeia saves the rest of the engagement, and now he actually gets a double kill here, which is quite funny, but yeah, really well played.
Hey, gotta give some gold to your support, right? It's one of the best go rolls in the game after all, as Kristoff gets caught out in the jungle, but that Cassiopeia damage over the wall, Jesus, look at that! That Olaf just completely got annihilated, and Dwarizar, he's looking to get away, but Wind once again turns into lightning as Kristoff locks him low, and Monka W, well, he claims another W for himself.
Interestingly enough, it's exactly how we mentioned previously. Sure, Cassiopeia falls off early on if she gets targeted, but she will always deal damage, and we saw it right there. Conquest stacks don't lie. Getting those up real fast as we have Alex running for his life. He's getting... Ooh, nice counter.
Yeah, Nexus looking for some plays. The stun is definitely devastating here on Best Viego ever. But now the Mega Gnar ran out. Oh no, he doesn't catch the boomerang, and that's not gonna look good for his trading potential.
Nice flash.
Actually, big flash coming out. Beautiful plays. Hookshot follow up. Best Viego ever is not gonna let that one go by passing. But he trades it back to Yoft as that Olaf. Once again, that guy seems to be in the right place at the right time every single time.
He's a lucky dude, man. And he's also cosplaying today, or showing off why Ghost on Olaf isn't always wished for, because I think, sure, it has a bit lower cooldown, but that flash, they're definitely securing the kill 100%. And nice gap closer, since Olaf, like I said, struggles a bit with closing gaps, so he's using it to his full utility to go aggressive, not as an escape tool whatsoever.
Oh, more aggression.
Don't forget though, these are the 2 strongest members of the enemy team looking at you.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, Lucian and Xin definitely not to mess with. And interestingly enough, the highest shutdown right now is still on the Na'Vi, thanks to that double kill from early on. 400 gold. Still funny to see, funny side. And yeah, Immortal Sheepbolt coming down. So really, the SMF is not there to deal damage, I think. She's just there to get the bullet time off, and that's about it. So yeah, I don't think she's gonna deal a lot of damage this game. Like, she has 1 item and boots in inventory, meanwhile others are like looking to complete their 2nd item or going towards the 3rd already.
Yeah, that's kind of the effect of neglecting your ADC in the early game a little bit on that bot lane. You gotta work with what you have, and that shield bow definitely is gonna help. As they put down the Herald in mid lane to break the ice here, or crack the shell that is that tier 1 turret open finally. Don't think they'll get a charge on the 2nd one out. Nope, that one is gone, but we are at 21 minutes, so Baron on the table. And let me tell you, Cassiopeia, Lucian, those shredded Barons, they go for the attempt. And M2M, they see nothing. They are all recalling. This is gonna be free.
So if you look at the time of the wards that are placed here in the jungle, as we're just going to wait for the Baron to extinct. There we go. We see this ward over here. Those 2 have been placed a long time ago. So this is a prepared call. All of these wards are already low to expiring. So this call was prepared. They have complete vision over the enemy jungle. Nice pink wards in place behind and in front of the Baron. So yeah, just great call, really good preparation, using the Herald for a nice rotation towards that Baron. I think they even saw both of the people in the mid lane, the Ryze and the Leona, recalling after attacking the Herald, so you still have a bit of vision onto the enemy before they go into the Fog of War, as we have Arnaxus in a 1v2 though.
Beautiful bait in, because Hypothesis was in the back line there, and they are shredding this Camille. There is no real magic defense on her. She gets taken out, but for that, the trade in the mid lane is going on. Yoft looking for the gank, the flank to go in on that Olaf. But that's ADC down already. They might be able to train Monka W, but no, that Lucian has the fancy footwork and is taking them all out. Christoph gains the glory for that with a triple kill, but with a flash, losing is gonna go down the bot lane. But
Seeger's no, he's gonna die. Yeah, I was about to say he's not gonna survive. Leandro's too strong. And go ahead.
Talk about trading here for a moment, because trading a Cassio and a Camille in the bot lane for 2 turrets and an inhibitor on the mid lane, that's not a good one for M2M.
Yeah, especially if you have to take into account that MF also used both of summoners once again and still didn't survive. Just showing how Xin Zhao is a sticky guy, sticking onto that AD carry until his last breath. And Lucian, you mentioned it, fancy footwork, that's all I can say to that. And MF, I don't think you want to walk up to this tower whatsoever, but we have Ryze Teleport ultimate coming in here, close to her.
Yep, Hypothesis from the back line, they have a Frost Lance, and that's gonna be an easy pickup here on Best Viego ever. Beautiful connection there with the Ram Warp.
In the mid lane though, Olaf was run down by the Lucian once again.
And that brings me to an interesting point, because we have so much gold on that Olaf. And what is he able to do with it? He's gonna be able to do nothing with it, because you have that Nami on the Lucian as a support. You have the anti-heal item on Obsessic as well. That's just gonna give Monka W all the grievous wounds he needs to take down Yoft. And that Olaf, he's not gonna even connect to that Lucian. And yeah, what are you gonna do at that point?
I mean, Kraken itself is an insane item, paired up with an armor item, armor penetration item second. I think Lucian is just going to hit very, very hard onto the Olaf, who's stacking mainly HP and armor right now. So yeah, and the second he runs into Cassiopeia, I think he's also not going to have a great time, because sure, he can go Ragnarok. But now we see Monka in a 1v2. Let's see if he battles this one out as well. Good stun.
Culling is coming out, but the Solar Flare connects. Zenith Blade, full CC, follow up, but that is a Lucian you're dealing with here. And he has a Xin to go with it. And now Naxxas is going to take the brunt of that tanking here, at least for the moment, as Hypothesis is trying to trade some damage back. Goes down to 20 HP and gets taken out by Best Viego ever. Beautiful collapse in from Among Us here. If that looked a little bit soft for them here, that was pure bait, because they walk away with a team fight win there.
Yeah, so we see actually the difference in AD carries right now. They're giving gold to Exmar at this stage, making sure that he is kind of valuable, but I think it's a little too late. 24 minutes into the game, losing your inhibitor is obviously not the worst case scenario. You just get one more extra minute to farm. On the other side, the Lucian, whenever he gets collapsed on, manages to pick up a kill, so he keeps on staying ahead of Exmar, who's getting traded some nice kills. And the rotations are in place, but at the cost of losing your Olaf and your Ryze over and over again, making it to the point where they are not ahead anymore, and they're actually tying with Cassiopeia and Xin Zhao right now. I think Xin is actually ahead at this stage. If you have a look at the gold, he has a 1k ahead, and in the mid lane is very, very close, still like the 2k gold difference, but it's less than before.
Yep, they're looking for some fights in the mid lane here, though. Solar Flare goes down, Warizar in and on Christoph, and our Naxxas sits in the backline there. Good TP in from the Gnar to bring the pain, but it is going to be the Xin, maybe taken out after the GA. But no, it's the beautiful Tidal Wave going in, and they are running them down. Rush in, take him out, because they just got swamped. The Nami engage, seals the deal, and Yoft, the only one left standing as the Culling does its job. That's a triple kill for Monka W, and put the W on the board right here, because Among Us are looking to close this one out.
Yeah, I take my words back. Open inhibitor at minute 24 is definitely very, very scary, because it means if you lose a team fight in front of your base, the game is over.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't even get to talk about the 3 Drakes. They didn't matter. 2 minutes 20 on the next one, but the Nexus is exploding here. What an interesting start to this best of 5. And gotta say, Among Us, they are looking solid.
Yeah, Among Us already taking matters into their own hands, really just showing, hey, with us it's not to mess. But then Method to Madness, I said it multiple times already, they have a really high losing ratio on the first game. Doesn't mean the series is over just whatsoever, but it looks like early skirmishes going in favor of M2M, but Among Us just pulling through, and you can see it in the end. basically everyone besides the Cassiopeia is either worth a shutdown or really, really far ahead in gold.
Absolutely. And I mean, it kind of comes down to that jungle Olaf. He had a lot of impact on the whole thing, but overall, just in the mid to late game, that Lucian Nami a little bit too tough to deal with, and Christoph basically matching him throughout the whole flow of the game. And that's not really a position you want to be in if you're so up ahead as an Olaf.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, I think there's a bunch that M2M can do in the draft to clean this one up and maybe get some more advantages. And also playing towards their bot side a little bit more in the early might give them the edge in the mid game they need to turn this one on their favor completely.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, we do have, in the end, the losing side of the battle, kind of like Anaxes. Sure, he did a solo mistake in the top lane versus best Vigo ever, and gave the edge already to Camille, making the job of Xin easier when he ganked for the first time, just making that the clean 2-0 on Camille. And at this point, I think kind of the top lane was lost no matter what, and they kept giving resources to Anaxes and to Exma by bringing Yoft and Hypothesis to the skirmishes, but it wasn't enough. I think they should have just focused on maybe transitioning that 8 kills that we had on the Olaf at one point into maybe Exma and Anaxes early on instead of grabbing it for himself, because as we saw there, Yoft really unable to close the gap between Monkey W, who's being constantly healed and sped up by Obsessors here. So really interesting to see if the second game is gonna result in maybe some gap closing junglers, because yeah, Olaf is all great and stuff, but if he can't get close to the target, he's just gonna get kited. That's exactly what happened today in first game. Let me just resolve the betting. For everybody that was betting on the blue side, congratulations, you are indeed correct, including myself. So predictions all on point so far. Interestingly enough, we do have M2M now coming back though into this next series, and they're going to be on the red side, so they have the double counter pick. Sorry, they're going to be on the blue side, so they have the first pick into the double counter pick of Among Us, which I think is actually playing with the cards of Among Us once again. Anything else you would say that maybe needs to be banned out after this first game? What do you see from this first game that we need to take away into the next series?
Quite honestly, I don't necessarily would say there's anything that needs to be banned out. I think there's just the general game plan needs to be a little bit different, especially for M2M. If you pick that MF, I mentioned it during the game, she is incredibly strong if you make proper use of her. And what M2M did in this game was definitely not that. And from there on out, you either build your comp around that MF, especially if you're first picking it. You grab the Amumu, you grab some heavy teamfight presence, and you play that style. Mm-hmm. Or you just don't, and you play something different. You play something that matches the early aggressiveness of the Lucian, or at least an ADC that can hyperscale into the late game. And just build a different comp and leave that MF be. And that's a decision M2M needs to make for themselves. And I'm curious what the answer to that question will be, if they're going to be a team fighting team or just a different recipe here.
Yeah, I think honestly, M2M still has potential. Like I said, they come back very strong after a loss. Really adapt to how the enemy plays. Kind of need like one game to analyze what's going on, and then they come in with a draft that isn't too changed from what they already did, but the priorities on the draft and the win condition are played perfectly at that point. Because I think Olaf did a great job. Like nothing to take away from him there. He did what he could, but in the end, he was just limited by his champion's capabilities, and it didn't matter if he was 8-1 or 0-8. Because in the end, if he can't get onto a target, he won't deal any damage. So yeah, very smart, actually interesting first pick by Among Us, who then Olaf got picked into that, so not sure how that plays into account here. Among Us picked Lucian Nami first. Don't forget that, and then Olaf was the answer on the M2M side. So we have to see how this one plays out. I think Leona MF wasn't the worst. That wasn't the issue. It was rather more the jungler not being able to get into those targets that are fed if needed. I'll wait. Did I give you the wrong code? Try again, since there was no space before. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, when the lobby's full, they sometimes do that. Okay, let me get this team set up for the second round of drafting. Again, on the blue side, we'll have the M2M lineup now. Method to Madness coming in with a first pick, and I think this is really crucial. We have seen Xin Zhao actually banned out over the last patches a lot, but it wasn't banned and therefore picked up, and it had a great impact in my opinion. Still a strong jungler. On the other hand, now in the top lane, I don't know if that is the point that you want a last pick if it plays out like this. Maybe they would have gone for like a mid lane counter or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the Gnar into the Camille, quite honestly. That wasn't the perfect game from Arnaxes overall, but he definitely had some moments. He was also able to TP bot side, I think, once to turn that team fight around for his team a little bit. But overall, I think it really comes down to the game plan. We had an early win on the side of M2M in that mid lane. We got that rise ahead early. We got Yoff to pop off on that Olaf. What did you do with that advantage? Literally nothing. You ran it into lane. You got some more CS. Yes, you claimed that for turret first blood with a Herald, but you didn't go gank bot lane. You didn't snowball the game on the side lanes. You didn't get objectives except for maybe a Drake and a first turret off of it. And then you allowed the Lucian to come into the game and turn the whole thing around. So a little bit of a lack of decisiveness there, in my opinion.
And you have to give credit to Obsessic, to Royza and Leona, who did really well in the roaming as well. He was present with that Leona, but then in the end, he didn't get to utilize it in his own lane, because we saw him, I think, twice go in with the Zenith Blade and then immediately back off without any follow-up damage. So I think if an Olaf would have been there whenever he goes for those engages under the tower, since they have been constantly being pushed into the tower, maybe at that point it would have been a different game. So yeah, priorities for the jungler, not on 100% point. Where do you bet? You can bet in a bit as soon as the first draft, virtual draft that you see right now going on in the screen is over. Betting will be open where you can predict who's gonna win. For now though, let's talk a bit about these bans here coming through. I mean, Xin and Camille being banned, I like it by M2M, forcing the enemy into playing something less snowball heavy, and on the other side, Among Us not changing a single ban, saying we are not afraid of you.
Also interesting to force Among Us to ban out their own Viego, because they don't want to give them that up as a first pick to M2M. And that basically leaves another ban for M2M open this round around, and they make use of that. As you mentioned, Xin and Camille off the table. They first pick the Lucian this time around, going for that aggressive bot lane, and with the playstyle we just saw out of them, leaving that Lucian in the bot lane to just dominate for himself might be the pick, as we get the rematch basically with the MF.
The rematch in the bot lane, but both carries now on the different champions. We have Lee Sin, who was previously banned, are being picked up, and I like this. Hecarim is definitely one of those more gap closing styles, who is able to just ult in, fear the backline, and knock somebody away, especially if MF is gonna go for that. I keep forgetting the name of her ultimate.
The bullet time.
Bullet time, there we go. I called it bullet drain already, I think, which is the E. But yeah, bullet time. So that's going to make her very static, and at this point, Hecarim has a 300 engage onto her, and now we actually going through. This is lovely. I love it. It's M2M saying, yo, you can pull this off. We can do that too. I'm really curious to how Among Us are going to respond to this.
Yeah, Lucian Army, such a premier duo in these past few days has it become for the bot lane. Just so much synergy there and so much lane dominance. And we'll see the LeBlanc pick up early after she was banned out last time around for Among Us. Oh, I love this.
Yeah, Among Us picking up those two champs that were banned against them in the second rotation last draft. So really showing to why they should be banned in, well, maybe this game, but I like it already. Lee Sin, LB, definitely one of those two champions that has the potential to one-shot carries, and I think that's exactly what she needed in the last game against the Lucian. Like, Lucian, sure, if he's ahead, he does a shit ton of damage, but he's still an AD carry as well as the Nami, and if you have like this assassin style, which we didn't have in the game whatsoever last time around, yeah, I don't think it's going to matter how fed the Lucian and the Nami are if they're just going to go poof in a second, especially to an LB who doesn't even need to commit to it, just jump in, get your combo off, and then go back to your previous W. Make sure that you have no danger to your own HP whatsoever. As we go to the second ban rotations, and Lissandra taking off the board set once again. That's really good. And the Nautilus to make it a bit harder for MF to hit that full ultimate.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that Lissandra ban, but hey, if you know one of the enemies plays it, you definitely don't want to have that on the table, especially if you play that LeBlanc, if you play that Lee Sin, because as soon as they get anywhere close to the Lissandra, she's going to press W, press Alt, and you are dead in the water. So we'll put Gwen on the table as well in terms of last bands that go out, and we'll see a Rakan. And I love this pickup. It's gonna be so much aggressiveness coming
Yeah.
out from Among Us once again. Just go in, dive people, and murder them.
This is exactly what Among Us always plays, this kind of aggressive style. As soon as they have kind of taken a liking to how the enemy plays, they're like, sure, you guys can now pick whatever. We have established what we want to do. We are now warmed up. They're going for a very aggressive skirmishing composition already. There's no late game, no scaling whatsoever. Sure, MF does well in the late game as well as LB, full items, going to deal a lot of damage. But they're going for the early turnaround team fight style here with the Rakan and Sylas. I like it from M2M. I'm not sure how the matchup goes into LB. I'm not a mid lane expert whatsoever, so these matchups are always a question for me. But I could imagine that Sylas, if he gets close to LeBlanc, isn't going to have an issue. But if LB kind of keeps him on range, he's going to be just fine bullying the Sylas. But then again, LB struggles with Rayclear early on, so Sylas has an edge there.
As a washed up top lane main, I'm not gonna even try to comment on this one, but I think it's more of a skill matchup than anything else, and I'm excited to see this whole thing. Gnar, once again, the safe option for the top lane also works really well to combo with that Hecarim. Just go in, get a nice Gnar into the walls off there to just stun the enemy. Makes fighting and choke points for Among Us incredibly dangerous.
Damn.
And they pick up the Irelia as the last pick.
So I think the main point why you pick up the Irelia instead of the Aatrox here, which Aatrox would have been fitting perfectly into Among Us since they needed kind of a front line, and if Aatrox gets a Goldwinker in his inventory at an early stage, it's kind of a super tank because he just doesn't die, he keeps on healing. But yeah, the reason not to pick Aatrox here, I think, was actually the Sylas, because that ultimate on the Sylas is kind of dangerous. They give him extra movement speed and stuff. Let me just give them the go for this, and also open betting for all of you guys waiting to bet. Let's go ahead and do that as we get over to the champion selection. But yeah, Aatrox definitely a more crucial ultimate for Sylas to pick up. So that was, I think, the main problem here, or the main argument to not pick Aatrox, but go for the Irelia instead.
Overall, two interesting comps. It's kind of the clash of the same plans here, really, right? You already mentioned Among Us. They often go for this aggressive, just straight go in comp. But we also have that to an extent from M2M, and I'm curious how this one's going to play out, because Sylas, with that, they have an MF ult of their own. They have the nice combination of Hecarim, Gnar, and they have a Lucian Nami. They can dominate the early game from the bot side, force objectives, maybe even get some kills against that Rakan Misfortune. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm super excited for this whole matchup.
Yeah, I really think the danger for M2M is really their solo laners not performing. Hypothesis did well in the last game, thanks to the Ryze, and I think he has great potential to play well, but Anax is kind of shaky in that top lane. Don't forget, he, like, again, messed up the 1v1, jumped to the tower range. Maybe it was just unlucky, a small misplay, but it's showing that in those moments where you're not allowed to do any of these kind of misplays, yeah, he might struggle a bit. And yeah, again, if those mid laners and those top laners are not perfectly performing, you only have the Lucian as a source of damage, since Hecarim really falls off hard after a while. So that gives you a late game that you're not looking forward to. So I'm kind of on a ticking time bomb here, making sure that definitely their solo lanes are not falling behind too much. Because if Gnar falls behind, it means, sure, he's not going to be as useful in the team fights. He can still pull off a great combo, but on the other hand, it also means Irelia is going to get a lot of gold into her pockets, and you never want to see fed of Irelia.
Yeah, better go nerf her. Be fine.
Again,
yeah.
10 times. I don't know, how often did they touch Irelia? I think in the last... They keep on doing very small changes, like in numbers mostly, but it doesn't really affect her. It seems like she just keeps on being strong.
I have honestly no idea. Irelia has been nerfed so many times since she was released in, like, what, season 1, pre-season 1. The only thing I miss is playing AP Irelia. That was good times.
Yeah, I love the old Irelia. It was like the traveling stun it was, right? Wait, old Irelia.
It was a point and click stun, and back in the day, it still had an AP scaling.
And the ultimate as well.
Good.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
And the healing on it. Oh yeah, it was like the Gwen ultimate kind of. Nice. I missed those good times, as well as the Tarek was the stun. Yeah, Tarek's stun was so funny to me, man. You just see that little bubble flying left and right like it's drunk onto the enemy and they can't dodge it. That was the funniest shit ever. Like a flying stun that is target based. It's not a skill shot. It's just, I don't know who had that idea, but that guy needs an increase in pay. That was the best thing ever. Other than that,
Old
back to
League
the game.
was,
Yeah, sorry.
yeah. No worries, no worries. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Let's focus on what's in front of us, because Old School League definitely does not hold a candle to what we have in front of us nowadays. And
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Back in
excited
the
to
day,
hear
it was all about HP. Today is all about actually managing your resources effectively. Because yeah, it didn't matter. Sometimes you pick the champion if he gets enough HP. I think Cyan is kind of still in that stage. If he gets enough HP, it really doesn't matter if he loses lane or not. He just becomes
Or
useful.
Cho'Gath.
It's Shogav as well, exactly. A good example of like old League of Legends. But back in the day, it was like basically everyone. Evelyn gets a bit of HP with Hextech Gunblade, just doesn't die whatsoever and deals a shit ton of damage. Old Evelyn, that is. Yeah, or same for Maokai, just presses his ultimate, doesn't take damage anymore. That was the funniest shit ever. But yeah, in this game, it's all about managing your resources. And I think for M2M, it's very clear you want to give Lucian and Nami maybe not a gank, but just make sure that they don't get ganked in return. And on the other hand, make sure that you silence Hakarim and now kind of this top side half of the map gets the early pressure, gets the early attention, and make them suppress the enemy, because the second the LeBlanc and then Aurelia fall behind, they fall off really, really hard. LeBlanc not being able to one-shot Lucian later on is going to be crucial for M2M to ditch out damage in those team fights. Same for Lee Sin, kind of. He's always going to be useful thanks to his utility, but if he's not able to at least pack a bit of punch into his kick, he's going to not be as useful to kind of single out the Sylas or Lucian in those teamfights. I like the interaction though, Lucian into Hecarim and Sylas. If played correctly and timed correctly, you can actually kick Hecarim back right as he lands without getting feared. And Sylas as well, as soon as he engages, can kick him back. So that's a great disengage there. Power that up with Rakan. I think Among Us have adopted a very team fighting composition that is scary to engage on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always got to count in the Aurelia as well if you want to engage through that Vanguard's edge. That's not all that fun to do. But on the other hand, well, mostly I think we need to look forwards to the early game once again. Watch that that jungle mid duo, especially on both sides, actually, because Sylas. If you get some lane priority on that mid side, then Hypothesis definitely can easily roam towards top, towards bot, and pull off some nasty ganks. What we have yet to see really are bot lane tower dives from either team, and if you orchestrate those well, they are fairly easy to pull off and can get you a lot of benefits in the game.
Yeah, interestingly enough, though, the Misfortune has kind of a nice combo this time around. Rakan, more of a champion that locks people in place for. Well, Leona did the same job, but it's more versatile. It's not like just engage; it's also disengage. So even if they get engaged on, Rakan can just knock them up in front of them, and MF still gets enough damage out. And it's more of that small trading kind of style of Rakan. He's like, go in, get a trade over, go back out, right? So really playing into Misfortune's hands. And also the difference here, I didn't actually pay attention to if MF had a press of the attack in the last game. I don't think she did.
I don't think either.
Yeah, so this passive attack really showing like they're looking for like 1, 2, 3 autos, get maybe then the E in or something else. Power actually, yeah, the slow of the E, we didn't talk about that whatsoever, is going to enable Rakan to hit those knockups from afar, which normally against the Lucian Nami is a bit tricky. But yeah, the slow coming in clutch here in that matchup.
Yeah, that's kind of the early pressure MF and Rakan can put on someone, right? But on the other hand, you gotta watch out if you don't get that level too early, then Lucian definitely can just push you out of the lane for the first few minutes, and from there it's a little bit hard to get back into the groove, balance out the lane, reset the wave stage, and try to find those trading points. But on the other hand, of course, if you go aggressive on bot lane, that always leaves a bigger window for your enemy jungler to come and ruin your day.
Yep, as we get ourselves into the game, hopefully with some great League of Legends again in the second phase of our beautiful semifinals today. And yeah, Method to Madness on the blue side, we mentioned it multiple times. The interesting part, the off with that ghost, so no gap closer other than his ultimate is kind of small E dash if you lock onto a target. But overall, I think Among Us is very, very mobile besides DMF. And on the other side, it is the same thing though. Everybody of these champions besides Nami has a dash included. So I really like this. This is League of Legends of dashes. I mentioned this already a few patches back when I mentioned that nowadays everybody can kind of increase their mobility thanks to a dash built in. And then they even brought out Gale Force for those immobile AD carries, make it even harder. But yeah, it's all about dodging, makes it a bit more skillful in my opinion. So it's okay.
I'm kind of surprised with all these dashes being picked up in this game that
No
we
Poppy.
didn't see a Vex ban.
Oh,
Or a Poppy,
Vex.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vex is actually
Vex.
enabled for the semifinals.
Yeah.
We saw it last time. True, I'm actually confused why not a Vex. Right, that is, would
Well,
counter that as well.
It's always the thing, like, have you played that champion enough
Yeah.
that you feel comfortable to pull it off in a tournament setting? Does the team know how to play with her? And, well, a bunch of other factors that kind of lead towards, do you pick this or not? But definitely do quite well in these matchups, I think, especially on mid lane. You can hold your own against a LeBlanc and a Sylas, I think.
Yeah, and we see Lee Sin here, standard W start here just to stay healthy, get some auto attacks off with that built-in lifesteal and the shields. Losing is already a bit of going for the aggressive style, but also clearing the waves at the same time. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Lucian and Nami here once again. If they get the early pressure, they didn't leash once again on the same thing we saw last time. Happened again as we have an engage already in the bot lane.
Yeah, interesting to see. Varys buffing himself instead of Exmar, so
Yeah.
missing a little
Got
damage
knocked up
potential there from the Lucian.
by Rakan. So Rakan just showing, hey, you might want to not bully us too much because we have that all-in potential, especially with the press attack on Monka W. Who comes in
there
with
it is.
more confidence, obviously, from the last time around. Really looking forward though. How is Lee Sin gonna impact this map? He's going for a full click currently, same like the Hecarim, but he's a bit faster, which is surprising. But Hecarim really struggles with the solo camps, and he went for the ground bite after the blue buff, which is a bit of an hard camp to take. Meanwhile, Lee Sin, all that more powerful in 1v1s.
And Viego looking for the trades, already was aggressive early on the Aurelia. Nice flash out of the stun, but that is a summoner down, and that would kind of lead Yoft maybe to an early topside gank because, well, Aurelia without flash. Talk about an easy gank target.
Yeah, really, really crucial here, however, so far. And Varys are really taking a lot of damage. Passive attack really
That was a
crucial
turret
there.
shot.
Yeah. Passive attack coming in clutch, so MF not only does damage on first, but also on the third shot right now. Hecarim is still lacking behind in CS, already camped behind like we mentioned. He's going for Scout Crab right now. And on the other side we have Lee Sin covering this top side. So we are really actually losing flash with Lee Sin being on the top side, not the worst case scenario.
Oh, nice dodge from Exmar. He trades it around. Monka W taking a lot of damage, but there's a gank on the mid lane. Christoph already going in early, and Hypothesis, he just flashes out. And I want to add another thing that happened. Our Naxus backed and TP'd back to lane while best Viego ever. He just backed and he's just going to walk there. So teleport advantage currently for a top side from Among Us as Exmar. They're trying to nail down their advantage on the bot side.
Yeah, again, Lucian being aggressive, nothing unexpected there. Actually pulling ahead in CS as well, thanks to that. But in the top lane, the CS advantage was like over 2 waves in favor of the Aurelia. So even if Gnar's freezing it right now, he doesn't mind not extending his flash, as losing is believing. Is also believing that tower shots do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of jungler attention from Christoph invested towards mid lane again, though. And, well, we talked about it. You want to get those mid laners aggressive. You want to get them ahead a little bit that they can start roaming. And currently that seems to be working as Exmar. They are looking for more trading, and Obsessic, he is dropping fairly low. Heal invested, but there's Christoph. That's why they are going in. Yoft there to counteract the gank. Can they turn this around? Both teams on the run right now, but the double up lands, and that is M2M completely pushed out. Oh, Sonic Wave.
His mind is telling him no, but his body... Is he gonna go for it?
His body said also no, because that one ran out. The next one lands, though. 4 for Exmar. They are now going in. First blood goes over to blue team, but they get out of the turret with a kill themselves, and they are fairly happy with that. Best Viego looking for more trading on the top side, but not too much hype on that one. Jesus,
So
that was
worst
a
case
dive.
scenario actually happened. He got the 500 extra gold onto the Nami, and she got the kill as well. So it's not really optimal here for the counter kill. On the other hand, MF actually picked up the kill, and they managed to kill the Lucian. So in terms of who died and who got kills in gold, it is actually going in favor of the Among Us team once again. But Method to Madness is picking up first blood, so getting a bit extra gold. Therefore, they are ahead in gold right now.
Oh, Hypothesis gets chunked out of lane as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned, like, the first blood on the Nami, that's definitely going to be detrimental, but you already have a creep advantage, so I guess that overall balances it out a little bit on the bot side still. It's gonna keep on being interesting that first dragon is up as well, and Hypothesis now with the level 6 might look for a connection here. Steals the Rakan ult, going in for the trade. Quickness lands, beautiful bubble by Varizar, but they don't have the damage. Oh, there it goes. Obsessic almost getting away with his life.
Yeah.
But that's another kill for the Nami.
Oh, losing is believing is already shopping, and he's gonna join the left round.
Gets trampled by the pony. Monka W gonna get out with the flash, but that's a flash burn from the Misfortune, and I'm gonna tell you, Exmar is gonna be very happy about that if she shows up back on lane.
Well, look at what this has brought to you. Not only did MF force to flash here, but the Ignite actually from Rakan coming in clutch, picking up the kill on Hypothesis, so both the supports getting a kill once again. Yeah, not optimal gold distribution just yet, but overall it is still beneficial for Method to Madness. They got a kill onto the Hecarim, which was falling behind in CS, so he's very happy to get this one.
Yep. We also have a Dark Seal and Boots picked up for Hypothesis, a lost chapter on the other side for losing, so definitely can see that Silas starting to roam early, but the stun connects. Viego looking to get aggressive from the top side. Vanguard's Edge goes wide, he flashes after him, but that is gonna be flashes traded, and our Naxus, he's gonna be a very happy little yordle on that one as he goes, picks up the solo kill. Exmar on the other side of the map, getting completely blinded by 3 enemies and taken down. That's a Lucian who is not very happy with the lane state right now.
Mm-hmm. And there we see actually by Among Us cosplaying, I keep saying cosplaying, showcasing, sorry, how to give attention to your Misfortune, even in a losing matchup. And Misfortune right now 2-0, still behind the CS thanks to the matchup being rough. But yeah, if you give attention to this, it's definitely a winning position. I think you mentioned this also, if you disregard the MF totally, it doesn't matter how broken she is and how often she's banned and picked. But yeah, if you give it a bit of attention, she's gonna do well, and yeah, going lethality as well. I think we're looking at a very strong bullet time coming in for these team fights. On the other side, the Yordle is happy, as you mentioned. Anaxes getting a kill, redemption for last game, and a solo kill for him this time. Really well played.
It's kind of the thing though, best Viego ever, you can definitely see that he's more or less winning the lane, but he gets taken out by these plays every now and then. Our Naxus gonna get taken low by the turret. Beautiful flash out of the Gnar.
And it's
That's
not
the
over.
challenger top lane main coming out.
Reinforcements have arrived. Okay, they do see the Pinkwood last second there, so they try to back off. Also, where is Ice here? What is these rotations, man?
Oh, Christoph. The bubble doesn't land, but Hypothesis is in there. The stun is on. The pony is in there. That's a deadly sin.
Yeah.
Free Herald as well.
Also really good Netflix series, 7 Deadly Sins, but we're talking about the Deadly Sin indeed. We do have him falling down here, kind of no ward jump available, nor did he have a save guard to his enemy, to his teammates. As we have Yoft being again productive and counteractive here, both these things. So he's not only engaging but also reacting really well to enemies' aggressions, and we can see him on this ghost. I mean, Olaf and Hecarim kind of same playstyle, just run at the enemy, keep pressing Q. Other than that, I do think the ghost really beneficial here. Lower cooldown, way more skirmishes going in his favor, and if you get a fed Hecarim, it's definitely more beneficial than a fed Olaf.
Absolutely. I mean, the Ghost also a little bit of additional damage for the pony, so never a wrong pickup on the summoner spells there. Overall, though, I'd say a little bit more impact over on the game so far from Christoph as he is walking towards the bot lane already again. But look at the vision coverage from M2M. Absolutely fantastic that they're leaving Exmar with so much backup solo on the bot lane.
Yeah. right now it is losing his believing, struggling a bit against the wave clear that Sylas finally has brought to the table. Also 3 stacks actually on the Dark Seal. Still down in CS though. Overall, Mephitomad is looking already better when it comes to gold, but don't be fooled. This is exactly the same state that the game was in last time around when we had the oft roaming the map and getting 8 kills under his belt. And disregarding the bot lane, which is exactly the same thing that's happening right now. He's disregarding the Lucian Nami, who shouldn't need a lot of attention, but you can see it in items like MF20 CS down, but has Eclipse completed. Meanwhile, Lucian is not even close to completing his item.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits that MF takes advantage of. That Eclipse is a little bit cheaper than most of the other ADC mythic items that people go for at the moment. So bringing in some additional power into these early confrontations. You already mentioned the bullet time is going to be devastating with that lethality build in the first team fights. And Dragon up in 2 minutes, it's Infernal Drake, and you definitely want to contest that.
Yeah, I mean, Infernal Drake, sure, it's a solo Infernal Drake, but it's really, really nice later on because
it's the only one you're going to get.
Yeah, it's the only one you're going to get, so better grab that. It's 3 stats. The Ocean Drake already is nice overall. I don't mind it. It's nice for the laning phase that we're in right now, so it's a really good first Drake. And look at the bullet time. Yeah, this is already a difference in damage. Exma taking so much damage from this one, contrary to him dealing damage last time around.
Yeah, good use of the ultimate as well. That means they just I'll say it in brackets for the moment. Just 3 plates off the turret. They don't get the turret first blood because the minions got cleared out. So I guess worth it. And for the moment, M2M, they have to back off the bot lane turret. Once again, our Naxus on the top lane winning the trades, and mid, well, Hypothesis, aggressive on the push, wave clear, advantage for Sylas, obviously.
As expected, as soon as Sylas gets a few levels in, his abilities become so strong that he can wave clear easier. As we have Arnax and Best Viego once again going at it.
Oh, but gets knocked into the turret by the Gnar, and while Kristoff does show up, they don't land the skill shots. They can't actually go for the dive. But for this, doesn't quite connect. The engage, but they're gonna get some turrets. Some turret platings topside.
I feel like mid lane has been very hard to gank, and losing his believing is slowly losing his belief because he's definitely not doing anything else than farming. He would definitely benefit a lot from like 1 or 2 kills under his belt at this stage of the game. Just making sure that he gets that early potential to even roam and impact other lanes. As we have Exma benefiting from a bad base time here. They most likely grab the tier 1 as Hakim gets spotted and pushes them off of the tower.
Yeah, but Yoft already in the jungle. Good moves from the M2M jungler once again to kind of back his team up to make sure they can get that bot side tier 1. That's going to be picked up. That's going to unlock the Lucian as Hypothesis actually lands the long range stun. Can trade a little bit more. And with that passive gone, losing his believing, not looking too happy on that mid lane.
Yeah. Wrong logos. Oh, damn. Thanks for telling me, chat. I did not see that. How did that happen? Let me fix that for you. I'm also going to try to cast in the meter, but...
No worries. In the meantime, M2M is actually going to pick that Infernal Drake. No contest whatsoever from Among Us. And we talked about it. It's 3 stats. You want to grab those as Cloud Drake is actually going to be the soul this time around. And if I look at that, well... Among Us, they are going to be happy if they can pick up a Cloud Soul for this game.
So the Drake going in their favor really is helpful for them because they have this small gold lead still, first tower, first blood as well as a bit of a gank in the mid lane.
Yep, that's Hypothesis a little bit overextended, gets the gank squad, hit him, and that's a stolen quickness. The Ignite's gonna take him down, never mind. Well, he almost got roasted there, but gets out with burnt pants, I guess.
Really had like 10 HP left, I think it was, the last time I saw it. So really, really close there. Overall, though, Mephitomandus is in a good state right now. They have the gold advantage. They have the item advantage in a bit as soon as the recalls come through. But in overall pressure of the map, it is still Among Us here just taking over the game. They have better vision coverage to their objectives. Sure, they were giving up 1 Drake here. But they are always in, as we saw there, in a position to get a nice flank onto a mid laner, burning both the flash and now also the teleport for the Sylas. And making sure that you are very proactive on this map while generating goals in side lanes.
Yep, but we have a LeBlanc approaching that top side. Exmar might be all by himself. Kalin connects as Besviego joins the fight. But Jesus, his mid laner got sent flying real quick there. Christoph looking for a fight with our Naxos, but he is gonna notice that this Gnar is not to play with. Oh my
no.
god. Beautiful tidal wave. That's gonna take out the mid laner and best Viego ever. Well, he might be good on Viego, but he definitely can't outplay a 4-man dive, and that's gonna be a free turret to follow up.
Yeah, the pain in that whole exchange of damage and lives was actually losing his believing, basically losing the whole skirmish before it even started by missing every single one of the abilities he had. The only one he hit was the point and click one. So yeah, misses W, misses the double chains. No damage whatsoever onto Lucian. Lucian stays healthy in that alternation. Calls her back up and they just go for the dive. It was sad actually to see that one, because if he would have hit anything, it would have gone the other way around. But with that being done and said, we have 4k gold lead now in the favor of Method to Madness. It's going to even out a bit with the tier 1s here being picked up in the bot lane, slowing down to 3k, as we have Lee Sin in a pickle.
Oh, Christoph all by himself, but he has some backup coming in. That's Hypothesis completely caught out and annihilated. Monka W looking for the fight though, as our Naxos is completely gonna shred through him. Losing, needs to back out fast. Obsessic does land the knockup, trying to delay them, but he is not gonna do much. Gets caught and killed. And this is gonna be an easy third tier 1 turret for M2M.
Yeah, I'm just accelerating the game a bit. This is exactly where they failed to succeed last time around. They were going aggressive all the time, but they didn't. Okay, everybody's staying alive now. Did manage to collapse.
Oh, that culling!
Never
So
mind.
much damage, doesn't quite land a kill though. Oh my god, this is so close.
Yeah, it's really close actually. All of these fights are extremely close. Losing is believing. Oh my lord, the Hecarim damage.
Yoft is not messing around. Clutch heal coming in from Exmar to not die to that LeBlanc damage. And here is another bullet time. It does a lot of damage. Yoft actually dies as he tries to go for that turret. And they almost turn it around once again. But Exmar is so scared to fight this one because he's so low on that Lucian. Christoph, once again, trying to find the connection, but doesn't have enough energy for that Sonic Wave. He can't connect, and for the moment, it's all over. But Hypothesis, he's here, he's hot, and he wants to go for a fight. But look at that, rooted up, and the MF on top of him. Obsessic does seal the deal with the kill on the mid laner.
Once again, losing his believing, nearly gets caught off guard once again while backing. This guy really needs to keep his eyes on the map, man. But other than that, it was actually good play here by Among Us, coming back a bit after losing the tier 1 in the mid lane, nearly losing the tier 2, and then saving it last second. Yoft giving his life for that. Not sure if that was worth it, especially since he still had his ultimate available. On the other hand, really close fights all across the map.
It's really kind of this series in a nutshell so far for me. You got a lot of skirmishes, both teams eager to fight and always going in with a lot of confidence. But on the other side, the game always builds up to this point where both teams are kind of winning fights back to back. But
Gold is even as well.
Yeah, the gold is even. You just miss that one big engage, that one big find that might turn everything around, and it might just be this one as Yoft completely annihilates two people with the help of Exmar. Hypothesis going in as well, and that is the fight won. The enemy is sent flying as the dragon gets picked up. It's the second one for M2M, and they are still looking for more.
Yeah, as we have Hypothesis going aggressive.
Yep, he has the skills, he has the damage, but of course it's an Aurelia. You want to be careful. Exmar, fancy footwork, dashes over the wall for the double kill. It's an ace picked up for M2M, and maybe even an inhibitor.
He's just gonna touch it once. There we go. Yeah, tower finally secured. It's where Yoft failed previously. But yeah, just like that, we just said the game was about to go even because teamfights go back and forth. But I think the second they play around this mid lane here for Among Us, it is really their weakest link, which is sad to say because this is very high level of League of Legends. So he's still better than most of us sitting here watching him. But overall, losing his believing is kind of holding his team back right now. Whenever he's involved in any kind of skirmish, he really not only misses most of the abilities, but also seems to not dish out the same amount of damage than the Sylas does when he shows up. So
it's kind of the curse of the LeBlanc, right? You either get those flanks, you get an aggressive poke or almost the one shot on an enemy carry, or just in general force someone out of a fight. But overall, in those fights directly, unless you are in these flanking positions, you can land those devastating combos. You really aren't doing all that hard, and for the moment losing, still looking for the right opportunity.
Yeah, and I also feel like the Lee Sin hasn't had the same impact as we wanted it to have. Like, Shui was being proactive and everything, even out-jungled a Hecarim early on, but it didn't result in him being present in the map and giving anybody an edge. I mean, Aurelia 0-3, LeBlanc 2-3, so like, this is exactly what we mentioned. If these two solo lanes fall behind, we have a bit of an issue, since they are gonna fall off really, really hard until they get certain amounts of items.
But look at this Aurelia. Best Viego actually has the second most gold in the game as Exmar. Oh my god! Look at that damage from the Lucian. And that is the power of the LeBlanc. Once losing lands this combo, Exmar already almost gets one shot. Sad though that it's at the end of this trade and they just completely lose out on that one.
That's exactly what I mentioned. Like, imagine this LeBlanc being like 5-0 would have been a different story. Actually, would have been gone from the surface before I even got like 2 autos out. Yeah. And this is exactly what we mentioned. If you don't have backline access, or even if you do have backline access but no damage involved with that one, 1KW though.
Yeah, maybe they can connect on our Naxos. Second knockup doesn't quite land. Ignite does though, and that's gonna be a dead Gnar. Oh no, don't pop the bullet time there, man. What is going on? You're not gonna have that for the following fight. Well, doesn't really matter because the support is dead, the Baron is taken, and with that, Among Us, yeah, they are not looking to be in a good spot right here.
Yeah, LeBlanc even teleported in, didn't succeed in getting anything whatsoever, so once again, just very sad and unfortunate play safe for the team that has a misfortune on that team, so you would have thought that, oh, finally, a good trade, let's go. Flavor player enough, point out his mistakes, and he shall perform.
Probably was watching the broadcast and saying, well, I'll shut these casters up real quick, give me a second. And that's what he did. But
indeed. I mean, really good for him there. Overextended Hypothesis just getting punished, and finally some gold in his favor. And you mentioned, sure, most gold on Aurelia has been the sideline for so long, but he doesn't have an impact on those fights. And the way these teams and these fights are going right now, if it accelerates a bit too much in one direction, the game is just over. And right now we have the 6k gold lead at 22 minutes, which is, it's just huge, man. And if they utilize this Baron to wake up in the base, I think the game's already doomed.
That might just be the thing. Still, you have some potential winning conditions here, and well, not gonna lie, the Rakan getting caught out definitely isn't one of them. So once again, M2M, they are grabbing advantages left and right. They find picks, they find advantages, and they're just gonna roll down the lanes with them. All tier 2 except for bot side already gone, and our Naxos is working on pushing that one in.
Yeah, really comes down to if Aurelia is actually able to face the Gnar. If she is, then there's a chance for them to actually hold this push of the Baron minions, since they are gonna have respawns coming in pretty quickly, since it's still early in the game. But Best Viego needs to stay alive. If he gets collapsed on by multiple people, beautiful pink ward there, just to make sure he sees a few of them coming. Yeah. But if he dies, it's basically base open, and game is going very, very hard in favor of M2M.
That's kind of the thing, though, right? He is about 500 gold ahead of our Naxos at the moment, so that Aurelia definitely is still a dangerous foe to deal with. But, of course, as you mentioned, well, you can't 1v5 people in this state of the game. You gotta find some picks, maybe catch them out during rotations, maybe like this. Oh my god, Hypothesis! He predicts the dash back to the distortion point and just completely annihilates 2 people. Yoft looking to follow up, doesn't find anyone, but they got enough to go with this and claim that third Drake.
I think that Drake actually is the saving grace here for Method to Madness, for Among Us, sorry, since the Drake distracted them long enough to realize, like, hey, we had Baron, we could have pushed for an inhib here, but Baron now ran out. Hecarim also sending over to the Drake. Actually, 2 fights.
Yep,
and 2
look
fronts.
at that. Look at that, Aurelia. That's the 1v1 I was talking about. He is completely annihilating our Naxos.
Yeah, and as we said, Baron about to run out as soon as Hecarim comes on the Drake. So Drake actually saving grace for Among Us, and Aurelia, nice 1v1 there. exactly what we needed. But still, this doesn't solve your issue with Lucian being 3 items and Hypothesis also being 3 items. I think after this back, we're gonna see in a bit here as soon as he gets into that base and the shop. But yeah, this just brings you 2 carries that are not falling off whatsoever because they have this big lead right now, so they're gonna reach that end state of the game faster than your carries, and it's gonna always result in Monka W. Sure, his bullet time is gonna do a lot of damage, but his autos are definitely not one-shotting a Warrior like Lucian is doing with his support.
Yeah, but that's kind of the thing, right? You look at that MF on the bot lane, she has some items, she does good damage with her ult. Did they have a single fight where she actually got to land one? No. They were not able to do anything on the side of team fights in the last 15 minutes, and that's why they are losing so hard right now. 8k gold down, looking at their base being cracked any second, but maybe you can siege up or break the siege with a good bullet time here at some point.
And always comes down to actually Method to Madness being proactive. As long as they keep engaging, not give Among Us any time to set up for a good play, like this one. Again, Method to Madness is being active. Look at them. They're just forcing people back into their base, and Losing is Believing is caught out here. This guy's just dead, I think.
Gets interrupted. Culling follows up, but gets minion blocked as Yoft goes in deep. Doesn't quite find it though. And this might be the turnaround that is necessary. But no connection found right now. Christoph lands the Sonic Wave, maybe gets a nice kickback. Good Insect might win them the fight here. Tidal Wave goes wide, doesn't hit anyone, and Losing, trying to get in position for a nice flank. For the moment, Among Us need to back off.
Good and crucially was that actually LeBlanc survived and pulled out 2 ultimates here. Sure, the back massage from Lucian isn't the best ultimate for teamfight winning, but the Hacker ultimate being cooldown is really, really big.
Oh, but Christoph now, once again, that jungle support duo caught out. They can't get taken down though, but look at the damage on Naxos, almost murdering that Rakan. And Baron is up in 30 seconds. Vision is prepped from M2M. Well, they'll just claim that one and then run down the base.
The real good favor for M2M right now is that they don't even need to play around the transformation of Anaxis. They can just send him side lane again, since they don't need him with Hecarim's ultimate being off cooldown in a few seconds here.
Hypothesis. He found someone, but that's an Aurelia. She's fairly tanky. He goes in deep, gets taken almost down. Never mind, that's Christoph almost dying. Now the bullet time finally getting used. Does not do anything. Oh my god. Yeah, no way to call where that team fight was actually going, because it basically was the Exmar solo show before Losing takes him out. But that's the base cracked. That's 1 kill traded for 2. And then Inhibitor. Overall, M2M looking to finish this one off soon.
Luckily, though, they did manage to kill Exmar, so the game is not over just yet. And this might give them enough breathing room to set up a vision around Baron, at least deny this winning condition. Because if Method to Madness grab Baron after this recall here, they are going for a finish. You can pretty much assume that the next teamfight is going to end the game then. However, with no vision in your own jungle for so long, it's very scary to move up. No matter who you are on the enemy team right now, so all of these people are gonna blow up if they meet Exmar, but luckily he's still dead. So yeah, if they meet anyone else as well, they might be in a bit of a pickle. They really need to get vision into the Baron area though. Again, if they give up Baron for free, don't even attempt to steal, they are gonna have a hard time staying in this game.
Quite honestly, I think the Baron is their last chance back into this. If they can manage something, but it doesn't look like it. They have the vision, but Monka W is recalling. Oh, actually cancelled it. So maybe they can collapse, but if Viego in the bot lane still not popping that TP, still waiting for their chance. Where's the MF? Where's the ultimate to break this Baron siege? There is someone going in. Yoft gets pick it up, and Hypothesis actually in the front line gets taken down, but Monka W and Christoph both traded back. Obsessive tries to get away, but it's a pony on his tails, and you can't outrun a horse. Well, almost. The wall puts a stop to Hecarim's advances, and Viego, well, where was the TP?
Honestly, feel like if Aurelia TPs here, this teamfight could have gone a very different way, because it's just so much more pressure on the table. There we see Exmar just tanking LeBlanc damage.
Oh,
still
Exmar
getting buffed low.
Yeah, Viego looking for a fight. As you can see, the Aurelia very powerful still. But it's just a little bit too little too late. As mentioned, Viego might have been able to turn this one around. Overall, it's not gonna help that he is there now. They're just gonna run down this Nexus. Actually, maybe they can turn this one around. Our Nexus is hitting the turret, but he's surrounded by 3 members. At the kills go in. There is the Nexus taken down, and Method to Madness, they take the series back to an equal 1v1. This best of 5. Man, we got a series on our hands.
Yeah, and sadly that was a bit too late, is the last words I think you mentioned just before that final team fight there for the Nexus.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the same. Among Us just not pulling the trigger fast enough there. I think they really needed to pull it at the Baron, because the second that Baron gets picked up for Method to Madness, I think the game has been decided. So yeah, a bit too late. Method to Madness finally showing up, like we mentioned. Game 1 always going over to the opposing team, and then Method to Madness is like, we are warmed up now, we have potential to take care of everything and everyone, and they just show that. They cosplayed that Axma and Yoft together are a great duo as well.
Yep,
I'm
absolutely.
not sure what my cat is doing. Hopefully it's destroying and setting the fire.
When is a
house on fire.
cat not destroying your room? That's the
I
big
know
question here.
What is he
No, but
doing?
overall, you're absolutely right. That Lucian Nami duo, I think, is going to be one of the more decisive picks in this series, as both teams showing that they are able to play this. And we might just add that to the ban list, and maybe the LeBlanc permanently gets taken off the list because
Yeah, I mean, we
believing-
saw it now. If in the hands of again, I think it's just mid lane difference here. M2M has a better mid laner individually speaking. And Among Us is just, Among Us is really being unlucky. But on Cassiopeia, didn't perform too well in the early stage of the game. Same on LeBlanc, who is only able to bully Silas, as we just saw in the very early stages. So yeah, not sure how this one is supposed to go. As I just see Axma, sorry, not Axma, his name elapsed me.
Officers?
Monkey, there we go. Monkey
Oh,
playing
there we
well on both sides of the coin, like on the EMF and the Lucian, but then in the end, X-Men Warriors are just coming out ahead, and like X-Men just dealing so much more damage on this Lucian than Monkey on the MF this time around. So yeah, looking forward to how this game 3 is gonna go. I'm also gonna check with the team if they need a break or not. Gonna see that in a bit. My cat is really going crazy at my glass door. I don't know what the hell he's up to, but we'll figure that out in just a bit. Let me just go talk to the teams real quick. Then we can see if they need a break or not, because they have obviously the time to do so and also the rights to do so. So let's go check with them. But yeah, it's a series on our hands. 1-1, and like 2 games more to be had.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna get interesting. As I already mentioned, that Lucian Nami duo, or in general, just that Lucian pick, I think, because I don't think the Nami is gonna be too effective with most other ADCs. Might be added to the ban list, might be something that people keep picking around, grab that as a first pick and build a comp that works against it. But so far, we have yet to see a comp that actually wins against this Lucian. Maybe something more aggressive. Maybe a Thresh Aphelios on the bot side that just brings a lot of power with it. And the other side of the coin, obviously, would be more jungle pressure. Gank that Lucian until he doesn't want to stay in bot lane anymore.
Yeah, and I really do think that maybe the Lucian is actually worth banning at this point, because then you force people to also account for the MF, which then again brings all of these solo lane bans that we saw. We saw Lissandra Set, we saw Gwen, Camille, Xin, Tryndamere, all of those bans coming through, and even the Jace and the Viego, which are really good solo lanes. Yeah, I just think maybe you give less importance to the solo lanes, as you just saw. Like, it didn't matter too much. It was still the bot lane deciding it in the end there, and the junglers. So you just give your attention more to the bot lane and the junglers when it comes to the bans as well, and give this whole shape of the series a new identity. Give it a new look. Say, hey, sure, we have played around bot lane so far, but we have been picking strong solo laners. How about we just disregard the solo lanes and go full on team fight with the bans as well? I would love to see that. Right now we do have Okay, confirmation that we can go into a short break. I'm also gonna get you in. I keep forgetting this. There you go. Yeah, we'll get everybody in and we'll be right back. So we're gonna go into a 5-minute break. Grab your snacks, grab your popcorn, definitely a drink as well to juice that up. And then we're gonna be right back for you guys with this interesting series so far, developed into a tie for now. We'll see if this changes with the next game coming up in 5 minutes. Until then, enjoy your show and yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening as well. Well, let's go. Welcome back, everybody, to the CE Autumn Split here. We have a beautiful autumn evening and some beautiful League of Legends on our hand with today's series. It's being a close one. And yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell you how next game is going to go. I have no idea. Again, I do think, though, that the draft is going to impact us a lot. But before anything of that, let's welcome Litty. No, now I mispronounced it. It was Liffy, right?
Oh, both sounded fine
Okay.
to me.
Nice.
I don't really mind too much.
Okay, yeah. Let's welcome Liffy once again here after this break. And yeah, how are you enjoying this one? Like, how is it going so far with your first appearance on C? Do you like it? Just give us some feedback here as we getting the teams ready.
I'm having a great time. It's a really interesting matchup. A lot of aggression coming out from both sides. Both teams with, let's call it, fairly similar styles of comps that they're drafting. So going into this next pick ban phase, into the next few matches, as we wait for one team to actually go up to match point after this one, I'm still waiting for one of them to find the recipe for victory here, and maybe adding that Lucian to the ban list might be one of that points.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in a bit here as we get into the virtual draft together with you guys. So let's have a look at what these guys are gonna draft for this game number 3. I honestly think it's been a close one so far, and not just in points, like now it's 1-1, but also overall in like the way this is gonna go down. Like I do think Among Us on the blue side this time around is gonna have a. Why do my scores keep disappearing? Hello, it's 1-1, please. There we go. But yeah, not just in the score, I think it's a close game, but also in the game itself, you have stages where it's like going one side and the other side, and then there's comebacks coming through people playing really well, some outplays, some teamfights going slightly in the favor that you wouldn't have expected it based off the gold and stuff like that. So yeah, just really wonderfully done so far as we get ourselves into the bans. And to my saddening, we do see Among Us banning out those solo lanes once again.
Yeah, but
they're adapting.
There is a Lucian ban. Finally, we see him taken out of the equation, and that's gonna mix up bot lane quite a lot. And I want to say that's gonna mix up the whole game quite a lot.
Hopefully, this is gonna be enough for them to like bring in some more interesting gameplay when it comes to the bot lane, because I'm just not looking forward to Lucian and MF once again. Lucian Army, yeah. But the Lucian and MF matchup is just boring as hell to me, because it's like Lucian pushes you into the tower first 5 minutes of the game, you wait for jungler to appear, that's it. But then there's more interesting like matchups where you sometimes don't know where it's gonna go. Like even a Vayne, who's normally not supposed to like win early on, has some nice outplays sometimes left and right. So yeah, I'm looking forward to something else. But so far we have at least the MF being hovered again. Hopefully, though, with these bans coming through, nothing out of the ordinary, just standard bans once again. Among Us actually running it back with the exact same bans besides the Viego, and M2M forced to ban the Viego this time around, as well as the Xin, and themselves banning the Lucian. So they're saying you guys are free to pick Misfortune. We have an answer to that, and that's exactly what Among Us is going to do.
Yep, and once again, I mentioned that the first game already, if you pick up this Misfortune early on, you immediately show your hand, you tell the enemy, we're gonna run this, we're gonna at least try to play around it, because we've also seen what happens if you don't play around in Misfortune. It's basically a dead slot on your team's side, and you really don't want to have that happen. So Misfortune picked up early, leaves enough room for M2M, 5 picks and 2 bans to be exact, to build something that works against it, and they're starting it off with an Echo pick and maybe a Senna. Beautiful. This is gonna be fun.
So the Senna gives you the extra range, also great scaling capabilities, and isn't even forced to go AD carry at this point. Still has the fasting Senna option. On the other side, the Echo, if it goes through with more of these champions that are backline diving champions, I think M2M has drafted already successfully into the Misfortune, because Misfortune does really good into set up kind of team fights where you have time to set a fight, a scene for you, where you can say, hey, you're gonna fight over there, and I'm gonna have a great time with my bullet time. But with an Echo diving you in the backline, MF is gonna have struggles, as we have Diana Trash, a great combo as well.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. I love that they're finally bringing out the Thresh. It's kind of one of the champions I was expecting to make an appearance much, much earlier in this series, because both supports have been quite successful with that one. On the other hand, Diana, not really a probably jungler, I want to say in this case, that you see quite often, but definitely aggressive, lot of damage, and teamfight wise, you can land some interesting multi-man ultimates to just nicely stack them up for a
Yeah.
misfortune on the other side. Seraphine locked in.
So the only thing that's very dangerous right now is the Orianna being picked up as well. The double AP threat forcing people to build into AP. But on the other hand, I like so far Among Us Diana Thresh combination. Really good. You go in with Diana, get your damage off, Thresh lantern out. Job good and well done.
I want to be very careful throwing in an Orianna on the side of Among Us because you have that Echo, and if I'm suspecting right here, I mean the Echo can be a flex pick, can be mid
Oh
lane,
yeah,
can be
true.
jungle,
I
and
didn't think about that.
Seraphine also can be support and mid lane. If you send an Orianna versus an Echo, that Echo is just gonna feast on her.
Yeah, true. I did not pay attention to the Echo actually being a flex pick. For me, it's a secure lock-in into the jungle, but it has indeed also been played in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, because Echo into Diana matchups, those jungle matchups just fine. It's honestly not a huge clash. Even the 2v2s, it's just going to go either way. It's not that important. But if Echo indeed is flexed into the mid lane, then you can't blind pick that Orianna here. But I think with M2M now having to heal one more, and I would love for them to pick up a top laner right now. That would be great.
Top laners.
Yes, and Tryndamere is open. I love it. That's what I was hoping for.
Another one of those bans, or another one of those picks that has been banned out the whole season. On the other hand, we have 4 top laners banned out this time around, or in the second rotation. We have the Gwen, the Camille, and the Gnar taken off the table, and that's going to bring not only some fresh new wind into the bot lane matchup in this game, it's also bring some new picks into the top lane side of things. And Tryndamere mid, I like it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what they're gonna answer this with, but this pretty much tells us that it still can go into the top lane, by the way, the Tryndamere. It's not the worst in the top lane, but I would love to see it on Hypothesis since he's been really, really well performing lately in these 2 games that we've seen. Onyx has stepped up in the last game, but yeah, there it is. Okay, I was expecting this. If they lock this Sion in Among Us basically as a front-to-back team fighting style composition, with only the Diana being not kind of the fitting member here, but everything else is super well rounded around a team fight composition where Among Us is going to shine as 5 people.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the Senna. If you run a Senna into that, you have so much range, you're just gonna stand in the back and completely murder every single one of them. Unless Among Us finds the engage on the Senna, this is gonna be an absolute nightmare. And especially with the Seraphine in there, with an Echo, and the Ornn picked up now as well, they have so much hard engage and hard counter engage to just completely disrupt the MF in any attempt that Among Us is throwing at Method to Madness. All these teamfights are going to be a blast.
I really hope that Method to Madness is utilizing this Ornn ultimate to the fullest extent, as well as the Seraphine ultimate, because that is where it's going to get spicy, in my opinion. Let's head over to the draft and the actual draft and see if they are picking those champs in the... Well, I think Tryndamere is going to go mid, Echo is going to go jungle. That's what I expect, since Tryndamere jungle is... I don't even want to say viable, but it's very terrible, let's say it like that. But it's an option.
Yeah, Tryndamere jungle, I haven't seen that in ages. But the interesting thing about M2M's draft, up until the last pick, you had no idea what was going where. You had a rough indication that the Tryndamere probably was going mid, but until the Tryndamere was locked in, you were thinking, okay, is this Seraphine mid, is this Echo mid, who does go where? The only locked in slot really is the Senna. And then the last pick brings everything together. Okay, that's a Seraphine support, Tryndamere mid, Echo jungle, most likely. But still, it's really mind gamey, and if you are a little bit on the side of, okay, we counter draft a little bit of the enemy's comp, we don't have a set lineup we want to run into this, especially on the side of Among Us, you're definitely questioning yourself, okay, are we picking up the right champions here?
Yeah, the biggest issue for me right now is actually the the mid lane, because Losing is Believing is, like I said, the weakest link in Among Us so far in this series. Not that he's being very terribly misperforming or anything, but he's just not stepping up to the level of the gameplay we are seeing from other people in the same slot. So yeah, Hypothesis on the other hand is really, really strong right now. If you look back at the two games, even the ones where they lost it, he still had an impact. He still was there, and he was performing pretty well. So I really do think Among Us is running into the possibility of just getting dominated in the mid lane by M2M, and a Tryndamere that is being fed is not really pretty to look at.
Yeah, I think that's one of the nastiest things to play against next to a fat Nasus. The thing, though, for me is Cassio definitely has a lane advantage for me in the early with the range. You can poke out a Tryndamere quite effectively because it's fairly easy to hit your poison bombs on him when he is going for those last hits. And if you can nail down Hypothesis early on, maybe get Christoph in with some jungle pressure, which he has been doing a fantastic job at over the first two games, always being at the right place. That might be Hypothesis taking out of the game fairly early on, and I probably don't need to tell you that a Tryndamere who doesn't have any items is not a very scary Tryndamere.
Yeah. Not to forget that Losing is Believing is now on Cassiopeia, and it does make sense to be in Cassiopeia this time around. Into the Rise, it was an A-OK matchup, but yeah, we saw how that one turned out. But with Cassiopeia now having that grounding ability against an Echo, so securing yourself against ganks, as well as Tryndamere not being able to jump on top of you if you play that correctly, and really hold on to that ability and play around the cooldown of that whenever you play aggressive and whenever you back off. I do think if Losing is Believing is definitely on point this game, he performs well, he's going to have a great time in this mid lane, and Hypothesis is going to have a terrible time, at least until he gets some jungle attention. And even then, I think it's not even secure that they manage to get a kill. Over the bot lane, yeah, Monka W, a misfortune once again. Not sure
This time,
yeah, he did look better on Misfortune than Exma did, but into a Senna Seraphine, I'm just not seeing a lot of pink highlight horizon for you coming down, other than Seraphine laughing on top of your body.
it's kind of the thing, though, right? You definitely have the early game advantage now with Misfortune and Thresh into a Senna Seraphine. Yes, they're probably trying to poke you quite a lot, but especially with the E slow on Misfortune, you can get some early aggression in and push them out of lane. Might lead to an early dragon. You have a lot of follow up on ganks. You have a lot of options to get out of ganks thanks to that Thresh. So it really needs to be seen how well Monka W and Obsessic can play around this whole thing. And so far, they've shown to be quite capable. On the other hand, Varizar, you already shouted him out as one of the more impactful players on the side of M2M in the first two games, and on that Seraphine, he might be able to do just the same.
I'm looking forward to Varus actually. I don't know if this should go into Fasting Senna, but I think it still stacks a bit faster than the normal Senna, the normal AD carry Senna. So I actually look forward to Varus playing the one that's picking up the CS, because that gives you the extra damage edge on Seraphine and doesn't just make you go into utility branch, at which point Seraphine becomes very scary for your laning phase, because a Seraphine that starts with a Doran's Ring is definitely a bit scarier, even if it's not that big of a difference than, like, for example, the what's it called, the Glacial Shard or something, the one that they pick on the support. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that actually, because Senna is so much better at poking in this matchup than Misfortune, because Misfortune, sure, she's going to press E and is going to hope that Obsessus is going to have a great performance like usual, get a nice hook. But if Varizar and Exma both turn around and focus Misfortune, or Exma always bullies Misfortune when she steps up to farm, yeah, I think this lane is going to be very interesting and very, hopefully, impactful for the rest of the game, because there's going to be skirmishes left and right. I do expect those lanes to get like solo kills over and over again.
Yeah, might be a thing. I'm always looking towards the junglers in this case as well, right? Because the bot lane never is quite complete without the junglers playing some sort of role. And Yoft, it's an Echo jungle. His ganks are okay, but not perfect. If you land that stun field properly, you can definitely do some stuff. But Varizar, Axmar, they don't have too much follow-up, and it's also very situational because it's long-range skill shots. If you land them, then okay. But if you don't, then you kind of don't have anything really. You don't really have any hard lockdown
Yeah.
to bring to the table. So the ganks from Yoft might be not as easy overall. Maybe Hypothesis. I mean, he's been playing fantastic. Maybe the Tryndamere can get some roams downwards. Maybe they can get the Ornn TP in.
Tryndamere
There's
roaming.
so much.
It's the exact opposite
not,
of
right?
what. I mean, sure. I definitely, it's within his capabilities, especially since he enables his tower dive potential, right? But I do think Yoft has been performing extraordinarily well, especially on the Hecarim and the Olaf, even though they lost that game. So I do look forward to him on Echo, especially since he, as we're gonna see now, opted into the Conqueror Echo, so which is more for the extended kind of trades. Also interesting. I do believe an explosive Echo would have been great here, but it would limit your choice late game onto the MF and the Cassiopeia, which one of them has a really good counterplay to people just jumping at them, and the other one is hopefully getting a Trash Lantern out. So yeah, the Conqueror Echo makes a bit more sense here. Also gonna give you some extra damage. On the other side, something we haven't talked about is the top laners here, and now that we are in the first pause of our game, we will see that Science Smite is back for the grabbing, and I've seen this a lot in our competition
Wait, what?
recently. Yeah, you're gonna be confused, but I'll explain it to you. So the way this works is your Q is basically able to one-shot the wave. I think level 1 or level 2 it is. As soon as you have 2 points into it, I think it is. So yeah, as soon as you have that, you're just gonna smite the cannon and you're gonna wave clear in like matters of 3 seconds, charging up your Q, wave gone, and you can do something with your jungler. So that is just securing cannons for those that miss cannons over and over again, but also gonna give you a free pushing lane every time you want it to, and it opts into great counter jungle. Whenever you spot the enemy jungler on the on the opposite side, you're able to roam into your own or the enemy jungle and use that smite to grab some extra CS, some extra gold under your belt.
Do you go for a jungle item as well then on that side?
No,
or
not at all.
Okay.
Otherwise, you lose the lane gold from the minions, right?
Well, you're always trying to stay up to date as a caster on terms of what cheese and shenanigans is going on, but
I've seen this quite a lot. So the way
I've not seen this at all.
the way it used to be is like Cyan is gonna execute for blue buff, right? He's gonna like go for the Gromp into blue buff steal, but with the smite, he actually has an option to not even execute, just go back to lane with nearly full HP, and take a camp away from the enemy if he's fast enough. But he doesn't need to, but it's just an extra option, so an extra danger for you, maybe forcing you to start on the top side or to ward, extend an extra ward just to be safe. Maya goes in the mid lane with Flash paired up with Lethal Tempo. Interesting choice here for purposes. Really thinking that he's going to get a lot of trading off. Not sure if what he went secondary. I didn't see, but I assume he went for the domination tree. No, he didn't actually. He went for second wind and unflinching. So second wind really good into Cassiopeia. And as you see, unflinching also really good for whenever you use your summoner spells. So the ghost in this case. So okay, he's going full on 1v1 style. He's not going for like reduced cooldown or extra healing or anything like that, or extra penetration after your dash, which you normally see when you go Halo Blades. I really do like this. I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm actually expecting him to be able to pressure Cassiopeia early on. Even though we expected Cassiopeia to be bullying him a bit. So we are finally getting ourselves into the game, I think.
It kind of makes sense to me as well. Whoa. Okay, that's a triple health Dragon Pearl start for Tryndamere as well.
I mean, why not?
I'm opening myself up to new possibilities right now, new experiences that are coming towards me, especially with the Smite Scion and triple Rejuve beats on Tryndamere for the starters. Definitely gonna take down the poke damage from Cassio quite a lot.
Yeah, and again, we have seen those teams go at it for 2 games, and they were kind of close, so I think bringing in something new, something spicy, that is changing it up. I mean, even if the cast is already a bit surprised, right? That tells you that maybe the enemy is also not 100% prepared for this, and that is when it comes to the dangerous zone. Because sure, you can prepare yourself, you have an idea about what every champion does, but have you really experienced each champion in the current state of the meta and the current patch and the strength of it? And yeah, maybe there we see like a small surprise somewhere in the solo play, which gives you the extra lead. And with champions like a Tryndamere, that is very, very dangerous, expecting him to get a lead. And we see in the bot lane exactly what I mentioned. Varus on that Doran's ring, and look who's on support.
Yep. I mean, it's a good trade-off, right? You send down someone who actually benefits off of the items with the Senna and just farm some gold, and you suddenly have one more powerful player on the lane. Of course, limit support roaming a little bit, but they'll manage. The Tryndamere, well, looking to just farm away and not care about anything that's going on the map anyway.
Look
And
at this.
Exmo and Varus are already going on for some pressure.
It's exactly how I mentioned. Like, sure, as Senna, you're gonna be having trouble to farm and not get bullied, as Perhaps taking a lot of damage in the mid lane, but it's just the early level 1 tradings. And as a Senna support, you're just not even worried about that. All you're gonna do is, like, as soon as somebody walks up, you're just gonna auto them. That's all your job is. That's all this lane is. But they get level 2 advantage here for Among Us, so they're gonna push them out a bit. And the one thing I didn't mention about Science Smite is when you have those junglers like Diana who kind of struggle with solo camps a lot, especially the beefy ones, Science smited. You can see smite and cooldown, and he didn't smite the minion in lane. He smited the blue buff, so he gave Diana an extra lead, and therefore Diana is now nearly done already with the full clear. Only one camp to go, so a slow jungler like Diana is actually a speedy one thanks to the Cyan, because we are still pre-20 minute mark, which is like 2 minute 15 is like fast clear, or 2 minute 14.
And that's gonna lead them towards early contested bot side fights. Here, Obsessive lands the death sentence, beautifully done. The Flay follows up, the damage is there, but there is Yoft trying to support his team. Obsessive with a beautiful flash, and the damage hits. Monka W going forward with a flash to secure the first blood, but he's gonna be traded back because that Echo is a little bit too much to deal with. And Christoph, he had a faster jungle, but he definitely is too late for this one. Oh, nope, actually wins the 1v2, and Warizar, he can't follow up because he has no mana.
Yeah. Not too sure. I think Echo gets the kill on. Wait, who did Seraphine kill again? Let's look at it in the replay. I forgot actually who she killed. I think it was.
Let's just check quickly.
So Seraphine doesn't grab the kill on Monka W. We have an Echo that is now 2-1 and 1. Oh, 2-1 and 0. Which brings it to an Echo that is super fed, and an Echo that is giga fed is really, really dangerous. As we have, look at this roaming. Diana and Obsessive just running together into a Yoft for the double scuttle. Are they gonna get the hook? Nope.
Not quite. But
But
that's an early support roaming, and well, definitely comes in good to have that support on your side to win out on these fights, especially now that Christoph is a little bit ahead on the Diana.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you can't. Oh, you
a
can
little
actually call
is
it.
underestimated here, as we have Hypothesis under struggle, but yeah, minions blocking the hook, so no danger to him just yet. Lovely to see though, Diana speedy jungle clear thanks to the Smite Scion, and then gets a kill on the bot lane, then even gets the double scuttle crab, so everything going his way. He really should be ahead right now and performing really well into this early stage of the game. And Anaxis and Best Viego are just struggling to have fun with each other, because yeah, tank fights are obviously the most interesting ones. Even picked up a call here on the Scion.
Oh, lots of skill shots thrown on the bot side, nothing connecting. And top side, well, our Naxus once again looking for some good trades, actually finding them. But there is a jungler, Christoph. Oh, that's a Diana looking for a easy pickup on the Ornn. He doesn't have a flash either, but Viego, the step forward a little bit too much and gets completely burned as Obsessive lands a nice flash death sentence on the bot side, but they did realize that Yoft is right around the corner, so they cancel that one right away and don't pursue it.
I mean, so close for Method to Madness actually to have a really good play on the bot lane here, but then Yoft shows up and destroys the dreams, and same on the top lane, exact same thing happened. Like, so good for Among Us to have a perfect play, but then Best Viego ever oversteps ever so slightly and gets just punished for his over-aggression and makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Sure, Diana's still scaling well, but Cyan, you're just gonna bite your ass there and say, damn, I wish I would have just lived through that, get the whole wave for free.
Yeah.
And yeah, be happy with an assist.
Yep. But Monka W already a little bit ahead on level. That definitely one of the benefits of Obsessic roaming. Oh, but they are looking for a connection here. The CC lands, Yoft is there to follow up, but look at the turnaround damage. They just trade one back. Xmart gets completely one shot, and there is Christoph going in. Ulti doesn't land. That's a flash traded, though. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, so they are not getting a successful gank of first ultimate. Is fine, you get a flash for it. Overall, still 1k gold lead in your favor here. Well, a bit less, more like 400 gold lead here. But on the top lane, this is where it's really at right now. Dead even in CS. And Cyan is going to start to rack up the CS in a bit here as soon as the smite comes online. You'll see how this is going to go. Cyan is so beefy whenever he gets CS. So, yeah, look at this already.
Yeah, Viego looking to connect the ult. He's burning his enemy to the death, but yeah, well, that's a top lane tank fight, right? It's 100 HP, you can't really follow up. You just have to let him get away. But Yoft, he's spotted out. He wants to pick up that Raptor camp, though. Doesn't get it, though. Unfortunate.
The hard part for Yoft right now is actually being on an Echo. You really struggled early game on Echo. Especially in jungle, it's not like you clear fast or anything, and if you have an enemy jungler getting 2 people to help him out to clear your camps, you're gonna be really in a lot of trouble.
Oh, there are the turret dives. I've been waiting for them. Call of the Forge God, probably a little bit too late. Gets stunned up on that. Losing I don't even know who stunned him up, but Hypothesis, he's looking for some plays. Nice flash over the ult, going in, trying to trade more than one. The ult is already burned. He drops low, heals himself up, and gets out. Yoft might be able to turn this one around as Varizar is connecting as well with the... But Christoph, he's still there. You gotta watch out with that Diana, and overall, Among Us are getting pushed out, and what are they gaining from this? A little bit of bot side pressure.
Yeah, so actually the grounded ability from Cassiopeia, making it so that Onyx couldn't reactivate the second part of his ultimate, so really well coordinated there. Because it could have gone very terrible for a tower dive. On the other side though, Yoft, just useless still. It's just his champion, it's just the way it is. He presses Q, he presses E, and then he's just out of the fight before dealing a lot of damage. So yeah, he's just waiting for his level 6 to actually be useful, to go in and deal damage to them, use his passive, because he has a way out. But so far, Christoph, you can see him here even double clearing the camps, is just in such a good position right now. I'm really expecting him to even pick up a Dark Seed at this point.
Might be. Early Diana with a lot of gold is scary as heck, if I can just call it that for the moment. But the mid lane now losing, starting to ramp some damage. And if you hit those spells on Cassio, you can definitely trade out to Tryndamere, which is exactly what was happening here. Interesting thing, we're 9 minutes in. We haven't seen a single dragon picked up.
Yeah, I was about to say, compared to the last 2 games, this is a completely different style of game, right? It's still a lot of aggression and skirmishes.
Yep, especially with the death sentence landing. There's this stage, the Encore goes wide for the moment. That's old from Seraphine already used.
But yeah, like I said, it's a very different game from before. 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in, nearly 10 right now. And still no Drakes or Towers or Heralds being, like, really taken down. Just shows you how the game has slowed down thanks to those different picks like the Tryndamere and the Cyan. They just make it so that the game is completely different. As well as in the bot lane we see something else than Lucian army. So yeah, whole new game, and 10 seconds before the 10-minute mark we get our first Drake being picked up. With the Infernal Drake next, we have a potential Wind Drake or Mountain Drake.
Oh, interesting combos and exchanges going down in the top side. Viego almost landing it. Arnaxis nicely flashing out. The Call of the Forge God? I was about to say, did he just miss the goat? But no, he didn't. He didn't.
He didn't?
On the minimap, it was riding towards Viego.
Yeah, but he missed the Cyan with the knockup, but he didn't miss the ult. Okay, he activated it, but he didn't hit Cyan.
There we go. Yoft is around, but there's a knock-up landing. Best Viego. Oh no! Takes him out. Get out of the lane, he says, as he claims that solo kill. Yoft, he's at the Herald, and now he's getting collapsed on. That's not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Yoft might actually have to hold on to his E here until the last second to dodge that Q, because otherwise he's a very dead Echo. On the other hand, Cassiopeia is spending a lot of time roaming, together with Diana. because both of them are in a good position. Gives Hypothesis a bit of time to catch up, and he's not in a bad state whatsoever. He is 1-0-90 CS in at 11 minutes, so not the worst. And Warzar, oh my.
The death sentence predicts the sidestep play, follows up, and Monka W, he still has no bullet time because that's on a few more seconds cooldown, but Warzar is dropping low. There's the kill picked up, and Exmar, he does not have too much damage. There's the bullet time finally available, but it is Hypothesis joining the fray. Double TP coming in. The cavalry is here. Best Viego ever, looking to actually dive the turret. They back out, and that is it for the moment, but beautifully done by Among Us, just completely turning this one around.
Yeah, there you see the power of Among Us, right? They are not even thinking about it twice when pulling a double TP to save their bot lane. And yeah, MF now once again in a really good spot. Monka W just been performing really well on this champion. And on the other side, you have to give credit to Warzar. He's been really incredible as well. And this time he's on the carry wall, so even more pressure on his shoulders. But he's doing well so far. For the Senna, however, Exmar just not his day, man. Not on the Lucian in the first series, not on the Senna now. He's struggling a bit. In the second game, obviously, he pulled off a great Lucian.
Yeah, he has his moments overall, but he could have better times. Still, this game is still in the very early stages, and Senna obviously one of those ADCs that needs to ramp. You need some souls, and then you can make plays. And overall, I'd say with about 3.3k gold, he's doing quite alright for himself.
Nice steal.
Of course,
so Hypothesis is like struggling to take the Scuttle Crab. Gets punished by the smite by Kristoff here, as we have, look at him, Best Viego, 3 platings taken solo, single-handedly. This guy is just in a really good spot right now. And he's about to complete his cull as well.
Oh, that's going to be important. That's going to be a good chunk of gold. Arnaxa's interesting thing about him is that during that double TP play on the bot side, well, Yoft is getting taken out here in his own jungle. Oh, never mind. Call of the Forge God might be able to turn this one around. Double knock-up lands. Hypothesis is going in with the Tryndamere, looking for the follow-up. Lantern lands. There's a blast cone. They'll blast to safety. And they'll be very happy with this one. Stole a red buff. Burned some ults. And they got a Herald for the top side. They might even take this turret.
So to me it looks like M2M, as we have Anaxes on the fire. I think he's just dead here.
Never mind, the lockup is in there. Ornn with the place. The Herald takes down the turret, but the Lantern is gonna be the only thing saving Viego from death there. So you trade a turret, first blood for a kill. Well, M2M still was on the case there.
Yeah, I was about to say M2M actually feeling like they're a bit on the back foot. And now with 3k gold difference, you can definitely say that is true. But yeah, they're still being proactive. But I think the pace of the game is just accelerating a tad bit too fast for an Echo and the Tryndamere and the Senna, which are all 3 just really relying on items. So right now it is Diana, Cassiopeia and MF time. We're really, really far ahead already. All of them have mythic items, contrary to M2M, who are not even completed 1 mythic item in those 3 positions. But on the top lane, you can see Ornn is saying it's all good, boys, don't worry about it. And one thing we haven't touched on is the Ornn items, which give you that extra bit of late game damage, late game stats. Ooh, nice X-Flash question mark? Not sure about that one. Yeah, I feel like if there was been a Yoft as well, it would have been a 3v1 for him and he would have got taken out as well. But so far, next wave coming up in 10 seconds and determining the soul. One thing that is very crucial here is if it is a Wind Wake Soul, a Cloud Wake Soul, that you have this extra cooldown added to you, which is nice for the side of Method to Madness with the Echo, the Tryndamere. They really just want to use this ultimate, as well as the Ornn and Seraphine, right? It's really, really huge ultimates for them. On the other side, sure, they're also important for Diana and Misfortune maybe, but it's not that crucial. It's not your key point of the champion. But on the other side, if it's a Method to Madness, okay, he's fine. He's fine. All good. But if it's
but he got spotted.
Yeah, he got spotted, so that means the Drake's gonna go over to Among Us for free.
There's also really not much vision from Method to Madness. We already touched on the gold difference, so you're in a rough spot to contest this one. And yes, while it's a second Drake, that's not really that important. It is also an Infernal one, and the only Infernal you're gonna get this whole game as they go for the dive. Believin' gets locked up and locked down. Yeah, that's not a good spot to be in as the Cassio completely gets dived, and they even get away with murder here before the rest of the team can collapse in. For the time for Murray clear. Hypothesis going for the dive nonetheless. He has the ult. Heal comes out. Monka W looking for the kite spinning slash flash out. And he has the heal. Beautifully done by Hypothesis.
Yeah, really on the verge of nearly dying.
Oh,
but
no mind.
Stays alive there. I was a bit suspicious about that play. I didn't see it work out, but we mentioned Tryndamere tower diving you is always an option.
So you're saying Among Us was acting sus, huh?
Well, it was them getting tower though, so... but yeah. Yeah, Cyan just pressing the unstoppable, making sure that he can't be stopped as Hypothesis is getting engaged on. No ultimate available. Lantern to spot him.
Beautifully done. There's a lot of damage on that Diana and that Tryndamere. Well, no items, no damage, and he is dead. Actually, Aranaxas, he's not dead yet, and he has Yoft as a backup. Viego also no ult on him, so this might actually be a dead Sion. Yes, beautifully done, easy pickup, and that's the 5th kill overall for Yoft. Talk about a slow early, he's back in the game.
Yeah, just coming back strongly. Has I don't agree with his build right now, but this is the thing you do build with Conqueror. I just don't like it myself. But yeah, it looks like he's doing really wonderful so far with this. This Echo even picked up the Dark Seal and as well as Diana, as you pointed it out before. So yeah, as expected, they are doing really, really well so far. Mythic items are finally coming through from both sides. Liandry's on Seraphine and the Cassiopeia. Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of the thing, right? We have Among Us doing pretty well at the moment, starting to make some plays, but overall, M2M are definitely finding some spots where they can get into the game, and the characters that need items, they're slowly scaling up, so this might not be a little bit of the advantage for Among Us much longer.
And the thing that's really scary for Method Mantis is actually the timing, right? You need this kind of late game to come through, but it's 17 minutes into the game, and it looks like you're losing control of this acceleration of this game by Among Us. And they have, crucially, only gold distributed along all the carries, and on the other side it's more like Echo has all the gold, which is kind of an issue, since as soon as Echo is not in the team fight, it just means you don't have enough damage, and whenever you do meet 5-on-5, I do think the ultimates from Among Us are just way more crucial right now. Especially since they have so much gold.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a repeat of the first game, right? Yoft had so much gold on that Olaf, and in the end he wasn't able to carry because Monka W was just completely outplaying him. But here, the Diana MF combo not gonna find too much. At least some flashes burned from the side of M2M and Hypothesis. Oh my god, he is not happy. Just no, he doesn't miss it. He misses the spin. He heals, gets taken down. Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Tryndamere right there.
Maybe see that is just really unlucky timing. Presses E right as the train is in his face, so he dashed into the train himself. As we have
beautiful engage. Oh, that's Obsessic taken out, and the Thresh. He made some questionable aggressive plays earlier on. Finally, he gets punished. Christoph a little bit on the outside as well. Doesn't quite find the connection though, so Yoft needs to back out. Cassio already keep them zoned off a little bit, and suddenly, well, you were talking about Among Us still being in the driver's seat. That might not be the case anymore.
Yeah, with the way this is going right now, I mean, it's only Best Viego who's kind of bullying people constantly. Other than that, it feels like... Oh, Alexis. Oh. Nice dodge.
Exmar is there. The root lands. It's going to be a Senna with some extra damage, but Viego still has something to say about this. The heals comes through, and now Yoft shows up. Yeah, exactly. Needs 3 people to take down that Sion, and he's at least going to trade some turret damage for that, but overall, well, driver seat?
Yeah, I feel like it's swinging back a bit right now. You can see the gold evening out slowly. But other than that, the kills are definitely going now in the favor of Method to Madness. But again, who picked the kill up? It's Yoft. I do agree this time on Echo. It is way more impactful. But then again, he's going for that kind of constant damage build, which I don't like myself. I think the Echo has still such an explosive passive damage that you can cut down even tanks. On the other side, we have Hypothesis spotting something interesting. He's saying, yo, boys, I know you took 5 people to take down Cyan, but they're on Baron.
Yep, he has an ultimate, so he can definitely go contest this TP coming in. Looks like they don't want to have anything to say about this one, so Among Us just taking up that one for free.
And you want to guess who
Uh,
smited it, by the way?
Yeah, Viego.
It wasn't Diana. So yeah,
Yep.
interesting.
You can definitely argue about Method to Madness having to contest this one or not, but for the moment, they're okay with giving this one up at 21 minutes. And for the moment, well, we'll have to wait and see where this one goes. They also lose the Cloud Drake, and suddenly Among Us also on Soul Point.
And best Vigo ever. He's in like he has the Heartbreak item, so he's gonna be even not scared of a 1v2 in. Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay,
just
never mind.
not a 1v2, it's a 1v3
Yeah, I was
with a
about to say.
Tryndamere and an Echo. So he's taken out quickly, but now the cavalry arrives. It's a misfortune showing up for help, but that Ornn ult definitely gonna send them flying for the moment.
At the end, you still have to mention like who are they taking down? It's best Vigo ever. Sure,
Yeah.
it's a Cyan. He has 2 items. He's ahead still, but it's not really changing the name of the game because Cyan is not going to get weaker by killing him over and over again, right? He's just going to scale infinitely with his W. Passive
thing-
grabbing that extra HP, but yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, you want to get that Tryndamere to the point where he can contest the split push
Mm-hmm.
against Viego, right? You need that armor pen item. Lord Dominic's, I think, was it, and from there on out, the Tryndamere might actually be able to start winning against that Scion in the split push. But overall,
I think he actually needs 2 more items. Like he needs the the
Yeah.
armor pen, but I do think he needs either a blade or any sorts of lifesteal, because best Vigo ever is just so beefy. And look at what he's building already. He has so much armor. I'm actually gonna give you the direct information here. He has 146 armor, 218 magic resist, and he's sitting on 3001. Sorry, that is the wrong guy. My dude. 224 armor, there we go, and he's sitting on 3500 HP. So he's already super tanky. Yeah, I just don't see Hypothesis winning against Cyan anytime soon.
yeah, he might win if he pulls Yoft in or an Axis, but that also leaves the rest of his team to fight 3v4, and that's not really a position you want to be in even if you have a tanky Ornn, if you have that long-range Senna and Seraphine. But this time around, they don't find Viego, they find losing his belief in bot side and take him out, and now you have a split push answered by an Ornn, and you have a Tryndamere running wild on the bot side as Exmar gets engaged on, almost gets away. Christoph goes for the connection, finds the damage and the double kill in the mid side, and suddenly Hypothesis and Yoft, they need to come running back to their base because they are losing an inhibitor.
Yeah, this exactly shows the different attention from Method to Madness, and oh, never mind, he got hooked to interrupt the ultimate. Let's go back to that. That was a
Still
beautiful
enough
play.
damage. Lockup lands, and that's Christoph taken out, so they don't even get the inhibitor. Hypothesis gonna pick up another one, and that is important gold on the Tryndamere. But in the meantime, Viego taking that tier 2 topside.
Yeah.
Oh, Bonker W. Run away, little girl. Run away. Never mind.
I think
Oh,
he's
some
dead,
slows.
Yeah.
Flash. Yeah, that's gonna seal the deal. Get cleaved, sir, and go home.
Again, different priorities here. Method to Madness is just looking to get Tryndamere fed and Senna slowly into the game, like giving him time. He has Divine Sandra already completed, looking for, I think, a Rage Blade right now. What is more interesting is, though, Among Us just completely ignoring and going for, like, sure, losing is believing in Cassiopeia. Has a bit of a better game than the last 2 ones, but he's still not the important key to this composition. So if he dies in the bot lane, we're just gonna go for your inhibitor, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yep, Yoff finding Viego once again, but there's a team to back him up. This time around, it's not going to be
He takes no damage,
M2M
man.
collapsing on it. He takes no damage indeed. That Thorn mail is completed, and Yoff gonna back out. Replay. Oh my god! Yoff godlike indeed. He turns around with the ultimate and just completely blows up that Diana. And now even Viego needs to run.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Cyan doesn't take no damage, but Diana on the other side is still a squishy member, and he had even Zonius completed in his inventory, so he wasn't ready for that either. But 18 stacks on Yoft's Echo here. This guy is looking scary, and don't forget the ultimate damage. Like, people keep thinking, like, sure, Echo is a really great champion thanks to his passive, but the ultimate damage...
Oh, the stun lands! Look at it! Yoft with the plays! Beautifully done. He just completely catches losing out. Oh my god. Yeah, if he keeps playing like that, this is looking good for M2M.
Yeah, M2M, really their priority, like I said. It's on Echo, it's on Tryndamere. They don't really care about anything else than keeping those two alive in the team fights, because that makes sure that you get to this later stage of the game. We already passed like I think 25, 26 is when the first game ended, so we already passed that one. We have ourselves finally a mid game on our hands.
Oh, I'd also say we're in too early late game stages, but of course. Well, M2M only now starting to get rolling. It's gonna be the next Cloud Drake on the Rift as well, and it doesn't look like Among Us can contest that one. Excuse me?
I don't know what happened.
I thought we have a little bit of a spectator bug. It's gonna keep on going, or this is the famous game ends and the spectating crashes bug.
I'm not sure what's going on right now. It's not my PC dying, at least.
Nope.
That's
I'm
good.
also still working.
Are we still live? Yeah, we are
Yeah.
still live. Okay, I don't know what this is on about. I think League client crashed. Or I have no idea. Yep, my League client crashed. Let's get back into the game. You at minute 26:18, so we're just gonna go to that one. I don't know what just happened, man.
Oh, I just rejoined like 10 seconds earlier, so we might be still onto something here. No? Or crashed again at the same point. Okay. I'm very suspicious what is going on here.
I'm not sure if the teams are also struggling or not, so let's find that out. Oh lord. My PC is lagging because of this. What is going on? They're still in game. 32 minutes. Yeah, they're still in game. Not sure, boys. We're gonna wait here, I guess. Since we can't rejoin if we leave, so we're just gonna chill and hope that this is fixed soon. But if I never had this. This is the first time this has happened to me while streaming.
Same here.
What is going on?
Well, what can you say? It's a triple Rejuve beat Tryndamere into his Smite Scion, and now a completely new sort of client crash. There you have it. This game has everything. Jesus.
Okay, I'm getting kicked into the client again where it says you can reconnect.
I'll just keep reconnecting until the game is over, quite honestly.
Honestly, I don't know what to do.
Me neither. We probably just need to ask who won and then say GG, go next. It's bad, man.
Yeah, the second I load the game, it keeps freezing on me.
Yeah.
That is sad. I wanted to see what's going on here. Oh, now my OBS is crashing as well. Yeah, my OBS just crashed as well. That is cool. But we are still live, I think. It's just not showing it. Right, we are live. Wait, let me wave to the camera. See if something is happening. Yeah, we're still live. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just my OBS not... Okay, my OBS is back. League client is not back. Huh. That is unfortunate, because I was really curious to how this game is going to go. I think they were about to give up the Drake. But I couldn't have told you who was winning this. And I don't think it's over just yet either way.
You never know. You never know.
Wait, can you do me a favor and like close the client and try to rejoin to see if that works?
As soon as I finish this reconnecting attempt, I will, yes.
Because I don't want to leave just yet, you know, just...
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I can rejoin after. We're gonna go for yet another reconnect and see if this one's gonna do it. I really never had this. Like, sure, you get kicked once in a while from like a League client because client is trash. So it's the company making it. But,
Oof.
Sorry, who said that? But other than that, I actually never have seen this happen, like, on stream. But normally it's when I'm playing, like, sure, it crashes every I don't know, once a year or so. Like you have a bit of a mess up on the side of Riot, but I've never seen the game crash while playing, while spectating.
Okay. Now I don't even have a reconnect back button. I'll restart my client real quick, see if this works.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at least you get to see our faces. Eh? That's something. On the other hand, I'm actually not sure how we're gonna be able to see this one. Oh. Yeah, my reconnect button also just disappeared. That's cool.
Unfortunate.
We go check if they finished their game, maybe. Yeah, they did.
Probably. Yeah.
They finished the game, that's why.
Unfortunate.
Well, what we can do, I'm not gonna spoil who won, but I'll actually ask Mr. Dingo himself. He wasn't in the game. Who was in the game? Let me just ask him to download it and send me the replay so we can watch at least the end of the game. Let me just go to the team channel. Go to the lounge so we don't have to look at this bugged screen. Wait, that's not doing the right team. Where the hell? Oh, there. Yeah, let's find out what's going on here. I'm not sure what's happening, to be honest. I've never had this. Okay, we're gonna get the replay file. So if I remember correctly, the way you do this is you just drag it into the League client icon, right? The what's it called?
I have no idea. I've never used a replay file.
I have, but I forgot how to do it. Let me just check. Google how to use League replay files. This is high quality casting, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to let you know that. How do I open Waffle files? Install League of Legends software, check the version. Yep, set default. Yeah, exactly. You just pull it into the. Yeah, okay, cool. That might
sounds easy enough.
Solve our issue. I'm just waiting for the file, and then we can try it out. Was what? Do you remember the minute? 28.16 or something? Was the minute right before the Windwake fight?
27.18, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go down.
I'll just go check the stream board.
We just got a file. Let's go. So let me pull this over here. I think I have to close the
26.18 it is.
I'm just going to close the client real quick because I don't trust this client whatsoever. So let's just restart the client as well. Hopefully we get to see the end of this beautiful game. Get away, you stupid fly. We have bigger issues at hand than you. Wait, what the? Yo, I'm not even able to log in anymore. Is it because Riot Games is streaming as well and they saw us as too big of a competition? Has to be, right?
Probably. I mean, we don't want to steal. Don't want to have us stealing all the 13k viewer of the rebroadcast, right?
Yeah, like what the hell? Okay, this should get us into the game. Question mark. Oh wait, I just need to. Wait, how does this work again? I keep forgetting. It's the waffle file. This is not epic. I agree. This is the anti-epic. I totally agree. Wait, how to open the waffle file? It's just. That's exactly what I did. So why is this not working? Open with, and then League of Legends. There you go. And this should open it for us. Let's find out if this works.
Oh yeah.
Anytime soon. That'll be cool. Maybe I need to be locked out to watch it. I'm not sure though. Task manager, come to the rescue. Close the League client for me. Thank you, my friend. There we go. Now League Client
And
has
then the
opened
Death
twice.
Squad.
It's not letting me start it. I don't know. Never had an issue with this either, but
Well, it's a League client. You're never safe.
true. The way this is supposed to work is like you either drag it onto the League client icon or you just open it with League. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I did all of this. Thanks, Google. Being useless. Okay, maybe this works. Let's find out. Okay, it's loading.
Oh.
But it's loading right into the client and not into the game.
Oh,
Big
no.
sad. Do noises. No way we can fix this, I think. Really confused why we can't just watch the replay with this file. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're just gonna give it up.
That's unfortunate, but hey, we have more games still.
Mm-hmm.
So this
League
is
of
the point where
Legends,
you reveal
yeah.
who won?
Once you click game, you're gonna
not
see
yet.
this
No,
League of Legends
not yet.
Wait.
shortcut right here. You're gonna right click it, click create shortcut.
Oh wait,
Take
yeah,
this
I need to
shortcut
create a
if you want
shortcut.
and drag it to your
I
desktop.
I remember.
Do know-
I remember. Okay. Wait, do I need to have the client open for this or no? Let me fix this real quick. You can stream you on Discord and you will stream it on Twitch. No, that's not gonna happen, mate. I'm sorry. That's not how this works. Create shortcuts.
That's the perfect opportunity to spam some pause champ in chat, by the way.
Yep, exactly. Right client exe and then copy to desktop makes a shortcut, right?
Yeah.
Create shortcut. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's what we want. The exact same thing, just named different apparently. Cool, and then we pull this into this. And that should open it. I mean, it's loading, but it's not showing anything.
Drum roll.
Let me exit my client again. See, because the way I think they updated this in order to make it so that you can't do this anymore. Because the way it used to work is you just drag the file in.
Legends. You're then gonna click game. Once you click game, you're gonna see this League of Legends shortcut right here. You're gonna right click it, click create shortcut. Take this shortcut if you want and drag it to your desktop. Do note that it only works on replays from the current patch you're playing on. You need an older version of League to watch older.
Did they quick patch the client just now or something? Do you know?
But
I have no idea. Don't think so.
And all you have to do is go back to where you found your replay file at, which again, documents, League of Legends, replay, and then this is my replay. You just take it and you just drag.
Well, anyways, we're just gonna hop on to the next game, I think, not to waste too much time, but it's yeah, it wasn't Among Us actually winning this game. Not sure how and why and when, but I guess Smite Cyan was victorious. Really disappointed we didn't get to see the end of that.
Unfortunate indeed. But hey, they did play really, really well in the early and the mid game, kind of taken back from Method to Madness, especially with the Echo Jungle. That definitely was quite impactful, but overall, if they caught that Echo at some point, it's probably an easy turnaround overall, and especially with the Cyan split push a little bit more powerful than the Tryndamere. So, yeah, another draft that's coming up that has a bunch of questions for us. Are we going to see the Tryndamere again? Are we going to see some Cyan bans? Are we going to see Echo bans? All those things. But I definitely love that the Lucian was off the table.
Yeah, I think that gave a whole new aspect to this whole game. Like I mentioned, the picks that came out, Twinnamy and the Science Might, it's like just a bit more unique, as well as the Diana and the Echo, just complete different style of jungler than an Ola and the um, Hecarim that we saw previously. Let me try this. This doesn't work, then we're just gonna give up. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, cool. We're just gonna hop into the next game. Doesn't matter too much. But yeah, Among Us taking that one for themselves. Now we are heading into this game number 4, it is. And this will bring us to, well, a state where we have one team with the backs against their wall because they can't get any more losses for them, which is Method to Madness in this case. And on the other side, we do have the we do have the Among Us who are spamming memes in the team channel. The Among Us lineup who are feeling pretty confident coming into this one because they can even lose one more, but then it's going to be a spicy last game, or they can just close out the deal just now. So yeah, we're looking forward to how this one's going to go. We're going to get draft on our way just to not waste any more time than we already did. So let's get all of this started, which brings us to M2M now again on the blue side where they have been victorious previously. And I don't know if you see a pattern, but I do see definitely a pattern. Blue side does seem a bit favored in the series. I don't know if you see the same thing or not, but
Oh, never mind. I thought the draft already started.
no. There we go. Getting draft ready for us.
There we go. Well, blue side, what is it? 100% win rate now?
I think so. Let me go
Yeah.
check.
Yeah. So first pick, quite important apparently for both of these teams. And now Method to Madness once again in that blue side seat. It's gonna be interesting to see what they can do with it.
Definitely. Yeah, Method to Madness have the opportunity in their hand to tie this as we get ourselves into the draft. So let's have a look at this one. Again, sorry for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen out there. We have no idea what the hell just happened. But we are not going to question it because at this point, what are we going to do about it? It's not our company that we can fix. So maybe in 10 years we can fix it. But if not, we'll get definitely a lot more skins until then, which will put us at ease if not. But yeah, we have the same bans coming out. Twinnamy now back on the ban list from M2M, even though they played it, I think, right?
Yep.
So yeah, they're just saying, hey, you play Twinnamy, you're not going to get to play it again. On the other hand, Among Us, they're not really switching it up besides the Viego ban. They're just not adapting bans.
That's interesting to see. I'm curious to see if they actually ban the Viego out now, or leave this one up for the picking. Because, I mean, the Viego Among Us is the team looking to pick up the Viego. We have no idea if M2M can actually play with that character. I assume so because he oft has had fantastic games on multiple different junglers now.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh no, that Viego is open. The Lucian first pick gets locked in by M2M, and that will leave the Viego for the best Viego ever, ripe for the picking. There it is.
Yeah, I love it. It's just giving, like again, it's just giving you a nice image of priorities, right? Among Us really doesn't care too much about strong picks. It feels like. On the other hand, they're also not stupid enough to let Lucian Nami go through once again. But they really don't care about the strong picks that are like the meta picks. They really do care a lot more about priorities when it comes to comfort picks. And yeah, look at this guy, Viego, best Viego ever is his name. He just got the Viego in. He's also challenger, this dude. He has 2 accounts, I think. Both of his accounts are in the top 10 on first and second place last time we checked when it comes to best Viego performances. And right now with the Rakan as an answer, I just don't see M2M having the same impact. Like this Viego is giving a very scary notion here for this last game potentially for M2M.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Oh my god, is that a Draven? That's a Draven we see on match point. Oh my god, yeah.
Speaking of lane dominance, yeah.
Oh, like, I love it.
You want to pick a duelist kind of like in the lane. You wanna go for like this oppressive Lucian style. Well, say no more. The guy with the best, well, not beard, but the best facial hair, is back in the league, and he is here to smash because Nami is backing him up. And yeah, you know what the Draven can do already alone. Now imagine itself with a Nami on top of that. It's just very obnoxious to play against. And I think he's even able to cancel the Rakan dash. So yeah, honestly, this is looking like doom on the bot lane, or at least a very scary matchup for Method to Madness here, as we have Among Us now into the second ban phase, banning out that Gnar, saying you guys do not get to bully our top lane Viego whatsoever. And the set as well, they just don't want to see a set anywhere soon. And Method to Madness banning out the Diana.
And the Karthus.
Yeah.
So the Diana ban I can understand to an extent because
you just lost to
that
it,
was
sure.
pretty good. Well, yeah, exactly. And the early game was actually quite devastating from Christoph. So that is understandable. But the Karthus, well, maybe they know something we don't because we haven't seen that one yet. All serious and dragging
I think it's
that
just too slow. Like the Karthus is just too slow for the kind of games we had. It wouldn't have been something we have seen, I think.
My bigger issue actually in this lineup right now, because it's second rotation, it's too squishy. What are you gonna do? I mean, you pick up the Syndra now for the mid lane, but overall, Among Us missing a big beefy front line, and Aatrox just picked up for M2M. He's gonna be exactly that for the Method to Madness guys. Last pick, of course, is gonna be open and a counter for Among Us.
They have a Xerath, and I think it is a really smart pick because it gives you that huge burst of kind of what Xerath provides. But it's very scary to pick up. Yeah, there we go for the Echo. Pick up into the Syndra, way smarter. Might also be the Echo mid lane actually. And sorry, the Echo jungle and the Graves mid lane. But we'll see how this one gets flexed around. But this leaves the top lane counter for Among Us. And I'm really curious to see if they... Never mind. They put Viego in the top lane. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, they put Viego in the top lane, but it's unfortunate. Honestly, I think Viego has more potential in lane. Not in the lane, but in the jungle, because he just brings so much more to a gank. But this is interesting. Viego into Aatrox. I couldn't even tell you if that is a good matchup, starting on like neutral grounds. But then if you have Viego with this guy in hand, like this guy playing Viego into an Aatrox, I think there's a lot of wet noodle fighting that has been done in the past, but it's about to stop just now.
Yeah, I think overall Arnaxas has had some decent games on top side, but it was noticeable that in most cases Best Viego was outplaying him to a certain extent, and with that Viego now in his hands, I don't want to say Aatrox has the losing matchup because I know too little about how that actually flows currently to make a reliable comment. But I think that Viego has the better early game, and if he gets rolling there, oof, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's all about hitting the sweet spots on the Aatrox, 100%. If you don't really pull that off in lane, and you miss like 1 or 2 in a full-on trade, Viego is gonna keep on sustaining. On the other hand, with a Graves, I still don't want to say it's Graves jungle. Oh, they are not in order. Okay, so how are they?
Well,
wait, I'm confused.
Everyone's just picking for their position, I assume. So
that means Lilia top.
That would be really weird. I don't know what's going on, but hey, you talked about the Viego being a really good jungler, and he is.
Yeah, but I've also... like, Lilia is not the laning champion, like, really not. I mean, maybe it's good into Aatrox, I actually have no idea.
I'm hands off the keyboard here, man. I don't know what's going on.
You're my top lane main here. You're supposed to be helpful when it comes to the top lane matchups, man.
The last time I actively played League was like 7 years ago, so...
I see. I'm really confused right now.
I'm as confused as you are.
But I'm open to this. Like, Lilia, it's consistent damage, speed, in order for you to be able to...
Oh, there's the swap.
Why do they play with my heart like this, man? I was ready for Lilia top.
Right here.
Yeah, I was like, Science Smite top, let's go. And then Viego, jungle, Lilia top. I was all down for it, but in the end, it is not what we wanted or what we needed. But on the other hand, we have Draven with Nami, and you know what Draven does to the ladies with his looks? Well, imagine what he does with his access to the enemy. So really looking forward to that domination play in the bot lane from either one. Actually, Lucian or Draven could swing it in their favor and dominate the lane.
Subtle? Draven doesn't do subtle.
True. Nice was
Yeah, no, it's gonna be an absolute banger on the bot side. That Draven Nami 2v2 is gonna be interesting. You already mentioned the stand aside, definitely gonna throw a wrench into the plans of Warizar. Because if you want to engage, and Rakan is really, really squishy, you either get hit with that on the engage or you get hit with that on the way out, and then you're suddenly stuck between a rock and a hard place and get absolutely murdered. And on the other side, it's gonna be a Graves jungle. There's not too much CC going on, so while you're ganking, that Draven is gonna just pump out damage, and on the other side, Lilia. Well, first off, I'm just gonna say that guy can play anything and do really well on it.
Yeah, the thing that's really interesting to me is actually the lack of CC coming in from. If you look at it, Diana and Echo have not like those instant CCs like a Jarvan or any sorts of like. If you look at the whole series in a whole, like Hecarim has no instant CC kind of like. There's no hard lockdown from these junglers. They all play around the damaging capabilities. Like Lilia now a bit of a different one, but still there's no instant CC when ganking. So they really do rely on their laners to be able to lock enemies down for the gank, which puts a lot of pressure on your laners because they need to step up without getting like punished too hard and losing the trade. And we saw it so often, I think, in the bot lane, especially where for example, the game we just had with the Senna and the Seraphine, where they step up in order to lock people down, but then they get punished by it, and the gank that should have gone in their favor, like in the 2v2 situation, still results in a 1-for-1. So yeah, I really think junglers with CC have a lot more potential and a lot more capabilities of making this game really one-side favored if you have good ganks, which both these junglers provided over and over again. So just seeing them on damage all the time is a bit deceiving, in my opinion.
Yeah, but also Syndra and Viego both. If you run TP on those two characters, you have some devastating effects on the lanes you TP to, especially towards the bot lane. Quite honestly, that's where we see most of the TPs go towards. And yeah, that's gonna be some interesting fights around the bot side. And once again, this whole series so far, I've been kind of in the position that I say the bot lane is going to be what decides this whole matchup, and to some extent, well, that has been the case.
Yeah, it's always gone around the bot lane, either totally destroying whoever steps up to them, like remember the Lucian from 2 games ago, or basically just the bot lane being so far behind that it didn't matter, like a bullet time from DMF in the first game not dealing any damage. Or then the other way around, bullet time from MF just taking out the Gnar that lives with 1 HP. It's, yeah, really just back and forth for bot lane, in my opinion. Meanwhile, the solo lanes keep basically going the same way, besides maybe the top lane, where you could say Anaxes had like one game where he brought it back. But other than that, Best Viego just seems to be way too dominant. Like on the side, he performed beautifully well. And also on the Irelia, he still did really, really good to keep himself in the game, even though he did get punished in a 1v1 situation. But yeah, we're getting ourselves into games. We can have a look at the summoner spells as well as the runes. And after they did one double TP by Viego and Syndra, like you mentioned it, very scary collapse. And they do indeed run it, so that is... So Syndra and Viego double TP, but the Viego, look at that. This guy.
Ignite.
Yeah.
Ooh.
If you age folks right now, your knees are shaking, and I'm not gonna keep on going with those verses, but that is definitely the case here. Like, palms are sweaty, knees are shaking, all that good small spaghetti and so on. But I do think we have ourselves a game on our hands. That Notorious Pause is coming in as well, coming in hot. But Among Us, my dudes have been looking spicy. 2-1 right now. Just one more win needed. Yoft has a lot of things to carry. Hypothesis also well performed lately. So it all comes down to basically just Hypothesis and Yoft. If they can pull this one off, I think a Fed Graves is able to solo carry.
Oh, he might just be. I mean, it's kind of the smokescreen and you're dead thing once that Graves gets a little bit of items under control. And we saw last game already what a Fed Echo can do. And once again, Hypothesis, he's been playing absolutely fantastic this series. So I doubt that he will not be able to do the same here. And then again, Axmar, second game, remember the Lucian coming in there. He was absolutely devastating. So they are set up for success with these characters, not to understate that. But on the other hand, well, if you have a high-ranking challenger, Viego one trick that, well, I shouldn't call him a one trick probably, but if high challenger Viego main that finally in the fourth game of the series, gets his character, you got to keep an eye on him and how much jungle attention he's got to get.
I think Method to Madness were like super happy to grab the Lucian. And they did forget for like one split second about the Viego, which has brought us to this. Especially with the MF also being open. They were like, we want to take Lucian here because MF is open and Lucian is like good into MF. So like that was the trade-off that they were presenting to Among Us, and Among Us were like not having it whatsoever. They were like, MF who? Yeah, just picking up Viego instantly.
It's kind of the thing, right? Because Among Us has been banning that Viego every single time on Red side so far, and this is the first game where they have not banned it themselves and are going for the trade. So a little bit of an interesting choice, and yeah, it's really gonna be, is that Lucian, is that first pick strong enough to win the game, or is that Viego better?
Yeah, and if I remember Viego from our group stage, whenever Viego was in play, it didn't really matter if he was like 1 and 2, 0, 2, or like 3 and 5. It really didn't matter what his stats were, because the second he got into a team fight and he had like one good ultimate, just with the resets coming in, he just turned the game around. And that's just the power of Viego. You have to understand, like, whenever Riot brings out a new champion, it's either a complete hit or complete miss. If it's a complete miss, they're gonna overtune the champion until it's decent enough that everybody cries about it, which, for example, would have been I forgot the name. Whatever. But then Viego was the complete opposite, right? He came out giga strong, had got the nerfed over and over again. He's still giga strong. And people just underestimate the power of a good kid on a champion. Like, there's kids, like, don't underestimate the Graves smoke, right? It's a beautiful thing, but it's absolutely useless to Graves. It's not going to get him kills in that matter. It's like, he all relies on his E-passive, on building damage items, on building crit and all that good stuff, and getting close to people. Meanwhile, Viego just has to hit a few good ultimates, and it doesn't matter what his items are, he's going to do well because his kit is just that powerful.
Absolutely. You get those resets, and once you have some items, you're just going to scale absolutely out of control. So you gotta have to put in some effort in to keep that character in check. Early ganks can definitely be a tool to that, but there's always the question, how well is your top laner gonna do against that Viego to hold his own basically and enable those ganks? And that's what we'll see here. In the meantime, 5-point defense from both teams. No early jungle invades. Not really something we see too often in this meta, actually.
Yeah, and on the other hand, we have a change right now in jungle items for the first time in this game, or in the series, because so far there's been red smites just indicating how much they want to skirmish and 1v1 and all that good stuff. But Lilia obviously benefits more from the slow and the extra speed she gets. So final first blue smite, and look at the rune she has taken. I love it. You don't often see Lilia go Predator because it just doesn't make sense. She's not an early type of jungler, right? But this just gives her early game a bit of an extra kick, able to pull something off. And yeah, normally you would expect like a phase rush or anything. And the one thing we didn't mention either is like Lilia doesn't need a leash. As of why we see this invade resulting right now. There's a ward.
Oh, late invade. There's a ward over the wall. They have noticed it, and they're just gonna cheeky steal the red buff. Oh my god, Yoft is gonna be so sad. But it's gonna delay him by a few seconds. Overall, no harm done, I'd say.
Yeah. As long as Believion's playing with HP for that, but that's a beautiful play. It's exactly what you want to see happening when you're Syndra. Just utilize that early W. And as we see already, in the other lanes, it's battling all across the world. Viego is like saying, hey, I know this matchup misses his first Q though. Bit of crucial.
Has to trade some damage with Anaxes here, but overall, he's doing quite okay. Okay, maybe gets a little bit out-traded, but overall, Potion still running in the bot side. Well, That's a Draven. That's a Draven for you already putting on the pressure.
And look at those AD carries. Full confidence, triple pots into longsword, no doubts whatsoever. And Monka W, he's maybe down in HP right now, but he's definitely up in confidence.
Absolutely. Just running in with those axes, putting on some pain in the meantime. The top lane actually going quite even for the first few levels. Obviously, you got to get your utility going as a Viego. The level 3 spike definitely helping out there, stun landing, and on the bot side, Monka W finally going for some more trading. And our Nexus, the next stun lands. Oh, the ignite. Does he flash after it? Hint: no, he doesn't, because he doesn't have one. Yoft joins the fray. Maybe he can get away from the Graves. Oh, but it does not look good. As said, no flash available. There's the first blood coming in, and what a beautiful timing from Yoft that was.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how much you bully this guy, he always shows up. Take away his red buff, he's still gonna do great there. But on the other hand, you have to respect also what Best Viego just did. Okay. Monka W really close there to get taken out by the tower. Luckily he ran out of tower
Rename
range
to
in
Monka
time.
S for the early game here.
Definitely, but yeah, in the top lane, oh no, look at what Yoft is doing.
Oh no. Viego just porting to the lane. Yoft now pressuring in. Can they land the gank? The stealth is there, but he does get out. Lucky break for him.
Wait, I think it's not called stealth, it's like nearsighted or something, right?
Camouflage, right.
Camouflage, yeah. So whenever somebody's close, like
there's the other
Hypothesis,
jungler putting in some plays, though. Christoph, once again, right place, right time. That Lilia is going home with a kill.
there we go. Proactive Lilia. We said it. It doesn't have any gank potential, but if you gank a lane that has CC like the Syndra, easy peasy, you're just gonna grab a kill for yourselves there. And honestly, so far no kills being traded.
Oh, there's a stand aside a little bit too late. Knock up lands, ignite, follow up. Varizar and Exmar looking to put on the pain. And Monka W, who is gonna leave his life on the lane. Obsessic gets out by the breath of his life. Whatever that saying is supposed to mean. But overall, beautiful engage here. Using that level 4 spike.
Yeah, honestly, now finally ganking the top lane.
Yep, there's Christoph. That's the turnaround. That's exactly what they need. And while Viego is not going to pick up this kill,
He's
never
still
mind,
alive.
Christoph. Hello?
He has a dash soon. Okay,
There we go. At least the assist is going to come in for the top laner, and that's going to bring him back into the game a little bit. He also picked up a cull, so he's not expecting to leave this lane anytime soon.
I do think the early boots here on the Aatrox are really wise, because he realized really quickly and really fast that the way this lane is gonna go is like either you get run down by Viego winning a good trade, or you're gonna chase him down by yourself winning a good trade. So the extra movement speed is definitely needed for him to keep up, since his Q animation kind of stalls his movement forward. Meanwhile, Viego is like extra dash here and there.
Oh, looks for the fight still. He gets the level 6, but it's not going to be enough. The Heartbreaker comes in, but our Naxos has the damage to finish him off just before he dies himself. And yeah,
Unlucky
that's
that
a
Ignite
Viego a
was
little
up.
bit overconfident.
Yeah, Ignite was like, I think 3 seconds off before it was up.
Oh,
Aye,
at
Among
that.
Us. I don't know,
Monka
man.
W not
Yeah.
having the greatest start to the game on that Draven.
Picks Draven, full of confidence, and running it down. Is that you, Tyler, one? Just looking at you sideways. But on the other side, Best Viego ever also not too lucky there. So 2 very unlucky moments there. Monka W as well as Best Viego ever just not performing 100% just yet, even though they got the champions they wanted.
Yep.
As we have
Gotta
a lot
play
of
right
pings.
if you get the picks you want, but for the moment, it's a little bit of a mixed bag for Among Us. They found something in the mid lane. They might even be able to get the first Infernal Drake of the game here, but overall, definitely going in favor of M2M at the moment.
Yeah, and look at this. They're moving as a unit on the top side half of the map. It's exactly what we wanted. We said Yoft and Hypothesis, they are the strong kind of... Oh, what is Rakan doing? Okay, he's just trying to get into position to gank bot lane, even though it's his own lane. Yeah, they're just a strong party here from their team, like Hypothesis and Yoft. If they play together, they roam together, they have a really good chance of taking over the game.
Absolutely. Oh, Yoft looking for an invade, but he's a level down. That sleep should guarantee that Christoph gets away. Pings for some help here, but that damage, you gotta respect the Lilia because she is not to be trifled with. The damage lands, the
Good flash.
stun doesn't connect from Hypothesis. Beautiful flash. The unleashed power gonna claim the kill though, and by now also Viego on the way to support his team members. And Hypothesis, he's gonna back out, be happy that he got it out with his life. Colin comes in, bubble doesn't land. Obsessive, beautiful tank on the damage there. It's gonna be the flash and the heal traded out for them to be able to survive here.
Yeah, and I really feel like it's so far not working too well. Warriors that just keeps on having really good engages by not using the W whatsoever until like really late in, as you saw there. And then at this point, Obsess is like used to forced to use the flash. As we have Lilia, look at this pathing.
Ooh, Christoph with a superb positioning here, but Monka W once again, he gets engaged on and completely and utterly destroyed. That's not the position you want to be in. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep calling this one Monka S for now, as we have Yoft flashing forward.
Yep, bubble doesn't land, the smoke screen goes down, and that's gonna be shooting a fish in a barrel, quite literally.
And Chris, he really wants to make this gank work, but Viego is like not gonna stop pushing, so he's wasting a lot of time right now. He's losing his blue buff as well.
But they're losing towards the top side as well. And the latest point now, our Naxos needs to back off. So much time invested from jungle and mid lane, and they don't even get anything. Stun connects, now they can get a little bit of damage in, but our Naxos just completely turns the tables on them. That Lilia bursted down immediately. Yoft also completely blindsided, it gets taken out. Quickness lands, Obsessic gonna fall prey to Yoft once again. 2 kills over to the Graves, 3-1 overall. Viego gets caught out because Hypothesis is roaming, and on every lane, Method to Madness is just winning right now.
And you have to say, like, what is even going on? You leave Viego open, thinking like, oh, Among Us now finally has their champions, right? And the hell, Method to Madness is just rolling over them. They like dropping everything they got. They're not even struggling to take them over. Like, it's not like these fights are close or anything. It's just like steamrolling through everything they see. I'm just baffled at this point. Like 10 minutes in, we have a 3k gold lead. It's 10-3 in kills. We have 3 shutdowns on Method to Madness. Everything is going their way. And if you look at CS, they're also still winning in most of these departments. Oh, the only one that's kind of behind is jungle. But I don't think that's a bad thing whatsoever.
Yeah, especially because Christoph is getting caught out here. The sleep comes in. Beautiful ult though by Hypothesis to get out of this. So losing doesn't even get to follow up with some Syndra balls on his side. So overall, yeah, Among Us, they really need to look for ways to come back into this game. Do you have any specifics that you're thinking might work for them very well? Oh, never mind. First, we'll deal with this 1v1 in the top side, as best Viego this time around. He has the Ignite, goes in for the kill, but it is Yoft once again to rain on his parade. Collateral damage is gonna seal the deal. That's a Viego taken out again, 0-4-1 for that top laner. He's not very happy right now.
Yeah, this is kind of doomed. You asked me because just before that, like, what is the way back into this game? And it is holding on for dear life and hoping that Method to Madness missteps somewhere and you get like maybe 1 or 2 of these shutdowns. But even then, that doesn't guarantee you that you have a chance in a full-on 5v5, because the way this is going right now, Aatrox is unkillable for anyone. Nobody on the sides of Among Us has damage to kill an Aatrox that is in reach.
Monka W, look at him, he's gonna get engaged upon again. Varizar going on with the quickness. Doesn't quite connect it, but once again they burn the Draven's flash. He cannot stay in that lane without getting murdered.
Yeah, it's basically just coming down to, are you able to kill Aatrox or not? And the way this is looking, I don't think it is.
Yeah, Viego, a little bit overzealous there in the top side, and you can say what you want, our Naxos has his number this game, and by this point, so much damage, you don't want to fight him.
Look at his death push in the bot lane. Oh.
Oh.
I was ready for an engage, but I guess they didn't want it. But yeah, again, even if they grab some shutdowns here for the sides of Among Us, it doesn't guarantee them the win. They don't have a way of dealing with Aatrox. That's not even taking into account that Lucian is 4-0 and Yoft as well. So there just is one member, and Yeah, they really have to work on to getting to the late game really, really fast. So let's say they have like maybe 8 minutes before the game is
Yep.
completely out of their control.
Stand aside lands. There's a lot of damage on Exmar. The tidal wave goes wide though, and there is Christoph to back this one up, but it is also Yoft quite alright in there. And yeah, with a dead Raven, this isn't going anywhere because while that Lilia has some decent damage, she can't really go in there because she will just get shot. It's hunting season quite apparently, as Method to Madness just completely win out on the bot lane once again.
Yeah, and sure they're stacking a tier on Syndra, they slowly getting Viego an item, slowly getting Draven an item, but by the point they get the items, you look on the other side, Mythic's completed for basically everyone besides the support and the jungler just yet. And that just shows you Method to Madness is on a completely different level this game. Like they have everything they need. Godwinker on an Aatrox this early on is gonna hurt so much if they ever get collapsed.
Oh god, Christoph caught out in the jungle, and you don't want to face that Graves right now. He's 4-1. Hypothesis on that Echo also doing very well. Varizar, he spots a fish, he wants a piece of it. Actually follows up on that one because Exmar is gonna take the Nami. Christoph barely gets out with his life and losing. Oh my god, Yoft, no mercy. No mercy for anyone.
Yeah. I think you said it was hunting season, but I think it's not
Yep.
just the D that's being hunted. Everybody on Among Us seems to be acting in fear right now. You saw Obsessive here on this Nami not hitting the bubbles when he needs to. Losing his believing is also not really stepping up just yet with the Syndra pick where he would say, hey, a stun equals a 4 combo into a kill. It's just not happening.
Yeah, but still, losing and Christoph so far the only members on Among Us that are doing somewhat well. Monka W once again caught out. The stand aside does nothing. Yoft claims another one. That Graves is getting fed like crazy. Viego caught out in the top side. Or Naxos is just gonna send him packing. Maybe Christoph can save the day. Nope, too much damage on that Aatrox before the sleep even comes in. That Ignite is gonna make it painful to fight this Lilia though. Oh my god, look at that damage. It's that disgusting.
Ah. And if it was just the damage, we would say, okay, you just need to send enough members to take him down, but it's also the healing.
Oh, look at that, the Gore Drinker. He has no mercy to give. He doesn't even give a damn about what's going on. It's another double, 3 kills picked up solo by the top laner for Method to Madness.
Again, you don't need a tank if you have an Aatrox that's fed. Can't change anything there. Monkey W just gonna die again. Not even worth mentioning at this point. He's 0-7.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see the 20-minute mark here for Among Us. If we do, then that's their chance to maybe get back into the game. But honestly, this is all but over. 10k gold difference at 15 minutes into the game. And they don't even have like a
might be.
Drake for it.
Might be a case of GG go next. I mean, they are 1 point ahead. They can afford to lose a game here. But it still won't make it any better. Nami joining the fray in the middle lane, losing, trying to get this fight under control. But Hypothesis, that Echo a little bit too quick here for Syndra.
I mean, that's the
Yeah.
danger of an Echo, right? He just gets giga fast the second he gets his passive off, and it's really, really easy for Echo in lane to get passive off. Like, you press Q, basically undodgeable in the mid lane. Like, there's not a lot to go where you're not gonna get hits, and he's even
he
greedy
wants
for the
this
tower.
turret even.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he can take the fight. Like, he has Axmar as a backup as well. There's no way that he can be contested, and Viego by this point also pushed in. He has the Blade of the Ruined King completed now. Carl
And
is
look at
gonna
what's-
proc in 5 as well, and they fight Arnaxis, but once again, do you want to fight this Aatrox? For the moment, oh my god! That Gore Drinker is just a little bit too hilarious, but Viego might be able to turn this one around. He has the resets, the Heartbreaker comes in, finds 1, finds 2, the shutdowns raining in. That's the gold he needs, and finally, Exmar joins, he calls him out, and that is he shut down. But still, that's 2 kills going over to that top laner, and you mentioned it. Once that Viego gets rolling, oh, it's gonna get nasty.
Again, Viego, the only good thing about having such a giga-fed Aatrox is the second you kill that Aatrox and you take the body of the Aatrox as a Viego, you're just unkillable. You're like giga super strong.
Mocha W! Indeed, exactly what I would say there.
Exma has 1 HP and the bowling ball goes right. Oh my lord. That was a close one.
I was
Oh,
so
yeah.
surprised the German came through. Jesus.
That's okay. But honestly, the second our Nexus dies and Viego is able to pick up that soul, it's just doomed. Because, yeah, Viego, you saw him there. He was able to take on 4 people alone in that body of Anoxus, because that's just how fat his Aatrox is. But it took nearly everything just to kill him.
That's kind of the thing, right? You have a Gore Drinker, he just heals so much in these early stages of the game. Monka W, he doesn't even have mana for his stand aside. He's just gonna get taken out. The red buff burns him down. The heal traded as well. He's a very sad ADC right now.
Yeah. And like I said, did you see the first item that Yoft has built?
It's a ghost play.
Yeah.
Well, Unleashed Power, Arnaxa's gonna trade his ult and fly away for the moment. The thing is, I'm waiting for the anti-heal to come through, right? Viego has his Ignite, so
Sure.
that's okay, but I definitely see that he should build at least an execution.
Let me ask you one question though. How do you build items? Like, what do you need to build an item?
Oh, gold. And you don't
Okay,
get gold
that is
with
the thing that they don't have right now. They are 10k gold down. They're even doubting to go onto this one. You can see them here. Oh no.
Oh, that's a dead Raven right there. Don't even need to call that. I don't even need to cast that. He just dies. Viego, well, he has at least the turret advantage and almost takes out Hypothesis, but he gets away with a flash over the wall. That is a top laner down once again, and he just doesn't get a break this game either. Oh, Christoph. Oh, he has a ward on that one. Marizar, a little bit of extended to sleep, doesn't quite land. Exmar also dodging the tidal wave, but the Syndra finally lands a stun,
Oh,
and now
no.
Yoft's gonna go in for the triple kill. Collateral damage is indeed what his ult is doing. Hypothesis has a turret and a herald in his sights. Monka W can't really do anything, and we're 19 minutes in, and the base turrets are falling down. Absolutely dominance from Method to Madness here.
I did say 20 minutes is what Method to Madness will need here to break open the base and make it very, very scary for Among Us to even move outside the base. And luckily Viego got that one kill or one turnaround there in the top lane on an Nexus. Otherwise I think that would have been game ending there right now. And then Yoft came on in clutch, man. Holy, did you see that damage? The second they grouped up, I was like, okay, this is doomed. They are done. Yoft just coming in hard, pressing Q on all 3 members, and yeah, before you even knew it, they were all gone and vanished into the death realm. As we have
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
yeah, exactly. As you have Gale Force completed in Yoft, I honestly, sure, why not?
At
But I would
this
have
point,
loved to see an Eclipse, just like auto, boom, they dead, you know?
yeah, he's not really gonna do like. Actually, like whatever he builds this game, it doesn't matter. They are so far ahead, 14-2. Who's gonna contest that? The only one possibly able to contest this one would maybe be Viego, but even in a 1v1 against that Graves, I think he's gonna get absolutely murdered. Maybe here we can see how the state of the game is actually looking as our Nexus. Oh my god, look at the healing there. He doesn't have the ignite, so he completely gets taken out. Yeah, Jesus. What?
Again, no goal to build anti-healing. If
Yeah.
you delay the game or your own build by any small amount, you're just gonna make it so that the game is over. And it might very well be just already over, because look at this Baron picked up for free. They can't even move into that side of the jungle right now.
Yeah, 13k gold up for Method to Madness. Jesus. And that is gonna give you an insane amount of momentum going into the last game of the match. You just clutched back the series, brought it up to 2-2. And in a giga-dominating fashion as our Naxus, well, he almost wins that 3v1 in the top side in the mid lane. Well, losing definitely gets dived. There is no discussion even around that. Viego needs to defend the base turrets as the inhibitor falls. One Nexus turret already down. The second in the sides of Yoft and the crew. That one is gone. The turnaround on Marizar doesn't even net them a kill, and they're just gonna get steamrolled here as Graves puts out the shotgun hunting season. That deer gonna go down. Monka W gets the 0-10 power spike just as the Nexus exploded. GG. Method to Madness looking to finish the series off with a banger game after this one.
Yeah, honestly, this not just surprising to us, but also really unconventional the way they were playing. Like you don't see Method to Madness just steamrolling enemies at this stage of the playoffs, and then
Yeah.
you have this game 33 kills to 7. Alone the top laner and the AD carry have 20 deaths combined. Just to point that out, how ridiculous this game has swung into one side, which is
Yeah.
new for us, right? We haven't seen this whatsoever. So yeah, I'm really confused to how we got here, but we are here now. So let's once again continue our blue side win streak. That's all we got,
100% win rate.
which would mean
This
that
time-
it's already decided for who wins in this last game, right? We don't need to play it, so it's already decided.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing though now, right? Method to Madness going back to red side, I assume. And that means Lucian first pick gonna be available for Among Us.
Mhm.
Or the Viego first pick, or they have to invest 2 bans to take out Lucian and Viego to not give them over. And that takes
think-
well, it's obviously 2 bans already locked in.
I think you give Talon or Jace or Kiana, since Kiana wasn't always banned. Like you want the exact same comp for Among Us, the exact same. You change nothing, the exact same comp. You give them Lucian, you pick Draven, Nami, but you pick Viego first, and you just ban the Aatrox, and then you're good. Because if there was no Aatrox this game, I'm 100% certain that Viego would have had a way back into the game, like we saw in the top lane there. But yeah, Aatrox just needing
Honestly,
4 people to be taken down was really pain.
Honestly, I don't even see the Aatrox being the problem, right? The problem was that he got ahead so far. In general, that was the whole issue with the game. They just completely got stomped. If you play the same game once again, literally same band, same picks, same lane matchups, the whole thing can be completely different. If Viego gets that first blood or wins that first fight on the top side, doesn't get ganked, doesn't get the protection for his Aatrox there from the jungler.
Yeah.
Then he wins the lane. Then he snowballs the lane. Maybe can snowball the bot side as well with a good TP and things like that. There's definitely potential to just turn this whole thing around. But well, you just gotta get there first, right? You gotta get into that position again and then just play better. I mean, duh, but yeah, exactly that is the thing.
I do think they can basically run back the same draft. Like, they did have their strong sides, and did show like later on, like while being down 10k gold, that there was a chance of fighting this. But the way this just went, I think the Echo was an issue, the Aatrox was an issue for the composition, just making it so much harder for you to utilize the Viego, for you to utilize even the Lilia, because the healing on the other side was just so tremendously high. And yeah, Echo just has a second life. Aatrox just out heals any damage dealt at him. But then again, that wasn't the key to victory. The key to victory was just the steamrolling good pathing from Yoft once again. Like, you saw him. Wait, was it? I'm confusing the names now. No, it's Yoft for M2M, right? No, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Wait, is it?
No, Yoft is on M2M. He did fantastic on that Graves.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely
Yeah, the pathing
perfect.
of okay, good. So yeah, Yoft's pathing just basically decided the game. Like, both his pathing on his ganks on top lane were just so good. He came from an angle that's never been warded, and he showed up at the perfect time, and yeah, just basically made it so that Viego was doubting to pick it again.
And you add into that the fact that Christoph spent a lot of time trying on top side to turn the whole thing around for Viego instead of making plays on the bot side while Yoft was making plays top side, and didn't really add to the fact, but also the fact that Monka W on the bottom side got stomped out early on the Draven. If you let that Lucian get ahead in that 2v2.
The one time where you got engaged on by Lucian and Rakan, just unlucky. You die there, it's all good. You just play the lane normal. But then the second Lilia shows up, like if Kristoff would have gotten to the bot lane instead of wasting, I think he was in total like 45 seconds in the top lane without getting a successful gank off. Then they managed to push off the Aatrox from the tower. but it didn't really matter because on the other side they then got collapsed on, they still died, and they also lost the bot lane trade in the meantime. So yeah, I just think different priorities and different jungle pathing would have been very, very crucial.
Absolutely.
Unban heavy
And that's
dream.
something that comes up every now and then, right? Where are the junglers starting? What is the pathing gonna be? And especially, where's the focus gonna be? Because that can dictate so much of the flow of the game. And it's always different, and kind of the pressure points you want to push in on, depending on the comp the enemy is running, right?
Definitely. We're going to get ourselves into the next draft fairly shortly here. So once again, this will bring us to Among Us on the blue side, which is not only sus, but also definitely a key to victory, because blue side has 100% win ratio in the semifinals, which is astounding to me, not gonna lie. I don't know what to do about that one, but we'll see. For now, it will leave us with this beautiful little position for Method to Madness, where they have a lot of backwind coming into this one, a lot of confidence coming out of the last victory. But the other one, on the other side, you have Among Us just saying, hey, we're on blue side, we have won every game so far on this blue side, so yeah, it takes a bit of pressure away from them to win this last game, especially after getting stomped so hard. I would have not even been surprised if they just forfeited at minute 15 when they were like...
Oh, there
10k
was a
gold down.
surrender vote. Just didn't go through.
Yeah, because I think if they surrender that one, save mental, go next, also save time. I think this game that comes now is way more less troubling. Sorry, less troubling for you mental. Yeah, let's get ourselves into game.
On the other hand, you kind of have the situation, right? You can just say, okay, we lost this game, we'll play this out as long as possible, and discuss some ways we can approach the next one. Use the time you have to find some ways, find things you want to work on, maybe already talk about the draft as we start into this one. And well, Jace, for some reason, still on the ban list. I really don't see why they don't want to give that over to Method to Madness, but
it's not banned just yet, so okay, never mind. Spoke too soon. I really hope for Among Us to leave up the Viego and like force M2M to ban it, if they even want to. And go for like, I don't see the Talon is like one of these picks where I say it's not worth it. Anything like Jace I get totally because it's a lane dominant champion, but Talon jungle is super punishable if you're a decent jungler, and both of these junglers have proven over and over again they know exactly how the jungle wumbles. So yeah, just give the Talon, like you don't need to ban Talon in my opinion. M2M very smart, banning the Lucian. Now the crucial point.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing, right? You force a Method to Madness to invest one ban slot into the Lucian. You maybe also force them to invest a ban slot into that Viego. Yeah. Because, well, Qiyana on the bench, apparently, she's still being hovered. Never mind.
Yeah, I
Might
think this is such a smart ban if they go for the Echo, because we have seen both these junglers just perform on anything. Doesn't matter what they are on, so you don't need to focus bans on the jungle at this point of the game. You know both junglers are decent. Like the Xin ban I get, because it has a lot of potential with Ryze, really, really strong. Ryze puts it in place, and there's a Tryndamere. Oh, yes, please.
Tryndamere banned out. No Tryndamere for us, but the Viego now open. Is it going to be first pick by Among Us?
This is Method to Madness baiting Among Us into Viego, because they have the Aatrox answer, and they say, look, after the last game, not only is it mentally, but also very much challenging for you to pick a Viego blind again. And also the Na is open, which is a good bully in lane against the Viego, thanks to the extra range.
I'm excited, man. Oh,
that is good. That is good. Yeah, this is really great. So Method to Madness now has a chance to pick Aatrox and Viego and be like, joke's on you. They don't even need to go for the MF here. They don't even need to go for anything else.
I'm completely flabbergasted right now. Like, what is that Caitlyn? Where does that Caitlyn come from? I mean, yes, she's a great ADC. You can do some stuff with her, but first pick a Caitlyn when Viego is open? Like, why?
Yeah.
I really think they could have made that Viego work. Because Viego, best Viego ever, he obviously knew what he was doing, And even
I think
if
so
they
too. Yeah,
once again run into that Aatrox counter pick, I think they can play that better.
definitely.
Oh,
Ooh, no.
Diego's not picked up
Don't.
though.
Yeah, this. Okay, so the Karma is fine. It's a good flex still. Not as much played in the top lane as it used to be. Now has gone back more to the support role, Among Us picking yet another new jungler. We have seen so many junglers by now. But I am okay. They're picking it. So this is okay. Among Us have potential here to go full on cross map plays and just snowball the game like M2M just did. A lot of pick potential as well. There we go, Lulu. Yep.
I.
I'm confused. It has nothing to do with
Where's the
meta.
Viego?
There's no
Where's the
meta.
Viego?
It's no meta anymore. It's all about just building the best team fight comp that you can do.
Yeah, I mean, that Nocturne is nice, good clear speed, devastating ganks, especially level 6 with the ultimate. The Lulu follow-up as well, a good support. They lock in the Aatrox to nail down the top side for the pick for Method to Madness. And now we got the second ban rotation. We can still ban out the Viego because I really think Viego would be the right pick here for Among Us.
Yeah, it just gives you that extra bit of dive ability onto the Misfortune if you ever get in range, right, with the ultimate and all that stuff. But Aatrox again, I wouldn't let this Aatrox get anywhere close to Method to Madness. Oh, as we have the Camille ban, okay, and the Kiana ban now coming through. So yeah, no jungle. Like at this point, second ban rotation is going towards the jungle is all fine since there's no jungler locked in for him to just limit him with stuff like that. But honestly, I just want to see what this mid lane is going to bring to us because this is a crucial point. Among Us mid laner has stepped up a bit. He on the Syndra, he didn't look so shaky. But again, he needs to have a good matchup, in my opinion. So pray that M2M picks mid lane.
I'm a little bit worried again about the Misfortune because Exmar on that MF. I'm not convinced yet. He's definitely not bad, but I've seen him perform on
Let's just say he
Lucian
was
a lot
better on
better.
Lucian.
So yeah, definitely. I mean, quite doesn't really leave room for discussion even. But on the other side, maybe some other ADC is works a little bit better for him because so far Method to Madness, they've been struggling with playing around that Misfortune a bit.
And now, yeah, M2M is not gonna blind pick their mid laner here. They're just gonna say, hey, we pick up the jungle. And Among Us, okay, one thing we have discussed here is the Nocturne mid lane as potential. Well, potentially kind of flex pick since it does make sense and it is not that bad. However, the Kindred, really good answer to a Nocturne. The thing I want to see now, if this were Nocturne mid lane, would be a Poppy. Like, Poppy gives you this edge where you can just push people out of the Kindred ultimate. With the E, you can also deny the jump from Kindred and the Aatrox, which are really, really crucial late game. And you give a lot of peeling towards Caitlyn and Nocturne, who really need that, as well as CC, lockdown. This indicates that it's, okay, it's Nocturne jungle, most likely. Corki in the mid lane. And now we are missing a jungler, unless... I mean, have you seen Nocturne top lane whatsoever? I haven't. I have seen him in the mid lane, but that's about it.
Well, it's definitely be a thing at some point, but overall, definitely working better on mid lane and jungle at the moment. And Wukong Hover definitely pointing towards that. I'm still surprised that the Viego is open and not picked up. Gwen also Hover, interesting. Gets even locked in, so definitely an interesting the top side, adding more magic damage to the table, and that's gonna make building defensive on the side of Method to Madness a little bit more difficult, but they still have one more pick to counter the lineup that Among Us just presented.
So the thing about Corki is very safe into most things. Just pressure is what she's trading right now. So yeah, if you pick something good into Corki, you just take away his pressure that he has or his presence on the map. If you do pick something like the Galio, for example, you're just gonna be fine by clearing your wave and being all that useful for setting up ganks. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing the Galio and I'm asking myself, where's the damage? How are they gonna kill them? Like Aatrox, okay, unless he gets fed like crazy, he's not gonna murder anyone. Galio, towards mid and late game, he turns into a little bit more of a tanky AP that does some damage, but is a little bit more from the defensive side. And Karma, quite honestly, it's a support. She is not gonna scale too hard to do any one-shots. And then you have MF and Kindred. MF really reliant on just ulting, and Kindred is one of these ADC junglers that is punished with somewhat low range, and you have a Corki, a Gwen, and a Lulu on the other side. I'm not liking this draft for Method to Madness at all.
Yeah, as weird as it has been for Among Us to draft any of these champions, like these are first time in the series whatsoever champions. Like it's not like they picked a single champion that they have picked just yet.
Yeah.
This is all new champions. MTM has fallen back onto what they have played all series long, Aatrox, MF, and just spiced it up with a few different mid lane picks. And I mean, it's hypothesis, right? This guy has performed really well in the whole series overall, so we have a bit of hope for him. And there's definitely a way that you can build Galio with AP items while still going a bit tanky, right? There's a lot of AP items that stack HP. But overall, I'm just surprised to see this. I mean, there's a combo for Yoft and Hypothesis with the Kindred into Galio ultimate. So that's one thing. Or the Aatrox, like jumping on top of people into the backline, Galio ultimate to knock them down. Like there's a lot of synergy, but yeah, I don't see the damage either.
It's a Corki. It's a Corki mid lane, and he's just gonna sit there and farm and farm and farm because that Galio is not gonna get dangerous for him in any way, shape, or form at any point in the game. So losing might finally be having his golden game in this series here on that Corki pick. Definitely set up for success. And well, Gwen. I mean, we've seen in the past what Gwen can do.
Yeah, Gwen is one of these champions again. It's like I don't even start talking about how Riot just doesn't know how to bring out a champion for the overtuning stuff. But honestly, Gwen being untargetable is the most BS since since Dota even. Like that's how far it goes back, man. Like I see VA even dealing with a Gwen at this point of the game. Like I played against it yesterday, and I don't play League either, so like my feelings when and seeing a Gwen on the Rift and not being able to even auto attack that, it's just
yeah.
Makes no sense to me. I don't mind the ability itself is cool, right? You go into this kind of area where you can't get targeted, which would be fine if it was like only spells that target you with point and click, which I think makes a lot of sense. But then again, why are you not able to even get targeted by auto attacks or by ground abilities that like do AoE damage or stuff like that? It's just they should have called it invulnerability.
It's an interesting design change. Yeah.
Everybody cries about stopwatch. They had to bring like a stopwatch where you can move out for a champion as a 10-second cooldown. It's like whatever. Anyways, back to the game. Yofton Kindred. I have hopes for him. If he gets his stacks off, he's increasing that range, increasing the damage, all that good stuff, the attack speed. But on the other hand, I just see Nocturne having a possibility here to lock people down for so long that they just die. Like if you hit your Q, you speed yourself up, you get extra damage, and then it follows the enemy around. Then you just need to make sure they get feared. And sure, Galio might not be your prime target since Corki's just gonna farm, but on the bot lane, Exma, he has no dash. Like, don't forget, all he can do is run. And yeah, Lulu, Caitlyn are gonna have the range advantage as well as the obviously turnaround advantage. Like, let's say Exma's getting engaged on, or Exma and Warriors are engaging on, Lulu just gonna speed themselves up to get out of there. Caitlyn's just gonna shoot the net to get backwards to get out of there. But on the other side, if they engage, you polymorph one important key. Like let's say you polymorph the Karma, no speed up for Exma. That's it.
Absolutely.
All he can do is run, and by that it's pretty dooming.
Yeah. Absolutely. But the fact is that they are coming into this game with a massive amount of momentum because Method to Madness, they had such a fantastic game just now. Yoft absolutely dominating on that Graves, and well, I can see it. If they have such an overwhelming early game again as they had last game, if Yoft pops off on that Kindred, you can definitely snowball that mid game. you can get those objectives. You can secure dragons, heralds, whatever you want, really, without having to worry too much about that core key getting items and scaling out of control. But on the other hand, if you don't, well, that's going to be a tough wake-up call.
And the difference here is Graves kind of gets tanky the more he gets fed, right? Because it's just how his kit works. And he has a built-in lifesteal and all that good stuff. But on the other side now with a Yoft on Kindred, honestly, you press ultimate, that's the only chance to survive if you get caught off guard. For the Graves, it's the other way. You look for the 1v3s because that's just how much AoE and how much damage you can put out while surviving. Yeah, so I really think it's all down to Anaxes at this point. He gets fed, the game might go their favor. He doesn't get fed, the game's going to get very, very tough and very close.
Well, and Viego this time around, I don't know.
Not even bad, not even picked up.
No, I'm talking about the player in this case, but
okay.
yeah, I'm still surprised that Viego was open, not banned, and then not picked, because this didn't look like a bait from the side of Method to Madness, and well,
bait gone wrong, I would say. If that were bait. The interesting part here is if you look at the what's it called, at the runes here, we have a Predator on Galio, which isn't also the first time I see it, but yeah, it might indicate that maybe the focus for him is like, sure, Corki can farm only once, I'm gonna impact other lanes. Again,
Yep.
It's an option. I don't agree with it necessarily. Neither do I agree with what we see on the top lane once again. I just think Flash is too crucial to escape ganks, and especially if you're in a matchup like into the Aatrox, I get the Ignite, it makes sense in the 1v1 situations, but the way you lost the last matchup was not entirely through 1v1 misstepping, it was mainly due to ganking. And yeah, having that extra mobility spell not even available to you is just a bit scary, if I were the Gwen, I would say.
yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting game. It's a game 5 after all. Both teams on match point. Method to Madness finally clawing back into it after losing the third game. So Among Us, they get one more shot at winning this series, but Method to Madness, as mentioned, a lot of momentum coming into this one. They want to go forward to the grand final.
Yeah,
and
I think
they might just be able to do it.
overall, Among Us has looked a bit stronger, I would say. Like, I don't want to take anything away here. Like, Method to Madness, he offered a really beautiful performance, as well as Warrior. We have seen him over and over step up in the first 2 games with beautiful roams and stuff like that. And even Anaxes has recovered himself, with especially the last game. And not to mention Hypothesis, who overall just had a good series from even the losing games.
Yeah.
But then you go to the other side, and I don't see, well, besides, like we mentioned, the weak link kind of in the mid link, by just not being on the same level as the rest of the team. But other than that, you just have 4 members that perform over and over again really, really well. Like the last game excluded, they haven't misstepped anywhere close to like making a big mistake where we say, hey, they threw a series on themselves, right? It's literally just as a group they lose or they win.
Absolutely. So finally, the pause is over. Spectator bug letting us wait another few seconds, but then we are off to the races, folks. Once again, it's game 5. We're looking to close this series out. Winner goes home. Sorry, no, they don't go home. They go to the grand finals. The losers go home. And we're ready to kick this one off. Is that a 4-stack? I'd love to see an invade, but is that one? Ooh.
Are you really the team to invade, though?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you have the Galio. Might be a little
What's he gonna
disruptive
do,
change,
honestly? Like, sure, I get it, yes, CC, but yeah, losing is believing is also spotting them, so bye-bye invade.
Unfortunate.
I
want to see a proper invade.
Yeah, but I want the trash for that. Like, we had a trash in one of the series, right? That's where I wanted to see the invade, not on this one. Oh, is she running into it? She is. Damn. Oh, by the way, it's Comet Exma, in case you haven't noticed. That's the thing I didn't pay attention to just yet. I was so distracted by the Predator in the mid lane. But yeah, it's actually Comet Exma, so This just shows you what the difference of AD carries is that goes up against the Misfortune, like the Draven, Lucian, Shay Banks. It's not interesting since it's all about lane dominance, but yeah, now we have traditional AD carries, you could call it kind of. Caitlyn brings the extra range to the table, so you need to respect that. You go for the poke Misfortune, you don't go for the press the attack, knowing that she won't get close to auto-attacking her anytime soon, so you're just gonna make it rain on top of her, and the combat is gonna help you with that.
Ward cleared out, so there's a little bit of safety against the invade.
What is
but
Gwen doing?
look at Warizar. Gwen is taking Krugs. It looks like? No? Wait.
Nope, she's taking Aatrox.
Okay. Looking for some poke here on our Nexus. And that's a good start. I mean, you can definitely do that with Conqueror Gwen. You're sacrificing some CS, but Pierce, he is fine with that. And Warizar already landing the poke. Munka W already getting PTSD flashbacks to last game.
Definitely. But Warizar here, we see him moving up really aggressively, knowing that this Mantra Q level 1 is so strong. Yeah. And even if he just hits a normal Q, it's just a lot of damage. In the mid lane, however, we see the pushing power of Galio. And there we see the zoning power of a Misfortune.
Oh, they baited out the shields. Beautifully done. Best Viego in the top side also. Pulling ahead in CS and trading in the lane. Of course, he has that Conqueror, but there is Yoft already rolling in. It's a 2-minute 40 topside gank, and that is a Kindred. Very much happy to be running into a Gwen at this early stages. Has the dual buff, the Ignite goes out, but that's gonna be an easy pickup here, unless Viego can turn this around. The damage is there. Flash needs to come in. He pushes in. First blood for Arnaxus. Is this a game for a repeat? It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, double flash used, but you win the trade.
Christoph Flash does bring a lance, and that is gonna be a trade back. Easily done. TP comes in. This time, the jungler is there to turn it back around.
Yeah, and the even driver of Aatrox off the farm, he's still at 4 CS, which is really, really bad right now. Because the way the wave is looking, if you have a look at the wave here, it's actually slowly freezing. Okay, he's pushing it right now, but yeah, it would have been like a freeze for Viego.
Would have been great, but Monka W, he's a little bit slowed up. Warizar connects some poke, but that's a level 3 Caitlyn, a little bit of a level advantage, and we see the mark going down from Yoft on the bot side, so they might be looking to get aggressive on that Caitlyn soon.
Yeah, again, no mark just yet picked up by Yoft. I don't know.
Forces the flash. What? That's amazing. Max is looking for some trading as well. Diego barely gets away with a dash, but that Caitlyn flash, that's massive. Oh, Christoph. There's so much action going on. They don't quite connect on that Galio, but still. There is so much early game action going on in this game 5. Both teams out for blood.
Yeah, as Hypothesis is spotting Christoph here in the jungle, but beautiful here. Oh no.
Yep. And Warizar and Yoff, they are both there. The Karma shield coming in clutch. Never mind, no shield. There's a TP. They pick up Christoph. They pick up Obsessic because he is out there all by himself. Viego with the roam trades one back, and losing TPing in on that Corki. He's able to at least shoo the Kindred out of lane. Hypothesis can wave clear, and this is going to calm down for a moment, but 3 kills on the board already for Method to Madness. They like that early start.
Yeah. The only thing we need to pay attention from all of this is, did Kindred get a stack? The answer is no. So all of this isn't really too important. Sure, she got a bit of gold. But other than that, once again, Yoft taking the gold all for himself, and we know how that story ends if Yoft is not on a very carry potential like Graves.
Yeah,
I mean, getting engaged on, maybe.
Yeah, it's once again Exmar. That Comet MF so far definitely putting some pressure on the Caitlyn, especially with the poke. And now Christoph coming in for the gank. Does bring a lance, a little bit of extra movement speed for the Nocturne, but he'll get rooted up here for the moment. And now they can turn this one around. There is Yoft in the wings. Kindred looking to close in, but there's a lot of Caitlyn traps. They're not going to be able to connect. And for the moment, Among Us, they get out with their lives.
Yeah. The Bermuda Triangle of traps there, keeping them safe. But overall, that just showed you the power of Karma speed up. Like, sure, they baited it onto the DMF, and the fear came down, but it was a little too late. There's
Ooh.
Corki just completely outplaying the Galio kit by 1W.
Yeah.
As we have Yoft going for potential dive with
Potential dive.
Galio level
Hypothesis
6.
roaming down. That ultimate can come in clutch, but the dive is gonna commence. And there they go. Yoft looking to pick up a mark. It's a dead Caitlyn. It's a dead Obsessic. That Lulu taken out. Double kill for Hypothesis and Method to Madness. They're not stopping to do anything other than win.
That's what I meant. Aatrox is all good and nice when he gets fed, but if you have a Galio, you're not looking to win lane, you're looking to win game. That's exactly what they're doing right now. First ultimate used successfully for a tower dive on the bot lane, completely destroying the damage that were to be put out by this Caitlyn. And right now we have 2 lanes behind.
Yeah.
It is the bottom lane and the mid lane, thanks to this gank, since Galio got 2 kills. If you look at the damage, or more rather the gold, it's a 400 gold if it's in the mid lane and in the bot lane as well. That assumes up to an 800 gold lead. Plus, obviously, the gold lead of 600, 700 in the jungle, which brings you to the current gold difference here of over 1k.
I mean, we talked about one of these teams finding the answer to beat the enemy team out, and it seems to me like Method to Madness has finally found that answer, and that being just focusing down MonkeyW. But the first Nocturne gank, level 6, gonna come in on the top side, and there's not even a question about if Arnaxis is gonna be able to do anything here. He is not, but Warizar, they are able to trade this back. It's a mark for Yoft. It's the follow-up damage on Viego. The dive coming in. The Gwen looking sad right here under the turret. Lamb's Respite gonna save Yoft's life in this case. And with Hypothesis behind enemy lines, I don't see this Gwen getting away anytime soon. Blast Cone. Oh my god! Lucky break here for Viego after that last game. He deserves that.
But he's not just out yet. Where's he gonna
Full of
recall?
time for Wealth Clear.
Okay, he
Jesus.
seems to be fine. Ooh, never mind, he decides to go back in. What the hell?
Well, he still wants to fight. He can heal a little bit, but oh, this is a 3v4 they don't want to take. Once again, the Gwen caught out. Arnaxis flashing after him. Doesn't quite connect the chains, but well, it's Yoft. Is he all by himself? He has double the rank 2 boots already ready, and he has a red buff, so this Gwen isn't going anywhere. Hypothesis even doesn't get an assist because Gwen is immune. Still, 4 kills on that Kindred, and I mentioned it. Yoft, if he pops off, Jesus.
You should have just recalled the best figure ever on this Gwen. Not really understanding what's going on. On the other side, finally 2 stacks here for Kindred, and if you have a look at the stacks, it means that you get more attack speed, more range, and so on and so forth on your abilities. But yeah, honestly, I think Kindred's 2 stacks 10 minutes in is not that bad. It's decent, but yeah, if he would have utilized his markings a bit better, he would have definitely gotten. With all the kills, he already got a lot more stacks.
Yeah, still, he's going to be very happy with those 4 kills coming in. A lot of pings going down towards the Herald because they know there is something going on, and Yoft immediately backing out. Didn't pick that one up. And for the moment, well, he's got to sit back and chill a bit because Luzin has the package, and you got to be careful with the Corki with the package because he hurts like crazy. Then again, I mean, I can barely think straight with all these pings going down towards mid lane, and they pull the trigger, don't get anything. Nexmar, MonkeyW in the bot lane fighting as well. Finally, the pings have stopped. Your voices in my head already.
Up one more onto the Herald there. Oh yeah, I think they're gonna end up trading Herald for Drake. Hypothesis, however, doesn't agree with that, so he's gonna be like, no thank you. Spots them. On the other side, Christoph is also spotting Kindred doing Drake, but yeah, both supports have been making their way up there. So right now, Karma is guarding this Kindred into success. And yeah, MonkeyW, however, wins the 1v1 against Exma. We should not forget that, even though that Exma keeps to be a bully. Caitlyn still is able to 1v1 him.
Yeah. The thing here being, though, that Corki is still farming free in the mid lane. He already has 100 CS. He has that Mana Moon already done. The Cull already procced. And, well, from here on out, he's just gonna look to scale out of control. So the next team fights around the objectives definitely are going to get interesting as Yoft picks up 11-minute Kraken Slayer on the Jungle Kindred. Still the Predator boots on Hypothesis. So far, the Galio has been working out quite decently. Topside, for the moment, also fairly relaxed for both teams. Viego just looking to farm away, is 10 CS ahead currently of Arnaxis. Overall, mostly the kills contributing to the about 1k and a half gold lead that Method to Madness has.
Sorry, I was just checking what our Twitch chat is on about, since they speak a language I don't. So I'm just checking if everything's alright. But it does seem all good. But there we see the pressure that Method to Madness has right now on this map, right? They have the Kindred whenever Kindred shows up. Warriors is right behind them, as well as Hypothesis. So it's pretty much impossible to engage onto Kindred. Not to mention that he has also this ultimate. So yeah, those three together just is a sign that you should back off if you're Among Us right now.
Lucky spawn as well here for Yoff. The next mark is on the scuttle that is up and available in that river. Lucky for him. So go. Hypothesis looking for some trades in the mid lane. Actually, outtrades the Corki to an extent. Yoft, he has the mark, he has the damage, and he has the Lamb's Respite to stay alive because Christoph is coming in for backup. Monka W is trying to trade this back. Nocto flashes in. Wild Growth, not enough. Double kill for the Kindred, and now they are looking to close this one out. No, it is actually Obsessic on the Lulu once again. And Hypothesis, look at that Galio go. He's gonna pick up one, and Warizar, he's gonna seal the deal on this fight. And with that, Method to Madness are very happy with that one.
Yeah, let's speak about Galio damage. He just completely destroyed Monka W there. Yeah, that's the danger of flashing forward on AD carry. You never know if the enemy is able to one-shot you or not if you let them get close to you. And honestly, really well fought by Method to Madness there in the end, even though they did overstep like ever so slightly. In the meantime, Aatrox is just having fun right now, and that is what scares me. Aatrox is enjoying themselves with a level advantage, as well as a bit of gold advantage, while it's slowly swinging back thanks to the CS from Gwen, but yeah, Yoft is here to change that.
Yeah, Yoft looking for another kill. They already killed this Gwen once. The mists come out. Gwen is immune after all. Oh. Warizar almost stealing the buff here.
No.
Oh, Obsessic! Oh no! He is not happy in that place because look at the damage from this Galio. Frost next takes him out. That's a Lulu put on ice.
That is definitely not a nice side to be if you're a support main. On the other hand, Best Viego is really playing on the edge here. His tower has no HP thanks to that Herald being dropped there. He decided to stay around.
I love this. I love this. Method to Madness, they are just pushing their advantages hard. Actually, Christoph trying to turn this one around with the ultimate. Paranoia comes in and they get a kill on the top side, finally trading one back. But what are they giving up for this? It's a tier 2 mid lane turret, or actually the roam towards bot side, because Yoft, he saw a mark on the Krugs. They saw a Caitlyn and a free tier 1. At least Monka W backs out in time.
Okay. We had a second freeze there. I was really scared.
Oh god.
Not again. No, but honestly, Method to Madness is just smart right now. They see, hey, Yoft has, all they need to do is actually stop pinging. They're annoying me really a lot with that. But they have a lot of power on Yoft right now. As Hypothesis is one-shotting his next target, question mark?
Beautiful spell shield by Christoph there to block the lion's share of the damage from Hypothesis. That would have been a kill right there. Monka W, he gets caught out in the jungle. Bullet time even sent in there a little bit of an overkill, but still, it's a
for that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, they're really being smart about how to utilize the Yoft right now. They have Kindred, and whenever Karma is around Kindred, Kindred is gonna stay alive, and with Galio in range with ultimate also. Yeah, so they're just grouping Warizar. They're like, hey, Yoft is fed, Warizar, you have a new AD carry to protect, leaving MF just to farm, and it seems to work right now. On the other hand, we have Aatrox still uncontestedly farming. Like, sure, they took him down a minute ago, but
Oh.
I don't know. Aatrox is Godwink already in hands. If Gwen is not able to 1v1 him, we're gonna have a really big issue here for Among Us.
I'm currently not concerned about Viego being able to 1v1 Arnaxas here, but overall, the question is it enough to turn this game back? And for the moment, I don't think it is, because you have a Kindred that is insanely fed already. You have a Galio that is dominating the mid lane. And quite honestly, Method to Man is just playing so well. They are making plays all over the map as they collapse in on the top side. That is a challenger top laner not being able to do anything this time around. Gets taken out. And I'm surprised they keep not taking the objectives after they make these plays. Once again, backing off that tier 2.
Well, I mean, this time they didn't have the best wave control.
Paranoia comes in, but look at that damage.
Wait, Lulu has
Jesus.
ultimate.
It's kind of a lost cause anyway. I mean, Wild Growth or not, that's a dead
think-
Nocturne right there.
I'm not so sure, man. He has a half part of the Godwink and then the Ghost Blade. He does a lot of damage, so yeah, I'm not quite sure about this one. I think Lulu could have pulled the trigger with Ignite and Ultimate onto Galio, and they would have at least gotten a 1-for-1 trade, and then she could have made it out in the meantime. But yeah, so far, Apophis procs the Predator and decides to give the kill to Hypothesis. Okay, cool. Losing is believing.
He got
is
taunted.
indeed.
He
Yeah,
got
yeah,
taunted
sure, but he
midair
W'd
and-
into him. I don't know. He could have just W'd away. I'm really questionable plays right now by Among Us. Not gonna say more than that. I think maybe 5 series is
sounds
too
good.
long for them. Played 3 games really well. Game 4 was a disaster, and we don't speak about Game 5, I guess.
Well, it is just that Method to Man is, they got so much momentum coming out of that 4th game, and they're just keeping that going. And the formula they had for the Game 4 is absolutely working here yet again, even though Among Us just picked up completely new champions for every single lane. And, well, they don't care. They're just winning.
And this is what I mean. Look at Anaxas. He's just bullying Gwen right now, and this is they're sitting on top of a ward. They're gonna get collapsed on.
Dustbringer doesn't connect. Christoph going for the turret. That's the turret taken down, but the bullet time is here. The Paranoia comes in. Exmar trades one back for Viego. He's still going in for the kill, but there's the Lamb's Respite. He keeps the people alive, and it's gonna be a double kill for Yoft once again. The jungler brings doom to the top lane.
Yeah, Dwarf Diff, once again, we have to come back to that. Like, we did say this is a completely new Dwarf for Among Us. Not one of these champions has been played yet in this series, and I think we see right now why. Because it's, I don't know.
I don't even want to say it's draft diff, because honestly I thought that Among Us was winning the draft, but this is like straight up getting outplayed on every single lane at the moment, and
Yeah,
I mean 20-8 kills,
the
8k
second
gold
you
advantage at the late mid.
give Aatrox for free, and your answer is Gwen with Ignite, when you know that your top lane is gonna get ganked all the time by Yoft, I don't know. I'm just not seeing it, man. It's just sure. In any other neutral matchup, I would say the Dwarf is a-okay. A bit questionable on Corki Caitlyn, especially since they're not even winning the lanes they are supposed to win. Like, Caitlyn's supposed to win this matchup, so is the Corki.
Yeah, right.
But
That's kind of the thing, right? You have two lanes that in theory should be winning that
Yeah.
just completely curb stomped, and that's the big thing. I don't think that's a draft difference. That's just straight up getting outplayed as Hypothesis lands a double taunt. This time the Wild Growth comes in and the flash is burned, and Arnaxas, the TP comes through. Viego answers it, and it's answered by a kill as well. This time the raid boss falls, and now Yoft comes in. One after the other, like lambs to the slaughter. It's another kill for Kindred. And while losing is looking for some skill shots, Yoft is gonna go in
Oh,
hard, and
no.
you don't want to mess with that jungler. He is almost getting bursted down, though, once again. Hypothesis, the Galio is back for vengeance. Yoft gets taken out with a needle work, gets stabbed multiple times in the chest, and as we know by now, that kills people indeed, and losing, well, he indeed is losing his life right here on the bot side.
Yeah. Again, the way the series has gone, I don't want to be too harsh here, but I do think Luzin is just not made for these kind of style champions. He would be best on just utility, like Hypothesis is doing right now, and he's doing a wonderful job on it. Because the second you rely on him for damage, it's just not there. I just don't see it, honestly. He lost the lane that is free basically for him. Like Corki into Galio is like, hey, you can alter me all you want, I'm just gonna clear the wave, right? And then the same for the bot lane, like Monka W, Caitlyn's not performing as you would have expected it into this matchup, and that is with Royza not even being in the lane, right? This was a pure 1v1 since Royza hasn't been in the bot lane for, I think, at least 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, in general, feels a little bit like people are maybe over prioritizing meta picks a little bit, but that does not matter right now, because what matters is what is in the game, and that is a Nocturne diving deep. Beautiful double knockup with the Lulu ult, and the Ram's last bit is gonna take some time out of the inevitable for the guys on red team. But once again, it's a Hypothesis on the Galio, pushing in to seal the deal. Viego going in for a last stand, but Gwen might be immune at some points in the game. This time she definitely isn't. She gets taken down. That's a free Baron, and Method to Madness, they are looking to seal the deal right here and close this game one out.
Honestly, we see this replay right now. The second Kindred ultimate is activated, the whole engage from Among Us is gone. And now look at Corki's pathing. He's prioritizing staying safe than dealing DPS while kiting, right? And his team is like DPSing while kiting. You see even the re-engage by Gwen. And he did one auto in this fight. One auto in total, and like 2 rockets. That's the damage output by the Corki. And that's what I meant by, like, you don't necessarily want to put this guy on Corki if you don't see him ditch out the damage that this champion is supposed to do.
I mean, he has the potential with the Muramana completed as well as the Essence Reaver, but as you mentioned,
he has more than enough damage.
Too scared, yeah. And Hypothesis, he catches him. Oh my God, Yoft! What are you doing to this man? That's not even legal anymore. That's just straight up murder, double kill for the Kindred. 13-3 once again, 3 items completed. He's just gonna murder every single person that gets in to his range.
And it took me so long to understand the name of M2M, but their method to madness is they have a method to bring the enemy team to madness, because that is exactly what's happening right here. This is madness. There's no sane player on the side of Among Us right now that is saying, hey, this game is going our way.
I mean, you gotta be honest. This is pretty devastating. It's a Baroned up team closing in on the bot inhibitor, taking it out. The mid lane's gonna fall with this in-rolling minion wave as well. There is no way to go. And there is indeed a method to their madness, because they are winning this one out. Took him a little bit, it took him 3 games to get this one rolling, but they finally got the recipe, and the cake is deep into that oven and smelling like, well, you devour
Victory,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, the thing that is most astounding about this game is actually that they're gonna win on the red side, right? First time in the series, breaking the curse. And yeah, they're doing so in a beautiful fashion. They have 19 kill advance. They have, at this point, what, 15k gold lead, 14k gold lead, and all 3 Drakes in their favor. They have quadruple items coming in soon for Kindred and Aatrox, as well as the Galio. So on the other side, you have people struggling to complete a second item, like the Caitlyn itself.
Oh, Luzin going in deep with the package, but the bullet time is going to turn it around. They don't even find the kill on Axmar, because that MF just has a little bit too much HP, and that is 2 people down. And with that, the game should be all but over. Hypothesis has the Predator. Does he connect the stun? No. Obsessic is able to flash out, but Yoft looking to connect. Caitlyn with the net gets away for a moment, and with that Lulu's shield doesn't even take any damage, but the Nexus turrets are here to fall. They go down. Beautiful flash in once again for the last engage of the game. Yoft looking for more kills, but it is Viego who is untargetable as they just roll over the enemy base. They roll over the Nexus, and they roll straight into the grand finals as Method to Madness are going to take this series 3-2.
Yeah, that is reverse psychology there. You guys can win all the blue games you want. We're gonna win the one that's mattering, is what Method to Madness is saying right here.
Yeah.
Actually, really surprised that the game ended this way. I think Among Us was maybe run out of steam. Like game 1, game 2, game 3 were all good games from all of them, for both teams actually. And then game 4 is like where I think the mental broke down for Among Us. They just got steamrolled in a game, which sometimes it happens, like you do a small misplay, or you have a small draft diff, and then you do bad, right? That happens. In a best of 5 series, it's not the end of the world. It even happens in Worlds or in like playoffs, finals for big teams in LEC. But the thing that you have to take away from these games is like, hey, what did we do wrong? And let's not repeat that game, that mistake, and just go next. Mentally preparing yourself for the next game instead of like fighting over something that is already decided. And yeah, this game just felt like they had an A-OK draft, but again, I think the prioritization of putting the damage onto the mid laner and giving them a free lane, and even then we don't see a Corki like steamroll over the enemy. It's just a bit, they should prioritize the big damage dealers onto the people like Christoph and Bestvigo.
Yeah. I mean, I think you talked about it right before we started of this series today. These best of 5s and these semifinals deep into the tournament, they really show you which team is actually prepared to play a full best of 5 and win a full best of 5. And at the moment, it really seems like Method to Madness was just a little bit more prepared, a little bit more ready to go the full length. But nonetheless, it was a fantastic game from both teams. Absolute head-offs over to Among Us for a fantastic series. They did close it out to 5 games after all. But nonetheless, well, congrats to Method to Madness and good luck in the grand finals tomorrow.
Indeed. Just making sure, because it looks like the finals are not happening tomorrow. So yeah, because one of the teams can't play tomorrow, and since it's finals, we are able to switch it to whenever.
Well, you want some entertainment, so rather do that than cancel a game.
We don't mind rescheduling the finals. That's not an issue. We're not on a time limit for this year, since we skipped the summer split, and the sea-autumn split is 1 game away from being completed, so we don't have any issues there. And the winter split can be started in less than 2 weeks if needed. So yeah, there's not an issue. But back to this game here, Among Us. Thank you so much for participating, first-year contenders of the CE split. And on the other side, we have Method to Madness, just showing to why they have been in so many CE tournaments over and over again, learning and overcoming the mistakes of the past, as kind of what the series was all about, adapting. And we do not sometimes agree with the drafts of M2M, especially when we see them in play, or some very questionable calls. But overall, as a team, you have to give credit where credit is due. Rorizar had a really good performance this time around. Hypothesis as well, like especially in his last game. He once again stood up and brought us some really good League of Legends. And then if you go back to like all the way to the first game where you have Among Us on this Cassiopeia and all that stuff, and Lucian Army, we had Olav being good, the Rise being good. So like Yoft and Hypothesis seem to be like the name of the game, where they really are a strong duo that bring out over and over again the best of their team. So yeah, if they play to their strengths in the finals as well, I have great hopes for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Arnaxa's absolutely convincing on that top lane. He had a little bit of a rough time in the first few games. That Gnar might not be his favorite champion, something along the lines, but overall, always at least a solid performance. And on that Aatrox, the last 2 games, I mean, he absolutely crushed it. Beautifully done. And I really don't have anything left to say than other than Method to Madness, just fantastic series overall, and I'm looking forward to the finals.
Definitely as well. We're going to figure out when the finals are going to be. For now, they're on hold. If you want any information, make sure to get over to discord.me/connectingesports and find out all the latest information about when and what is happening. You can also head over to challengermode.com/s/connectingesports, and you'll find all of the information as well to our tournaments and so on and so forth. All the links are already in the Twitch chat, as you can see right there. And yeah, honestly, I think that is a good series that we had on our hands today. 5-game series, pretty long, pretty intense, but overall it was very fun to watch. And yeah, thank you so much for casting with us today. Really helpful that we had somebody to cast, as well as you helping out. But we'll see you again for the future.
Thanks so much for the invite.
No worries. And until then, we do appreciate everybody tuning in for today's game. We're gonna get somebody to host, so let me just go quickly to Twitch and find somebody, just a random person that is streaming League of Legendo. League of Legendo, what do we have? We have Bros, League of Legends. Who is gonna get our beautiful host of today? English, French, German, Espanol. Okay, sure. You are the chosen one. I don't know what your content is, but I believe it's good. With that being said, thank you so much for joining today. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, and see you guys at the end of this split very, very soon when we come to the, finals of this game. So Method to Madness advanced to the finals, definitely not washed up. I'm gonna be looking forward to battle them on the Rift. With that being said, enjoy the rest of your night and the rest of your weekend, and see you guys next time when it comes to this finals. See ya.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream.